सर्कल का ये जो शिफ्ट है काफी अच्छा है, बट हैदराबाद हाइड्रास टीम एक्सपार्क एक दूसरे के आमने सामने। अल्ट्रॉन प्लेस को स्पॉट किया, शॉट लेने की कोशिश, यहाँ पर बगी में बगी टकराई जरूर, लेकिन कोई शॉट कभी कनेक्ट नहीं हो भाई। ये बहुत खराब चीज हो सकती है हैदराबाद हाइड्रास के लिए। व्हाट, अल्ट्रॉन को यहाँ पर शॉट्स लेते रहना चाहिए था एंड कोशिश उसके, लेकिन वहीं पर पीछे से आप एस ब्लैक को देखिए, उनकी तरफ से थोड़े से कवर्स आ रहे थे। कैरी की एचपी कम हो चुकी है। यही फाइट पहले भी हुई थी जब हैदराबाद हाइड्रास के ऊपर पिछले गेम में टीम एक्सपार्क के प्लेयर्स 2 आ गए थे। इस बार हैदराबाद हाइड्रास आ चुकी है एंड चाहते ना चाहते फाइट लेनी पड़ेगी। यहाँ पर मवी को देखिए, एस ब्लैक के ऊपर डैमेज अच्छा खासा दिया था और वहां पर मैंटी को बचाना मेन पार्ट, लेकिन गिल को यहाँ पर स्पॉट किया जाएगा। इनफैक्ट गिल तैयार नहीं थे अंदर जाते हुए। एक अच्छा पिक यहाँ पर हैदराबाद हाइड्रास के द्वारा निकाला जाएगा। रिवाइवल्स की प्रक्रियाएं शुरू हो चुकी है दोनों साइड पर। क्या नेड्स है हैदराबाद हाइड्रास के पास, वही एक इंपॉर्टेंट सवाल। नेड्स किए जा रहे हैं, मोलोटॉव इंपैक्ट किए जा रहे हैं, डैमेज दोनों साइड से दिया जा रहा है, लेकिन अब हैदराबाद हाइड्रास खुद ही अंदर नहीं घुस सकती इस जगह से।
जी बिल्कुल, बट कैरी को आप देखें वो फिनिश हो जरूर चुके हैं, वहां पे रिवाइव नहीं किया जा पाया उनको। गिल की बात के वो जरूर रिवाइव होंगे। स्ट्राइकर एक ग्रेनेड किया वहां पे, फुर्सत से तो सुनाई दिया वो ग्रेनेड उसी दिशा में उन्होंने किया जरूर। गॉड लाइक की जो स्क्वाड है वो जरूर पीछे से आने वाली है। जॉनथन स्वाइकर को वहां पे डाउन करते हुए नजर आएंगे टीम एक्सपार्क। क्या है यहाँ पे थोड़ा सा और रुकने ठहरने की कोशिश करेंगे, देखना पड़ेगा, बट जॉनथन सीधा आगे जाते हुए दिखाई देंगे। मैंटी डैमेज उन्होंने लिया तो गाड़ी ब्लास्ट नियो के द्वारा मैंटी सीधा खत्म होते हुए लास्ट प्लेयर हैदराबाद के सर्वाइव करेंगे। बट यू डॉग इंडिया बहुत ज्यादा करीब इस वक्त इन दोनों स्क्वाड से।
सेंट्रल एरिया में इतनी सारी फाइट्स एकदम से होनी शुरू हो चुकी है। गॉडलाइक के जॉनथन कॉर्पी को स्पॉट करेंगे, इनफैक्ट यहाँ पर फिनिश करते नजर आएंगे। उनकी टीम के पास 2 फिनिशेस ऑलरेडी बन चुके हैं। एस ब्लैक अकेले बचे हुए प्लेयर, टीम एक्सपार्क साइड लाइन्स में। गॉडलाइक के प्लेयर्स साइड बाय साइड मूव कर रहे हैं, लेकिन ऐसा लगता है कि ये लोग फिर से ढूंढने वाले जोन में आ चुके हैं। यूडॉक के देव जो थे वो हैदराबाद हाइड्रास को बाहर का रास्ता दिखाएंगे। टीम एक्सपार्क को देखना पड़ेगा आगे के लिए, लेकिन गिल को तो उनका फिनिश जो है मिल चुका है। 2 फिनिशेस टीम के पास आ चुके हैं अभी के लिए। ग्रेनेडियर का टैग गिल के ऊपर लगता हुआ, गॉडलाइक के नियो का ही नेड, गॉडलाइक के नियो को ही लगता हुआ बहुत दर्द देगा ये नेड। और शायद टीम एक्सपार्क को पता चल चुका है कि सामने क्या हुआ है। प्लेयर्स उधर मूव करेंगे, मावी को देखिए आगे जा जरूर रहे हैं। गिल भी, अल्ट्रॉन भी, सब प्लेयर्स आगे डाउन किया जाएगा। इनफैक्ट अकेले वो डाउन नहीं हुए, अल्ट्रॉन भी डाउन किया जा चुके हैं। टीम एक्सपार्क गिल गोस डाउन एज वेल, द फोर्थ वन माइट जस्ट फॉलो अप एज वेल, क्योंकि स्काउट अकेले बचे 1 एचपी पर। ही इज सर्वाइविंग समहाउ। क्लच गॉड आगे की तरफ को मूव कर रहे हैं, 134 गोलियां, बट मैटर नहीं करता। स्टन करके ऊपर की तरफ को जाना चाहते हैं। स्टन जैसे ही पड़ेगा ये ऊपर की तरफ को मूव कर सकेंगे। इनको पता है कि प्लेयर ऊपर है, स्पॉट उसको भी किया जा चुका है। स्काउट नीचे की तरफ को आएंगे, वापस उन सीढ़ियों पर ही वो विराजमान रह चुके हैं। आग भी है, मोलोटॉव का डैमेज, एवरीथिंग इज अगेंस्ट स्काउट एंड द प्लेयर माइट बी फॉलोइंग डाउन टीम एक्सपार्क। दादा प्रिंस के द्वारा भी ऐसा सीन चीज हो सकता है, लेकिन वहीं पर देव क्लच गॉड को नॉक और फिनिश करेंगे। गॉडलाइक 2 प्लेयर्स के साथ।
यस बिल्कुल, अलादीन का एक बढ़िया ग्रेनेड और उसी के साथ मौली भी आता है और अब 7 सीज
निकालते नजर आ रहे हैं। तभी टैक्टिकल को चांस मिलता है अंदर रशिद करने का। टैक्टिकल प्लेइंग सो टैक्टिकली, सो ब्यूटीफुली, सो बोल्डली, सो ब्रिलियंटली, जस्ट वांट टू गो इन वाइल्ड। बिल्कुल उनके सामने प्लेयर्स को समझ आ जाएंगे कि प्लेयर है जरूर, उनको पिक करने की कोशिश, बट राइट साइड देखना पड़ेगा। वहां पर एक प्लेयर थे, दे गो डाउन। टैक्टिकल दे आर आउट हियर, बट उनके सामने है गॉडलाइक। दे आर हियर टू फाइट द गॉड्स और मे बी बिकम वन इन मिरामार एज वेल। टैक्टिकल वर्सेस गॉडलाइक, इट्स अ 4v2 सिचुएशन। फाइनल सर्कल्स के अराउंड हम लोग 26 मिनट से ऊपर का मार्कर हो चुका है। नंबर्स एडवांटेज टैक्टिकल के पास। गॉडलाइक उनको कुछ ना कुछ करके खेलना पड़ेगा। क्लच का एक नेड अगर आके जाता है तो नियो को डाउन किया जा सकता है। नियो भाग चुके थे, बट जी गॉड किड को डाउन करते हुए नजर आएंगे। गॉडलाइक स्टिल इन देयर सेंसेस, स्टिल वांट टू फाइट, दे स्टिल वांट टू विन, दे वांट टू टर्मिनेट एवरीवन दैट देयर इज। जी गॉड यूएमपी लेकर के आगे जा रहे, बोल्ड मूव मे बी, वेल यस, ही इज ट्राइंग, बट नो, विल बी टेकन डाउन। नियो की बारी आती है और नियो को आगे चलना ही पड़ेगा। नियो को आगे चीखना पड़ेगा, दहाड़ना पड़ेगा। 2 प्लेयर्स है, 1v2 का सिचुएशन। लास्ट मिरामर में हमने देखा था नियो चूक गए थे, बट इस बार नियो को सब कुछ बदलना पड़ सकता है। सामने तो किया टैक्टिकल डज इट ट्वाइस, टैक्टिकल डज इट ट्वाइस, टैक्टिकल
आ गए। ये दूसरी बार है जब सेंसे प्लेयर डाउन होते नजर आ रहे हैं, लेकिन ओल्ड वुड के ऊपर ये एक स्टैमिना आता हुआ टीम रेवेनेंट की साइड से। ऑलरेडी एक प्लेयर जो है वहां पर हमें नॉकआउट देखने को मिल रहा था। लेट्स सी क्या होने वाला है, बिकॉज रिवाइवल तो हो चुका है। ये ग्रेनेड ठिकाने पे जाएगा, सुल्तान हो जाएंगे डाउन। क्या कुछ और बमबारी की यहाँ पर कोशिश रहेगी, लेकिन उससे पहले ही वहां पर डाउन किया जाएगा। कहीं और से वो जो टैप शॉट्स है वो हमें आते हुए नजर आएंगे और टीम रेवरेंट एक बार फिर से अब यहाँ पर थोड़ा रुकेंगे, थमेंगे, उसके बाद फाइट में इन्वॉल्व होंगे। लेकिन साथ ही साथ जो जोन का श्रिंक है वो भी यहाँ पर आना स्टार्ट हो चुका है। सुल्तान को अभी भी रिवाइवल जो है एग्जीक्यूट नहीं किया गया। चलिए फाइनली वो रिवाइवल एग्जीक्यूट किया जाएगा। टीम रेवरेंट हैव गॉट नो अदर ऑप्शंस बट दे नीड टू पुश।
अभी तक कोई टीम का एलिमिनेशन हुआ नहीं है। टीम्स की नंबर्स अब जाकर के घटना शुरू होने वाले। एक और नेट जाएगा, ये नेट अच्छा हो सकता है, 2 प्लेयर्स को इनफैक्ट टेक डाउन कर जरूर सकता है। वेल मोलोटॉव भी यहाँ पर सीढ़ियों पर किया जाएगा ताकि प्लेयर्स को प्रेशर के अंदर डाला जा सके। रेवेनेंट के प्लेयर्स पूरे तैयार हैं इन फाइट्स को अपना बनाने के लिए, फाइट्स को अपने हिस्से में रखने के लिए। कुछ भी करके उनको फाइट्स निकाल करके देनी पड़ेगी। मिस्टर स्प्रे वहां पर पीएस को भी पिक करते हुए नजर आएंगे बट रेवेनेंट दे वांट टू पुश, दे आर पुशिंग इन। वो धीरे-धीरे आगे जा रहे हैं क्योंकि उनको पता है कितना इंपॉर्टेंट ये फाइट उनके लिए निकालना है। ऑनकोर भी सामने से आ चुके हैं। यहाँ पर टॉप डॉग की तरफ से थोड़े से शॉट्स लिए जरूर गए थे ऑस्टिन। उनके पास M4 है जरूर लेकिन उनके बिल्कुल सामने स्मोक के दूसरी तरफ कहीं ना कहीं उनको क्लियर देखना पड़ेगा। क्लाउस को वहां पर डाउन किया जाएगा। कहां से? सुपारी गैंग के डैडी पीछे से फाइट्स लेते नजर आ रहे थे और उन्होंने क्लाउस को डाउन किया। अगर सही तरीके से यहाँ पर रीड किया गया इस फिनिश स्पीड को तो रेवेनेंट को अभी अंदर जा लेना चाहिए। वेल नेट्स किए गए हैं, डैमेज हल्के से टॉप डॉग को पड़ा बट ही नीड्स टू पुश इन कम व्हाट मे। सामने जाएंगे, एक प्लेयर को स्पॉट किया, एक को डाउन किया, दूसरा प्लेयर उनको स्पॉट कर चुका था। उनकी एचपी बहुत ज्यादा कम हो चुकी है। खुद पीछे आएंगे लेकिन एक और प्लेयर को यहाँ पर ऑस्टिन डाउन करते नजर आएंगे। मल्टीपल फाइट्स आर हैपनिंग और इन सब में फायदा अभी तक रेवेनेंट का है। हालांकि ऑस्टिन की एचपी ज्यादा है, पैराडॉक्स की एचपी ज्यादा है, बाकी 2 प्लेयर्स यहाँ पर डाउन पड़े तो उनको रिवाइव भी देना पड़ेगा बट क्रेजी he is the last one surviving। हील करना चाहते हैं, खुद को फुली हील कर लेंगे बट उसके बाद क्या वो फाइट ले पाएंगे? रिटेलिएशन कैन ही डू अ 1v4?
एग्जैक्टली वहां पर यहाँ पर टीएसएम को भी एलिमिनेट करते हुए नजर आ सकता है। जी हाँ, यहाँ पे टीएसएम जो है वो भी स्काईलाइट गेमिंग को हमें एलिमिनेट करते हुए नजर आएंगे। और ग्लेस 5 जोन का डैमेज जाना पड़ेगा जोन के अंदर, लेकिन चिकन रशर वर्सेस और ग्लेस 5 ये फाइट हमें जरूर से देखने को मिल सकती है। और अभी के लिए टीम और ग्लेस 5 उनको पता है कि जोन के अंदर अगर जाना है तो जल्दी से फाइट निपटानी पड़ेगी, पर मात्र 2 प्लेयर्स हमें देखने को मिलते हैं। वही चिकन रशर्स की बात करें, चारों के चारों खिलाड़ी सर्वाइव करते हुए एक प्लेयर को आप स्पॉट करके डाउन भी किया गया है। और ग्लेस 5 कैन दे पुल इट ऑफ, वो एक देखने वाली बात।
बिल्कुल सामने यहाँ पर फाइट हो रही है। इनफैक्ट प्लेस को डाउन भी किया जाए बट जहां पर ये रुके काफी गलत जगह यहाँ पर रहेगी एंड ड्रॉप शॉट करने की कोशिश बट वेल काइलो इट डिड नॉट वर्क आउट। इनफैक्ट ऑकलेस 5 को बाहर का रास्ता दिखाया जाएगा। चिकन रशर्स दे आर रशिंग फॉर इट, दे वांट इट। प्लेयर्स जोन के बाहर
पहला नॉक भी आ चुका है। आप देखिए टीएसएम की स्क्वाड वहां पर गई एंड
पीछे रहे नहीं, उन्होंने अच्छे खासा जो गेम है वो दिखाया जरूर अपनी टीम के लिए। वहाँ पे एक्सेल के प्लेयर माधव उन्होंने गलतियां की जरूर। ग्रेनेड वहाँ
भी देखते हैं कि अब यहाँ पे क्या कुछ सरप्राइज देते हुए नजर आएंगे बिकॉज 2 खिलाड़ी आगे सिर्फ ज्यादा जरूर रहे। ओके, एक ट्रेड भी यहाँ पर हमें देखने को मिल जाएगा। ये अच्छी गेम प्ले हमें जरूर से देखने को मिलता है जैको बॉय की साइड से, बट अगेन वो काफी रहेगा। रिसेट को भी वहाँ पर इजीली स्पॉट किया जाएगा। बिल्कुल ऑफ गार्ड वो आ गए थे, ओपन एरियाज में एक्वानॉक्स वहाँ पर मौजूद थे, इजीली उनको पिक करेंगे। अब मैं देखना ये चाह रहा हूँ कि वो जो आखिरी खिलाड़ी अब बचता है टीम COX RIP मीजो का, वो यहाँ से निकलने में कामयाब हो पाएंगे या नहीं, या फिर उनकी स्ट्रैटेजी रहने वाली है 1v4 क्लच करने की, जो कि थोड़ा मुश्किल अभी के लिए नजर जरूर से आएगा। जिस तरीके से टीएसएम के खिलाड़ी खेल रहे हैं, 3 फिनिशर्स इनके पास ऑलरेडी आ जरूर से चुके हैं और वो एक खिलाड़ी को आप देखिए फ्लिक वाइटी वो यहाँ पर मौजूद है। अगर ये जाते जाते एक प्लेयर को नॉक एंड फिनिश करते हैं तो टीएसएम के ऊपर वो भी एक बहुत बड़ा डैमेज देकर के जा सकते हैं। बट अगेन लेट्स सी कि क्या टीएसएम उनको पाएंगे या फिर फ्लिक वाइटी यहाँ से 9-2-11 हो जाए।
जिस तरीके खोज रहे हैं मुझे लगता है मात्र 1 मिनट और लगने वाले हैं और फ्लिक भी स्पॉट किया। देखिए आप वहां से खोज के आ चुके हैं, अब बस यही छोटे मोटे कंपाउंड बचे हैं उसको खोजना बाकी है। फ्लिक अंदर बैठे हुए अभी भी किसी ने देखा नहीं है और नीचे प्लेयर मौजूद है। एक्वानॉक्स ने देखा नहीं और इसी के साथ फिनिश होते हुए नजर आएंगे फ्लिक वाइटी। चलिए
यहाँ पर ओनली ग्लिच के प्लेयर्स की बात करें, टीम एक्सपार्क के बिल्कुल ऊपर आते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। अल्ट्रॉन की तरफ से थोड़े बहुत नीड्स किए जरूर जाएंगे लेकिन उनको खुद को सावधान रहना पड़ेगा, सतर्क रहना पड़ेगा, सचेत रहना पड़ेगा। दूसरी तरफ टीएसजी के प्लेयर्स एक्सलैंस के प्लेयर्स को दिक्कतें देते हुए नजर जरूर आ रहे हैं। गिल को आप देखिए जस्ट एंगल्स होल्ड करने की उनकी बारी, ग्रेनेड्स आ रहे हैं लेकिन उनको कोई डैमेज पड़ेगा नहीं। अल्ट्रॉन भी धीरे धीरे पीछे आएंगे, फिर गिल उनको प्रॉब्ली यहाँ पर कवर जरूर दे सकते हैं ओनली ग्लिच के प्लेयर्स। बाकी तो प्लेयर्स टीम एक्सपार्क आप देखिए दूसरी डायरेक्शन में ही देख रहे हैं ओवरऑल, ऐसे में दिक्कतें बन सकती हैं। ओनली ग्लिच के प्लेयर्स को देखना पड़ेगा कैसे फाइट निकले। बट एक और टीम का एलिमिनेशन दूसरी साइड पर होता हुआ सेल्सियस के कार्तिक अभी के लिए यहाँ पर बचे हुए, लेकिन एक्सलैंस का एलिमिनेशन यहाँ पर किया जाएगा। ओनली ग्लिच के प्लेयर्स ये स्मोक्स कर रहे हैं सामने व्हाट फॉर, बट वहीं पर लेवी एक प्लेयर को पिक करते नजर आएंगे। अल्ट्रॉन गोज डाउन, दिक्कतें शुरू हो चुकी है मेसी।
टीम एक्सपार्क 3 प्लेयर के साथ है तो सही मावी, एक ग्रेनेड उन्होंने कुक किया, स्मोक है या ग्रेनेड देखना पड़ेगा। चलिए वो शायद ग्रेनेड था, यस सामने की साइड पे ग्रेनेड गिरा, बट अल्ट्रॉन खत्म हो जाएंगे। मावी का बहुत ही बेहतरीन शॉट वहां पे आता हुआ, कम से कम एक प्लेयर स्लेयर जरूर डाउन किया जाएगा, बट मावी की हेल्थ वो भी डाउन हो चुके, वो अपने आप को हील करेंगे। दिक्कतें फिलहाल क्लियर नहीं होने वाली, बट चलिए मावी वो भी यहाँ पे डाउन जरूर किए जाएंगे। स्काउट का वहां पे ग्रेनेड जाता हुआ TT69 डाउन किए गए, बट उनका भी एक ग्रेनेड आया था। ओजी के 2 प्लेयर यहाँ पे डाउन हो चुके हैं। मावी जो नॉक थे उनको रिवाइव किया जाएगा। स्काउट का एक और बढ़िया ग्रेनेड जाता हुआ, क्या कोई नॉक आएगा? नहीं, काफी ज्यादा दूर है प्लेयर, बट बॉट प्लेयर जो डाउन थे उनको रिवाइव किया जाएगा। वेक्सी दूसरी साइड पे निकल गया तो वो भी डाउन किए गए। जो सामने प्लेयर सारे डाउन थे सब रिवाइव हो गए। 3v4 का एक बार फिर से सिचुएशन चलता हुआ,
लेकिन अभी भी कोई एग्रेस नहीं करना चाहता। अगर इनको एग्रेस करना है तो जोन की तरफ को करना पड़ सकता है, क्योंकि वही अगला डायरेक्शन रहेगा। 40 सेकंड का समय सर्कल और स्पोर्ट्स के पास। ओआर के प्लेयर्स भी जोन के अंदर, टैक्टिकल के हिटमैन सर्कल के अंदर अपनी जगह बनाते हैं। टैक्टिकल के जो किड हैं बहुत ज्यादा पीछे अपने ही टीममेट से। हैदराबाद हाइड्रास कुछ प्लेयर्स सर्कल में, कुछ प्लेयर्स बाहर। स्काउट के ऊपर एक नेट जाता हुआ DT69 का, एंड देयर्स द रश। ओनली ग्लिच के प्लेयर्स अब तो रश ही करना चाहते हैं। मावी को भी डाउन किया जाएगा DT69 के ही द्वारा। किल, अकेला प्लेयर बचा हुआ यहाँ पर। तो सोल के प्लेयर्स ने 7C के ऊपर रश कर दिया। इज दिस एक्चुअली अ रिवेंज गेम बाय सोल? जिस तरीके से वो खेल रहे हैं 7C के प्लेयर्स ने पिछले गेम में सोल के प्लेयर्स को एक डाउन किया था। इट्स अ chaos that is happening। वीरू भी ऊपर मूव करेंगे। सारों को इनफैक्ट डाउन जरूर किया गया था। वीरू अकेला बचा हुआ प्लेयर है। दूसरी तरफ एलिमिनेशन होता है टीम एक्स का। वीरू, व्हाट वाज ही डूइंग? व्हाट वाज ही डूइंग?
सोल की स्क्वाड इसी के साथ फिनिश होते हुए बराबर स्थान पे 3 फिनिशेस उन्होंने निकाले जरूर है, पर वीरू चलिए इसी के साथ सोल एंड टीम एक्स पाक दोनों का एलिमिनेशन हमें देखने को मिलता है।
ओआर के प्लेयर्स को समझना पड़ेगा कि ये फाइट कैसे निकाले। वेक्सी को रिवाइव जरूर दिया जा रहा है उस स्मोक के बीच में, बट ओआर के प्लेयर्स तैयार जरूर रहेंगे अपने लिए ये फाइट अपनी बनाने के लिए। वहीं पर आर स्पोर्ट्स के प्लेयर्स प्रेशर बनाने के लिए आ रहे। आदित्य एक प्लेयर को डाउन जरूर करेंगे। M249 का अच्छा इस्तेमाल किया जाएगा। इनफैक्ट फिनिश भी यहाँ पर करेंगे। नंबर्स अपने हिस्से में रखने के लिए 12वां फिनिश ओआर के पास आता हुआ। आदित्य 5 फिनिशेस रख चुके हैं। उन्होंने अपना बैकपैक जो है वो हटा दिया। इज ऑन रैम्पेज मोड। वेल यस ही इज। अब आगे फाइट लेनी पड़ेगी। स्मोक्स किए जरूर जा रहे हैं। 3 सेकंड में अगला सर्कल क्लोज इन करना शुरू हो जाएगा। दोनों साइड से स्मोक्स आ जरूर रहे हैं, बट आदित्य की कोशिश रहेगी कि अब फाइट ली जाए। साथ ही डाउन जरूर किया करने की कोशिश रहेगी। ईवो ऑलराइट खुद को पीछे लेकर गए हैं, बट कैनरी हैज बीन स्पॉटेड। ही इज देयर, ही इज बीन स्पॉटेड। बट कैनरी यहां पर एक पिक निकालते हैं। यूएमपी इज डेफिनेटली ब्रोकन राइट नाउ। ही ट्राइज टू टेक वन मोर डाउन, बट उसकी कोशिश यहां पर सिर्फ कोशिश ही बंद करके रह गई। रॉक्सा के पास भी एक यूएमपी नजर आ रही है। जादू भी एक अच्छे एंगल पर, और इस बार प्रेशर ओआर पर बहुत ज्यादा पनप रहा है। मेजी,
बट आप देखें 2v2 की यहाँ पे सिचुएशन होती है। आर के भी 2 प्लेयर यहाँ पे डाउन हो चुके हैं। आदित्य थोड़ा आगे आने की कोशिश करेंगे। रॉक्सा आगे के साइड पे गए, वहां पे कवर फायर अपने टीममेट से प्रोवाइड किया जा रहा। आदित्य थोड़ा सा आगे गए, बट जेली वहां पे जो फिनिश था वो तब्दील करते हुए दिखाई देगा। बट रॉक्सा वो यहाँ पे फंस गए। आदित्य के द्वारा डाउन किए गए। वहां पे एक और प्लेयर मौजूद है, जादू। और आप देखें M249 उनके पास है। रॉक्सा वो डाउन है, फिनिश किया जाएगा। बट इसी के साथ और स्पोर्ट्स विनर चिकन डिनर निकालते हुए, बट गलती
वहां पर एक फाइट जो वो जरूर से ब्रेकडाउन होती हुई हमें नजर आ सकती है, जहां पर दो टीम्स एक दूसरे के काफी ज्यादा नजदीक आ चुकी है। जी हां, टीम 7C वर्सेस टीम एनिग्मा जो फाइट है वो इनिशिएट होती नजर आ रही है, जहां पर एगी को अभी के लिए डाउन कर दिया जाएगा, पर टीम एनिग्मा का जो प्लेयर्स है वो भी यहां पर क्लोज इन करते हुए।
यहां पर आप देखिए 7C के प्लेयर्स को भी डाउन जरूर किया जा रहा है। एक-एक करके नंबर्स कम करने की कोशिश दोनों साइड से हो रही है। स्प्रे गॉड यूएमपी लेकर के आगे जा जरूर रहे थे। वेयर डिड दैट बगी कम फ्रॉम? वेल, स्प्रे गॉड को एकदम से रुकना पड़ेगा यहां पर, लेकिन एक-एक करके प्लेयर्स पर प्रेशर डाल जा रहा है। एनिग्मा के आखिरी प्लेयर बचे हैं। दे डिड नॉट हैव अ गुड डे, और एक और बार एनिग्मा का दिन खराब बनता हुआ अभी इकलौता प्लेयर बचा है। 7C ने अपने प्रिंस को खोया जरूर है, बट कोई मलाल नहीं रहेगा। स्प्रे गॉड, अलादीन सारंग 3 फिनिशेस इन्होंने निकाल लिए, लेकिन एनिग्मा उनपे बहुत ज्यादा दिक्कतें आ चुकी हैं।
एग्जैक्टली हमने पिछले मैच में देखा था मीरामार में, वहां पर एक 1v3 का सिनेरियो हमें देखने को मिल रहा था, जहां पर अच्छा खेले थे, बट वो क्लच जो है वो पूरी तरीके से पुल ऑफ नहीं कर पाए थे। अभी के लिए टीम 7C काफी खुश होंगे स्ट्रेट से, क्योंकि 3 अंक उनके पास आ चुके हैं। उन्होंने अपना एक खिलाड़ी खोया जरूर से, हैदराबाद हाइड्रास, TSM। अभी दोनों ही टीम जो है वो जोन का डैमेज हमें लेते हुए जरूर से नजर आ रहे हैं। टीम सोल की अगर हम बात करें थोड़ा मुश्किल है, बिकॉज एनिग्मा के अभी वो जो सोलो मैन स्टैंडिंग थे वो वहां पर जाएंगे, एंड उन्होंने वो फिनिश सिक्योर कर लिया। टीम सोल ने अपना पहला खिलाड़ी गवा दिया। चारों खिलाड़ी यहां पर मौजूद थे। चलिए एक फिनिश इनके पास जरूर से आएगा।
थोड़ी देर में प्लेयर्स को वो अंदर की तरफ की मूवमेंट रेवेनेंट के प्लेयर्स को करनी पड़ेगी। टॉप डॉग इज रेडी, वो सीढ़ियों को देख रहे हैं। कोई ऊपर आएगा वो वहीं पर जाएगा, वो वहीं पर गोलियां खाएगा। कहीं ना कहीं आखिरी सर्कल बहुत ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है। रेवेनेंट के प्लेयर्स मैन एडवांटेज नहीं है। स्काईलाइट्स दे हैव इट, बट कितनी देर में गोलियां चलाई जा रही है पैराडॉक्स के द्वारा, बट इट स्टिल कम्स डाउन टू वन फाइनल मोमेंट ऑफ कैलकुलेशन, बिकॉज़ टॉप डॉग वो उसी स्टेयर्स को देख रहा है अभी तक, ही हैज जस्ट नथिंग एल्स टू डू, उनको बस वो एरिया देखना है, कोई प्लेयर बाहर आए तो पैराडॉक्स और ऑनकोर दोनों पकड़ेंगे। इट्स 2 players against the entire squad, it's 3 players actually against the entire squad, but एक प्लेयर घर के अंदर ही है। ऑनकोर ये वेट कर रहे हैं, ये जो आप देख सकते हैं ये कहीं ना कहीं एंग्जाइटी है इस प्लेयर के अंदर जो किक इन करती हुई नजर आ रही है। हल्के फुल्के जंप्स, थोड़े बहुत कदम यहाँ वहां जा रहे हैं, बट ये कदम लड़खड़ाने बिल्कुल नहीं चाहिए। आखिरी सर्कल देवी और सचिनो आने वाला, लेकिन उससे पहले सोमराज एक प्लेयर को पिक करते नजर आएंगे, खुद को पीछे की तरफ रखते हुए दिखाई जरूर दे रहे हैं। सोमराज को हील करना है, बट वहीं पर बैकअप आ चुका है ऑनकोर बिल्कुल सामने, लेकिन जो 9 सर्कल हो गया, बट एक प्लेयर बचे हुए यहाँ पर, एक आखिरी प्लेयर स्काईलाइट्स 15 पॉइंट्स के लिए दे आर रशिंग इन। पैनिक रूम में प्लेयर नजर आएंगे बैन करने की कोशिश, बट वेल स्काईलाइट्स
Hello and welcome to the iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Series 2021. Well, we're in 2022 now. I never thought about that. But anyway, my name is Angad Singh Chahal. I go by The Experiment, and joining me is a gem of a person, but we know him better as Floki.
Oh yeah.
Floki, day one, semifinals have been done and dusted. And boy, while some have toppled, some Goliaths have fallen, but again, we still have 3 days of action in store for all our lovely viewers.
Absolutely. While Goliath might have met David, the rest of the story is still being unfolded over here. So no quick conclusions just yet. David still might prevail, or maybe Goliath could prove to be a bit too much for him. But yeah, definitely a day for the Davids out there, it seems. We saw Tactical Esports getting themselves a first place finish. 2 chicken dinners to work with, 45 points in total. And the next 2 games, they didn't look as hard, but that's okay. I mean, that's the cycle of life. A couple of games you do really, really well. Other games, not so much.
For those of you who haven't joined us before here in the English stream, first of all, welcome. And second, we do drop a few references here and there. This one, of course, is a bit too biblical. We're not talking about any one David in particular. Now, of course, this entire event, this iQOO BGIS, is basically due to this bad boy in our hands. Now, well, I mean, we have been talking about it. Let's just talk about a bit more, because it is the iQOO 9 series. And let me tell you one thing, they are going to be out in stores soon. And boy, oh boy, you want to grab your hands and, well, get one in your palms just the way we do.
Absolutely. Snapdragon 8 Gen 1 processor, even better than what you've been hearing so far. And well, if you thought that 22 minutes was a bit too long to wait, this bad boy charges to full in 16 minutes.
I mean, that is just ridiculous. But don't take our word. Let's have the official word from the official sponsor of BGIS 2021. Well, I saw something new. I wonder if our viewers picked it up as well. Now, before this, we were talking about if there's a monster inside you.
Oh, yeah.
Will you unleash it? Well, looks like there is a monster. Now, the question is, are you going to feed it? Because that is what the iQOO 9 series is all about. Of course, we do have full coverage liquid cooling systems, and you get the gist of it. This device is just jam-packed with amazing features.
Absolutely. It's got top-of-the-line features over here, like I mentioned earlier. So if you're looking for a smartphone that's going to do you on multiple fronts, not just gaming, make sure you get yourself an iQOO 9 Pro, one of the best devices out there, the most bang for your buck you could possibly find. And guess what? It's got 2 fancy cameras to work with too. Why just have one when you can have 2?
Also, you guys must be wondering, hey, wait a second, why do you guys have different phones this time? So the thing is, I don't know how he got his hands on that one. So that is the iQOO 9 Pro. This is the iQOO 9, but let me tell you one thing. Both are bad boys. Now, we are coming back to what we are here for, all the action. But the question is, what are we fighting for? Well, it looks like we are fighting for a massive amount of money as the prize pool is popping up. And don't blink twice because it is all legit. There are no typos here. We are going to be fighting for a whopping 1 crore rupees, half of which goes away with the first place winner.
You know, I would absolutely give that impressive whistle right now if it would actually pick up on the mic, but I don't think I'm capable of doing that whistle in the first place, so I'm just gonna let my words do the talking instead. First place winner is getting 50 lakhs, second place with 25, third place with 10. You get yourself top 4 over here, and you're basically set for the rest of the year if you use your money wisely. I mean, that is a big amount of money to win, but of course we've also got rewards for everyone down the line up until the 16th place, and then we've also got rewards for the players who stand out from the others.
Well, of course, you always have those individual prizes as well, but let's have a look and see how this money is going to be distributed because, well, you got to make some points if you want to get to the top of the leaderboard, and there you have it, the point distribution up on your screens now. Of course, first place walks away with 15, second gets 12, third gets 10, and I'm sure you get the gist of how things are going to work out. Now, if you do end up in the 8th to 12th position, you're going to walk away with 1 point, and if you finish in the 13th to 16th, you get nada.
Absolutely nothing at all over here. The place to be is in that top 6, because once again, if you look there, you get yourself 4 placement points to work with, and everyone else below you, a good solid 10 teams, are going to be behind you in terms of those placement points, so you get that extra buffer going for yourself.
Well, now that we know how the points are going to be distributed, let's have a look and see how the maps are going to be distributed as the schedule is popping up. And well, like I said, you better know your A, B, and C's.
Absolutely. We're going to be going off and kicking things off for the day with Group A going up against Group B on Erangel. We've got Group A versus Group C on Miramar. We've got Erangel once again, where Group B will face off Group C. Then A versus B on Sanhok, B versus C on Miramar again. And we've got ourselves A versus C on Erangel to end the day. Well, memorize the alphabet, folks, because you're going to be needing him.
Are you sure you got that right? I thought it was A, B, B, C, A, C. I'm just kidding around with you. Of course, he did get it right. And, well, to kick things off, we are going to be starting the action down in Erangel. And now the question is it going to be a slow start or an explosive start? Well, we're going to have to wait and find out, because if we talk about day one, let me tell you something. We had, we got our money's worth over there, because action did start out early. I mean, there were some moments when we were like, come on, guys, just go for it. Just go for it. But, I mean, keeping that aside, let's have a look and see how the teams did after day one, because remember, only 16 are going to go forth to the next round. That is the grand finals.
Absolutely. Skylights Gaming topping the charts by the end of the day with 58 points to work with a single chicken dinner in hand. OR Esports in close pursuit in second place with a total of 58 points, having more number of finishes, but placement points are what's prioritized when they are tied in terms of points, so they will have that second place spot over Skylights Gaming. R Esports in third place as well. We've got TSM, Godlike, Tactical, the Sapari Gang, and 7C Esports over here in the top 8. Once again, an interesting mix of teams over here.
An interesting mix of teams indeed, but again, as if history teaches us anything, it's not going to be like this for the rest of the semi-finals. Now, let's have a look and see what's on page 2, because, well, we are going to have 9 to 16 popping up on our screens, and let's see who makes the cut, because for now, Team Exo are going to be in the 9th position with 38, Revenant in 10th, Reckoning in 11th, Team Chicken Rushes with the only chicken dinner on this page in the 12th position with 27 points.
Absolutely, and I believe that is the only game where they performed out of their mind, getting themselves, that chicken dinner and 27 points in one game. Every other game, they scored nada, 0. So keep that in mind, keeping an eye on these guys. We got Team X Lions in 13th place, Only Glitch in 14th, Oculus 5 and Celsius Esports in pursuit as well. Everyone very, very close to each other in terms of points from that 10 to 16th spot. 29 to 24, not a very big spread over here. So any good performances by these teams will push them up even further.
Now, this is where you don't want to be, because if you end up on the third page over here, well, chances are you aren't going to go forth through the grand finals. Now, UDog India are going to join us on this page with 20 points to their names. Enigma Gaming, Old Hood Esports, big names coming up. Soul are going to be in the 20th position. However, their last game was a lot better than what they did, well, previously during day one. Now, let's see if they are going to come with something different this time around. 21st, we have 247 Gaming, Hyderabad Hydras in 22nd with 7. And now this is a name that might just sting a little bit, because Team X X-Spark are going to be in 23rd with 4.
Absolutely, and then in the final spot, we're gonna have Ko X Rip Mizo with only 3 points to the name. Once again, none of these teams, or rather a lot of these teams over here had a lot of expectations weighing them down over here. But maybe today is the day where they can finally break free of those shackles, play at their fullest potential, because having a lot of fans, it can sometimes feel a little bit stifling.
I mean, and like I said, our fans, we love wearing our emotions on our sleeves, and I'm sure they let their emotions know to all the teams yesterday. But again, it's just day one jitters. We still have 3 more days of action. So you know what? Your teams might just make it. And speaking of teams, let's have a look and see which all teams are going to be battling it out on the battlegrounds below. Because, we are going to have Group A coming up first, which consists of Reckoning Esports, Old Hood Esports, OR Esports, Only Glitch, Team Chicken Rushers, the Supari Gang, the Lions That Roar, Team X Lion, and of course, Celsius Esports.
Absolutely, Celsius Esports, another name that is going to be fairly well recognized. Unfortunately, still somewhere in the middle of the pack, not really making their way to top 8 just yet. On the other side, in Group B, we've got Team Hyderabad Hydras, 7C Esports, Tactical Esports, X-Spark, Enigma Gaming, UDog India, R Esports, and Soul. A lot of, recognized names like 7C's, X-Spark, and Soul in the mix, with some of less recognized names like Tactical and UDog India and R Esports making a name for themselves.
Oh yeah, let me just, I think let's just address the elephant in the room, right? Because yes, you have your fan favorites, but you've got to keep one thing in mind. This is the first major official tournament by BGMI, and all the teams that have made it to this stage, all 24, let me tell you something, they are on level ground, and either or could come out on top, the Davids or the Goliaths, because we do kind of mention, there are lesser known teams, let's say
Absolutely.
that, as far as underdogs, except of course Underdog India, who love sticking to that name, but again, I expect, the Davids to outperform the Goliaths today as well.
Absolutely, and one of the things I've noticed about some of these qualified teams over here, especially about Underdog, is the fact that, the way they've been playing so far, it's very inconsistent. 3 games in a row, they got themselves a chicken dinner in the quarterfinals. Then, it seems that they haven't really have kicked things off over here in the semifinals yet. And that too in their matches in the quarterfinals, I believe 3 games, they just went forth without getting too many points. So, once again, it's going to take time for these teams to activate a little bit.
See, again, we did talk about this, right? I mean, it's about the momentum. If they have the momentum, if they have that drive, they are going to be pushing forward in every game. But now in the semis, they might be actually going up against their heroes as well, because all of us have the same thing. We've been watching a lot of these lads on our screens for quite some time, ever since BGI took India by storm. And, sometimes the nerves do come in and the shakes do start happening. But again, that is what separates the champions from the rest, because if you keep a check on your nerves, glory and greatness is what awaits you at the end of the tunnel.
Absolutely, and that's probably going to be hard for some of these teams over here who are less known, because these are the guys you probably learn from, right? You download their replays, you see what they talk about, you try and emulate their actions, and before you know it, you're actually in a server with them in the same lobby, trying to match up to their level. So the nerves are going to be a little bit short, you are going to be having those shakes coming in, but it's all about letting the experience flow through you, not having a lot of resistance in your mind, seeing what's going on, and then adapting to it.
Speaking of shakes, what's going to come up next is not going to be shaky at all, because before the carnage begins in Erangel, we're going to have a nice little bird's eye view, and forget that. We're going to go down low through the streets of Pochinki. Now, the thing is, we never see too much action over here. Hopefully, today might just be a different affair, because, I want to see some carnage in Pochinki, the heart of Erangel, as my boy Sparrow likes calling it.
Oh yeah, absolutely, the heart off the map in Pochinki. But once again, haven't really seen a lot of teams dropping in here. Yesterday we've seen Skylights Gaming being the ones prioritizing Pochinki, because they know for a fact that no one really likes dropping there. Now this is something that other teams will pick up on. I don't think they can get away with it consistently, so they better have plan B in their back pocket. But when it comes to some of these other teams over here, they do seem to be going fairly uncontested in terms of drop locations, and I don't think there's any incentive for these teams to go for those drop location clashes just yet.
Oh my goodness, I mean, talk about bird's eye view, talk about, level shots. Now we are going to be dipping down underwater as well, and looks like the cameras that they are using are pretty water resistant, and we know which team is going to be dropping down in Water City this time around. Elsewhere, we have a look and see what's happening at George Paul. Now, of course, no one's going to be running around just yet, but sooner or later, if day one of the semifinals has taught us anything, at least 2 or 3 teams are going to be jumping down in said location. But the thing is, Floki, they don't seem to lock horns early on. They all want to make sure they get to the circle towards the end and, make sure their players are still intact.
Absolutely. I mean, that's going to be the number one priority. And I think a team that did that really, really well yesterday, a prime example of it is Tactical Esports. They prioritized those placement points. Over the course of 4 games, they had a total of 45 points. And 2 games they didn't do so. They didn't do that well, only got a total of 2 points. But in the first 2 games that they played, they got a collective 30 placement points and only 15 points from finishes to work with.
Well, now it's going to be time as the big bird is going to take to the sky for the first time on day 2. This, of course, is match 1. It is Erangel. It is Group A up against Group B. And, well, let's have a look and see where the flight path is going. And judging by what I see right now, everyone is going to be a bit happy because looks like, Floki, we are bisecting the map in half.
Absolutely. Every single part of the map is going to be accessible unless you're the odd kid, standing around in the corner who likes to go towards Zarki, in which case, well, you're kind of screwed. But, there's always Severny right nearby that you can drop into. Not a location that a lot of teams like going towards, actually.
I mean, it all depends on where the first circle forms too as well, right? I mean, you might want to go for those distant locations. Yes, you might not see any opposition early on, but then, oh boy, when you have to get in your convoys and when you have to make your way to the circle, the thing is every single tree, every single rock is going to be an obstacle that you think, oh my god, is that an enemy? Because, you never know where someone could be hiding. But for now, speaking of those distant places, looks like one team are going to be heading to their spot, which is split between Kalmeshki and Stolber. And those are the rising stars we know as our esports.
Absolutely. Our esports have certainly been turning a lot of heads over here and have dished out a fair amount of damage so far, not going to lie. So, I mean, if you take your eyes off them, they might just go away, sneak their way into this grand finals and maybe even clinch, a podium finish. That would, of course, be the dream for them. But, of course, they've got a lot of things to do before that and the circle to contend with as well, as it is fairly interesting. Although, once again, don't get your hopes a little too up. Otherwise, the BGMI gods, they might be listening.
You know what we're not saying, right? We're not saying a specific thing. I mean, let our esports do what they want to do at said location. And, we'll come back to that later. But for now, if you have a look, a lot of teams are going to be dropping close by. And we might just see something happening south of Pachinki. Well, forget that because looks like Tactical Esports are making a little bit of a tactical retreat elsewhere. OR Esports do have control on one of their favorite drop spots. They love the school. They love the apartments next to the school. And usually, depending on whether they hear some commotion up north in Rozhok, well, they might just lock horns with some bad boys soon enough because Rozhok is going to be occupied. Well, not really because OR have a little footing in Rozhok as well.
Absolutely. OR have had a bit of a footing everywhere, it seems. So they are going to have a decent spread going on. They're going to get their hands on a lot of loot to work with early on. And given their position as well, this is good for them. Because usually when the circle is upon you like this, you're not really too keen on rotating out anyway. Instead, the fight's going to be coming to you. So if you're able to gear up, get yourself a couple of those first aid kits, maybe even a med kit to work with. You're doing good in terms of scopes. You've got yourself your choice of weaponry. Well, you can start taking those fights and rack up those finish points early on.
You know what's interesting is now in the wild, in nature, I mean, some animals, some big cats, they are unfazed by whatever is thrown at them. Whether the circle is going to be down south, up north, east or west, the X-Lions, despite having the circle being already formed as they were dropping down, are still going to be the only team that are going to be present on the Sosnovka military base.
Wow.
Now, that means A, they are going to be kitted to the gills with loot, but B, oh boy, that migration due north could be, well, laid open with traps along the way. And let's see if the Lions are going to take the bait. But for now, we join Enigma Gaming as they are going to be rampaging through their favorite drop spots. And, just talking about this team, they haven't had the best of days on day one. I mean, they did end up with a total of just 18 points, and we know they can do better.
Absolutely, they most certainly can. In the meantime, we're going to turn our attention towards Celsius Esports, another team that a lot of players and fans had a fair amount of expectations from. Have been off to a slightly slow start, but hey, maybe this is going to be the day where they kick things into overdrive and start being the team to eliminate everyone. And it does seem that Celsius Esports right now are sitting middle of the pack at 16th place, so they do need a good performance to break them out. Otherwise, they might be slipping down to bottom 8.
Oh, they do, and you mentioned the 16th position, 24 points for them. That is something that we see on average, one team taken away from a game. So after 6 games, well, they need to pretty much set the temperature up a bit high because things need to get heated. Now, have a look at the circle. It is going to be towards the north, and somehow it seems like all teams do seem to avoid each other as they are going to be moving along and, well, trying to find some greener pastures. But there you have it. XL, Madhav, and the boys down there on the south, and they're going to be moving once they are done. But for now, Tactical Esports. Boy, what a day they had yesterday, Floki. 2 chicken dinners. I mean, they pretty much made a statement here in Erangel. Question is, are they going to do the same today?
Well, this is the map to work with. I mean, they have shown that they are the kings of Erangel so far as what we've seen from the first day, but you have to be a little bit patient with this team because they do have their on days and then they do have their off days too. So this might just not be their day for them. They could just, just be slipping away middle of the pack, fail to get a big podium finish. But in the meantime, we're going to turn our attention towards Reckoning Esports, who in the meantime are just going to be happy looting up Georgia Pole. Georgia Pole, well, I do see a couple of teams in their vicinity, so Reckoning is not going to have a very easy time over here. But yeah, well, there you go. Hyderabad Hydras are going to be right around the corner over here. And Reckoning Esports might just have to look over their shoulder and be a little bit careful because Hyderabad Hydras, they haven't really had a good start yesterday and they are hungry and looking for some finishes.
Well, they are going to be hungry, especially, since we did mention a lot of teams do drop down in northern Georgia. And if you look at the map, of course, so we did have a look earlier, they did have some company close by in the form of a couple of teams. Now, Reckoning Esports was nearby. Hyderabad Hydras, of course, are going to be in northern Georgia as well. But down below, down south, we had Only Hood Esports, who, well, could be a little thorn in their sides because although all 3 teams are still in the circle here, Floki, I wonder if they're going to try and move a bit towards the center because that has been, the general way that teams have been working in the last couple of days, especially since the quarterfinals. They have been giving precedence to the circle. And speaking about moving early, there you have it. Seoul are going to be on the move as the convoy is leaving their favorite spots, and what they're doing is pretty interesting. So now they are going to be heading north of Yasnaya, north of the fjord, because, well, again, they are going to anticipate maybe, just maybe, the circle might shift towards Stolberg, Severny, or even the shooting range.
Yeah, it most certainly could over here, but their rotation could also bite them in the back if they're not a little bit careful. They are going from Yasna Polyana. A couple of teams in the vicinity could catch them napping over here. Speaking of which, well, Team X Spark certainly have a lot of fans, weighing them down at this point, but they need to sort of brush that aside and just focus on the game at hand because it does seem that Team X Spark have had a little bit of trouble getting off to a good start.
A little trouble for them, but I do believe Tactical Esports could be in some trouble as well because although they are going to be heading just, west of Rozhok, remember we did see a team split up near Rozhok itself, and that team, of course, is OR Esports, but it looks like Mavi. Oh, he realizes, wait a second, Clutch is going to be stopping down. He is going to try and scope out the city itself. And if he had a few chances, he could have taken a few shots. And although you do see Seoul driving in the distance, they are driving away because looks like for now, Celsius Esports aren't going to have to fire any bullets to keep the enemies at bay. And once again, Floki, 7 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock, not a single shot fired.
Absolutely. I mean, it just goes to show that a lot of these teams are finally starting to get a little bit serious about the games over here. I mean, you do realize that this is the only opportunity that they're going to have to make it to the grand final, so they better not squander all these maps in trying to do things that might not be their forte, right? A lot of these teams, they've been trying to go out of their comfort zone a little bit over here, but I think there's a time and place for that, and that time and place is known as desperation. I don't think it is those days just yet, so they should stick to their guns. And well, X-Lions, you did mention how they were going to be in Sosnovka looting up. Looks like they've got themselves everything they want, and I believe they should be heading out soon enough on vehicles too. No one to really stop them from entering Pachinki. Potentially, if there is a team that could stop them, it's going to be only Glitch.
It could be only Glitch unless they glitch out themselves, because for now looks like the team Chicken Rushers, they do know that someone else is going to be in Rozhok along with them. And well, you just had a look at the map, ladies and gentlemen, and we know for a fact that there are 3 teams in close proximity to one another. And there you have it. The first few bullets are going to leave the barrels of weapons as an M4 is going to go off, but looks like it is just to let the enemy know that, you know what, hey, we're here, don't try anything, this is our side of town, and if you do come here, well, there's a lot more than bullets waiting for you.
Absolutely, it's just like a couple of dogs barking at each other from a close game, but this is not going to be that. This is in fact Nickel going forward and trying to secure the finish on Prince. Prince down on his knees, no one to help him out over here. That M4 will do the work, and Nickel will continue to scout things out. What the hell is Paragon doing? That buggy being driven straight into the house. The Safari gang might just have their hands full over here, as Nickel, still standing strong, has dealt a fair amount of damage over to his opponents, and oh boy, they are aware of his position, and those bullets will keep him at bay. But from the other side, D-Sing comes in, takes down Aladdin on his knees, and with only 2 players standing from 7 Cs, they need to be very, very careful with how they approach this. Nickel's in fact jumped out of the building, so they're not going to be able to find him for now, and he's setting up for a perfect trap. Look at the bait coming in from Krish over here, still alive, and Sauron could be in a world of trouble too.
The funny thing is, this is 7C's forte. I mean, they've been doing this little push from time in and time out, and I wonder how it went so bad for them. Prince obviously getting caught out in the open now. Oh, but Spray God is the last man standing, and now the enemy knows that, there is only one left upstairs, and sooner or later, all four of them are going to be rushing in. Question is, are they going to do that, or are they going to set him on fire?
No.
Well, Spray God is going to be burnt to a crisp, and well, that is going to be just a bit too roasted for him, as he is going to be made into chicken, but not the kind of chicken that we were expecting. And with that, 7C Esports, Floki, out in the 16th position. I mean, this is just unprecedented, especially since we saw them at this same location yesterday, wiping out a team all by themselves.
Absolutely, 7Cs are very experienced teams. These are guys who are trying to be a little bit under the radar over here. So a very uncharacteristic mistake by them, trying to start off the day by firing on all cylinders. Instead, they just end up self-combusting and blowing up. The circle shifts once again. It is going to be a further north up towards school, and 7 stole more into the mix over here. So the circle is looking promising, no matter where it finishes, except for maybe Yasnia Poliana. We're going to have some very, very interesting terrain on our hands.
Well, speaking of interesting terrain, it looks like Nickel's buggy is the right vehicle for that terrain, because had it been something else, maybe he would have caught something on the undercarriage of his vehicle. But now, Sagi, he does know that TSG are going to be nearby, and of course TSG made a lot of noise over here, wiping out an entire squad by themselves. And again, when you go up against the big boys, well, looks like their nerves are definitely in check. But for now, looks like the center of the circle in and around Krozok is going to be the epicenter for all the action to come, because looks like everyone's got the same memo, and sooner or later, not only are we going to see some vehicles whiz past one another and, well, buggies go up against walls, but vehicles are going to hit the walls, and it looks like we might have a few compound rushes. But wait a second, what's this? Looks like we have somebody knocked out on their knees, and Evo is trying to find the right time. If he gets a little glimpse of what's happening over there, well, one bullet from that AKM could be devastating for Daddy.
Absolutely, the Sapari gang have to be a little bit careful over here. They did win their fight early on, but now it seems that with OR Esports on the other side, they're going to have to be careful with how they approach us. The 8x scope on Evo really keeping them in check as of now, as they do realize they've got some long-range capabilities, so venturing out without a plan, it could be extremely problematic, and they might not be ready for the fight that's to come. Daddy, he has been instrumental in TSG's success yesterday. I believe he got himself around 10 or so finishes, so kudos to that man for really putting up a good show, especially considering that yesterday he was the first person to be knocked out in the first game itself. But hey, maybe this time around TSG can actually get the start that they've always wanted. They've already got 4 finishes to their name.
I wonder if you noticed something now. Of course, since we are going to be spectating Gil, if he pans over to the left, we did see OR in the distance. Now, the funny thing is, here, Floki, OR have 3 members in the compound, but one of their boys is about at least, I'd say, 700 to 800 meters away. There you have it. Thank you so much, production. Look at OR Jelly right next to Dream from Celsius. And again, he is on a scouting mission, yes, but the circles should be shifting up. There you have it. So it is going to work out for them now. Since he does have that vehicle, he's making a lot of noise. He's making a lot of commotion. Celsius knows someone is over there, which means Celsius could be on the back foot. They could be a bit defensive, and now there you have it. OR coming in full force. Jelly making sure he holds down the fort for his boys.
Absolutely. I mean, you have to look at the circle and realize there's a lot of open ground over here, so you need to get yourselves towards a decent spot, maybe a little bit higher up, so you get to choose where you get to take those fights from. And
have a look at all the vehicles on the left of your screen. I mean, sooner or later, they are going to have to play bumper cars here, Floki. We should see some Comagate in action.
Absolutely, we most certainly should. But in the meantime, there is also an airdrop right in the smack dab center, which Celsius Esports will get their hands on. But in the meantime, we're going to turn our attention towards Old Hood, who are surrounded by a bunch of teams over here. It seems that to their right, they've got themselves, I'm not too sure who that is, but they've got another team in the vicinity. They've got Reckoning Esports to their right over there. The Hyderabad Hydras as well joining the fray over here. And Reckoning Esports eating a few pot shots, could be in trouble, but it seems that they will be able to get themselves towards that dreaded high ground, and they will have the option to pick and choose their engagements, or will they? Sultan with the DP28 at that distance, can't find so many knocks to work with. 2 players already knocked out from Reckoning Esports. Mr. Spray trying to make his way out of there. He is leaving them all for dead over here, as Reckoning Esports will cut their loss of shot and let them finish off the 2 stragglers that they did manage to take down. And Old Esports, they're going to get 2 finishes to work with, but in the meantime, Hyderabad Hydras on their backside, they have to be a little bit careful. If they step out a bit too far forward, they too could be shot in the back.
Now, the funny thing is, I wonder why Sultan did not shoot at Mr. Stray, because, well, he could see the vehicle. Again, he was trying to make sure that, they come in for the revives. That's why he held that trigger discipline. But now, all is going to be forgotten, because although Maxi is still open, although he might just catch a glimpse of that gentleman on his knees as the vehicle goes boom, Mr. Spray could be coming in for some much-needed respite. Now, the smokes are going to be deployed, and Abrar is going to join them as well. Elsewhere, Weeru from Stone is going to do some tactical work off the zone, as Hitman from Tactical Esports is brought down to his knees with for now. Oldwood Esports are going to be relentless as Abrar is going to be taken down as well, and looks like the Sultan is going to be swinging as he does have 3 finishes, potentially 3 finishes to his name, and there you have it. In comes the push. They know there's only one man in the smoke. It's going to be Claus. It's going to be a Christmas present for him because looks like the enemy heard the commotion. They might have responded just a bit too late, and Mr. Spray is brought down to his knees. But wait a second, they have an enemy amongst their midst.
Yeah, Masayumi is still standing strong. He's trying to take the fight, but unsuccessful. Claws almost goes down. No consolation prizes here for the side of Reckoning Esports. And well, is that a nade coming in? No, that's a smoke that they've dropped to try and make sure the res does come through. Tactical, in the meantime, once again, taking a page out of 7C's book, being under the radar, prioritizing positioning instead of taking fights. Even if they do see a fight, they would much rather have the information and instead capitalize on it a little bit later when they know they've got the good position to work with.
Well, it looks like the team that started things off, the Safari Gang, are going to be in a fight again because they are taking on only Glitch. Botslayer has been brought down. 69 is on his knees. And, well, Daddy, you are in a little bit of a rush over here. But you know what? I'm going to let it pass right now because he does make it the circle. He is going to circle around the enemy. And now this could be devastating because from above, he could be raining down them. Where you go. He finishes one, making sure that DT69 is put 6 feet under. And now he knows where the enemy is. Question is he going to get some help from his teammates? Because, well, he is in a precarious position. There you have it. A grenade is going to come in. Krish is going to be laying down some lead from afar, but he's got to be careful because Levi is on point to make sure his teammate is covered.
Absolutely. Now, this is still a good bait and switch setup coming in from the Safari Gang while everyone else is focusing. Daddy, oh my god, why are they moving out here? This makes no sense whatsoever. Blaze, you were the one who fired upon Daddy. Try to make sure he gets knocked down, but instead they go right back into their crosshairs, into the open and get knocked out over here. Not the way they were imagining themselves going out, but Tactical Esports might not be long for this world as Enigma Gaming, well, they smelled something in the air and they are going to chase it like a dog behind a car. And now Hitman is going to blow up his own to make sure Enigma can be thrown off their tails for a little bit. Wild 69 in the meantime going to be tagging along on this buggy. This is very, very risky coming out from the man. In fact, they are lacking a front wheel, but they should still be able to get themselves towards safety.
The thing is, Floki, although they know the enemy's position, right? 2 of them went in the buggy. If somebody got up in the grass, well, they had their teammate with their crosses trained on them, but there you have it. You called it. Wild 69 is going to be brought down, and it's going to be Rex who's going to be roaring from Enigma. Now the positions are going to be a little problematic again. Random fire coming in, and well, if you get those hit markers, you might just get a finish elsewhere. Tactical Hitman with a big grenade, which goes boom. Eggy went down, and well, lucky for him, Saggy is going to be on hand to make sure he tries to give his teammates some help. But now Tactical Esports, I mean, if they just pop out over that horizon, they could see the enemy as grenades are going to be flung on either side. This could be devastating. This could be big. In fact, it was Eggy who lost a little bit of his HP.
Absolutely. Eggy's going to be able to get himself back up on his feet thanks to Saggy's help there. So Enigma, they still have to be a little bit careful with how they approach us. On one side, they've got Celsius. On the other side, they've got Tactical Esports. And even though Tactical Esports have lost one member, their position is still strong enough to keep the side of Enigma at bay. It's going to take a lot more smokes and a lot more nades to flush them out over here. But Hitman, he values his life a lot more, so instead he's going to retreat. Unfortunately, on the other side, there's Soul waiting for them.
There is Soul waiting, but have a look at that restraint because they know that, you know, once they are going to be depleting themselves as far as the enemies are concerned, they're going to fire now. There you have it, finally. Rox does see some movement in the distance, and sooner or later they are going to have to move in. If they are keeping an eye out on the kill feed, they should know this fight is taking place in front of them. But there you have it. A few good grenades flung in by Eggy, along with a few, well, shots from his teammates, makes quick work of the opposition. And it looks like only Glitch are going to be bidding us adieu, but have a look at this. Once again, Jadu, we saw him in a similar situation yesterday, but OR did something unprecedented. They came up higher, on the higher ground, and well, they are going to be depleting them one by one. Aditya is down on his knees. Could this grenade be it? It's a bit too much to the left. Looks like Jadu really has some magic in his fingers.
Well, Jadu, he did certainly have some last time around. He racked up a lot of placement points, but maybe this time around he's not going to have that same fate. Once again, EO giving a good spray down against that smoke. I think his priority right now is also to take out the vehicle if he cannot find the player, so he will much rather, you know, disable their mobility instead of going for the finish himself. Team X Spark could be in a lot of trouble over here. Hyderabad Hydras do take the fight to them, but it does seem Team X Spark will live for now. Couple of smokes coming in. Scout should be able to get back up on his feet.
Lucky for Scout that he is in that down slope, but have a look at how quick Gil was with those smoke grenades. The moment he went down, he already started popping them in his location. Now, they didn't hit the target, but of course, it's going to distract the enemy because we know what happens, right? If you see some smoke in the distance, well, you are going to take a few shots at it now. Hobby, picked up his teammate, and now again, just the same thing I was talking about. If you see some smoke, well, chances are you are going to find a few bullets whizzing past. Now the circle shifts a bit, well, towards the center. It is going to implode in on itself, and Enigma still stuck between the rock and a hard place. The rock being Celsius on one end, and well, Soul being, breathing down the next from behind. For now, it's going to be Scout OP who is back up on his feet, and now looks like the Lions are going to come under fire.
Absolutely, the Team X Lions need to be a little bit careful over here. They don't have a lot of real estate to work with. They could simply be flushed out over here by Scouts DP28. At this distance, sure, it's going to take a couple of times the bullets to reach there, but once those cars explode, X Lions, all their mobility options are going to be gone, so they better think on their feet because, well, if they don't pop the smokes now, they might only not just lose their vehicle, but also lose more smokes in trying to rotate in towards the center of the circle. Scout doing a very, very good job of keeping them at bay, but it does seem that a few shots are being rattled off in the distance. He is a little bit spooked. Fortunately for him, Team X-Spark are going around the corner to check what the commotion's about. A vehicle explodes the distance, and I believe that is one X-Line member being taken out over here. This is super risky coming in from them.
Again, you got to keep one thing in mind. If the enemy can shoot at you, you can shoot at the enemy as well. But for now, it's going to be Madhav and Yoda. They are going to be pushing up on CL's position. Jump Boy goes down. Yoda hits the deck with that AK, and now the reload is going to come in. He still has a few enemies nearby, but looks like they are going to be dealt with because Vampire, oh, the sun definitely did burn him, and looks like the chicken rushes. Wait, are they out of the game, or do they still have a few members alive?
They do.
They still have a few members alive in that shack because it is going to be Notorious and Sniper going up against XL. Oh, that is devastating. That could be big. Yoda could be taken down, but it's Simple who is brought down in the blast radius, and now the follow-up grenade comes in. It's a bit too long, but it's going to be perfect as Samurai goes down again. Now Sniper, he's going to be thinking, wait, do I pick my teammate up or do I go in for the finish? Well, he is going to try and lob one more grenade. If it goes boom, he could take down an entire team. Meanwhile, on the other side, Soul trying to make their way into the circle.
Absolutely, Soul have been rather quiet this time around, but this time they will eliminate Enigma Gaming, get 4 finish points to their name, and in the meantime, Team Hyderabad Hydras also have been knocked down. Team X-Spark looking to borrow a page out of Soul's book, despite not having Scout and Ultron. Mavi and Gil trying to make it work, but Gil will also bite the dust, and Mavi will be taken out as well. It's Old Hoodie Esports at the helm on the other side.
The previous fight looks like Sniper from Chicken Rushes was taken out by Celsius again. It's a free-for-all over here, as within the blink of an eye, we are now down to 8 teams, 26 people still alive. Claus, you better hop, skip, and jump, which is exactly what he does, and now he is going to take some much-needed cover. Unfortunately, the blue is going to first force him further in. Now, Hyderabad Hydras, they do have those nooks and crannies for cover, but it looks like the blue zone might just force them out as well. Celsius are looking good. They are getting a few finishes, and talking about looking good, Karthik was taken down by the Lion himself. Soul again, Floki. They are a different beast today. All 4 members alive, 4 finishes to their name. This could be a massive game, but just as I say that, Viper is taken down, and I do believe a grenade bounced a bit too close for comfort just next to him.
Absolutely, you is now going to be tasked with trying to defend the members of Soul while Viper gets back up on his feet while they try and heal up. Couple of 4 shots, refired from the smoke. He will be able to connect. No, I think it might actually be someone else. Sultan comes in and gets the headshot with the Kar 98, and now Yua is going to go back and see what the fuss is all about. Who the hell is Soul is knocked over there? He's going to discover his members from X-Lions over here, but can the X-Lions stay alive? They're all out in the open, everyone visible. It's all about connecting your shots at this point in Soul. They're trying their best not to miss.
You remember we saw Chicken Rushes. Looks like Celsius have taken their spot now, and the X-Lions have been pushed back just a little bit more, but there you have it. Soul coming in. Yuva is going to open up. The UMP not being working at close range because he gets taken down. Viper coming in from behind. Looks like Rocks could be in trouble. Wait a second. Another member from Soul goes down. Dream is going to be in a state of lucid dreaming because he is doing the impossible, but now the last man standing for Soul, in fact, the last 2 members standing for Soul are going to get some much needed respite. Oh my goodness, Rocks on a sliver of HP. Is he going to go in for the confirming of the finish? I think he finally did spot him, and now Soul are going to move in. From one end we have Rocks, from the other we have Viru, but looks like Viru might just be going out. In fact, he's stuck in the vehicle at the wrong time as Max slowly and steadily is going to try and crawl his way back, but Wixie is now only going to be survived by 1 more teammate, and that is Cart. The problem is, Floki, oh my goodness, they basically have no cover as Rocks taken down by the Warrior himself.
Absolutely, Rocks goes down, and the Crazy is also going to be taken out here from the side of U-Dog. Fearless, the man to do it with the DP28, but the X-Line still trying to fight their way out. Yoda is Warrior, he will not fall just yet. In the 6th place with 4 placement points to work with, he still wants a little bit more. Hyderabad Hydras in the meantime have been so clever, so sly throughout this game, not only revealing their hand, and now they spot out the members from Old Hood Esports. As soon as they get one knock, they feel confident and start pushing forward. But on the high ground there is U-Dog, and on the other side there is Soul as well. They have to be a little bit careful with how they approach this. In fact, Team X-Lions, they will be finished off by the members of Soul. The single surviving member, Yoda, will be put down. And in the meantime, Oldwood Esports, they're trying to hold on to their position against the members of Hyderabad Hydras. And that nade does so much work. Hyderabad Hydras, two of their players on their feet.
Well, looks like Sultan is making sure his opponents are in dire straits because, well, that grenade was just deafening and devastating as they did go down. Now, Hyderabad Hydras, they got to slow it down just a little bit. They got to pass themselves up. It looks like UDOG got the memo that, hey, wait a second, we are the underdogs. We are now the big dogs from above. They are going to be striking death, fear, and destruction in everyone else. Striker now is the last man standing again. It's a free-for-all here, Floki. Now, Karthik is going to be the last man standing for Celsius, but Viru knows where UDOG is. I'm sure Dave is going to be flinging something in his direction, and just as I say that, a grenade goes boom, and now Viru could spot Karthik. Karthik, you better have your sound sense, but before Karthik will be taken out, Dave from UDOG makes sure he sends soul packing.
Absolutely, Celsius Esports, they're going to have UDOG to thank, even though they're the ones being gatekept by them. Karthik is going to get an extra 2 placement points for free, all thanks to Dave's vigilance once again. Now with TP28, looks like Fearless is not planning to give Hyderabad Hydras any more points. He's like, nah, you survived, you got 2 points, that's all you get. You are now going to be shown the exit door, and Rambo is about to toss a nade to do just that.
The best thing is, we've seen Rambo and Fearless, but now they have Dave to work with as well, and it looks like that grenade is going to be a bit too long. He's going to readjust his throw, and Karthik might just burn,
my god.
But he might just be run over, but looks like he made a bit of a mistake. Fearless was taken down. Karthik is going to have the upper hand. Lucky for Fearless. Well, Dave was on hand to make sure he picked his body up, but now Striker from the distance, from the shadows, he does know what's happening.
Wow.
He is just getting ready to strike. In fact, if Rambo and Dave do come in, he might just spot claws. He does spot claws. He shoots. He gets the knock. Can he convert it to a finish, though?
Yeah, that's the question. I mean, in fact, Striker is the only person keeping UDOG at bay from reviving Fearless up, so Striker's position is very, very key at this moment right here. As long as he doesn't peek out, he's going to keep the entirety of UDOG at bay. And UDOG, you can see, these guys, they want to go in, they want to get Fearless back up on his feet, but Striker will get a little impatient. He will find members of Oldwood. UDOG will be the ones to get the chicken dinners. They finally wake up on day number 2, and they start things off with a bang.
With a bang, I mean, there's nothing underdog-ish about them because, like we said, they are now in the big league of their own, and looks like someone did finally get the memo. I'm glad they were actually listening to us yesterday because, well, UDOG India, this is what we expected from you, getting the job done. I do believe they end the game with an impressive 10 finishes.
Wow, that is a lot of points going their way. I mean, you know, just starting the day off with a chicken dinner, it has to be feeling good. A surge of confidence probably for the side of UDOG India, who once again haven't had the hottest of starts. These guys were down in the dumps yesterday, but like we said, it's a new day, it's a new dawn, it's a new opportunity for these teams to try and make their way to the top.
Also, if you just kind of notice something, the teams that didn't do too good yesterday, they were finally stepping up. I mean, Seoul, we are going to be, you know, talking about the elephant in the room. Now they were at 13 points in the tables yesterday, and looks like they are going to rack up a few more today. But again, I like the fact that the aggression is coming in. I like the fact that the confidence is there because they did push up on the enemy's location, wiping them out, which means, you know what, they are ready for a fight. Now, if by any chance you did join us a bit too late, first of all, make sure you keep your time on track, but we do have you covered because the highlights are going to be popping up on our screens, and although action started a bit late, once it did, it was nigh unstoppable.
Absolutely. I mean, well, you know, it all started off with Nikhil finding the knock on to Prince. I mean, that is where the action all began. And this is once again, like I said, very uncharacteristic of 7Cs to lose their fight, not only this compound, but also to just go early on and try and take this engagement. 7Cs have been prioritizing placement points throughout the quarterfinals. So for them to take this mantle on, I think it's something that they're experimenting with because they know they've got themselves that 8th spot right now. So they're not too afraid of being knocked out. They're like, hey, as long as we're in the top 16, that's all that matters. The only day you really have to play is the grand finals.
I mean, that is where, of course, you don't just want to end up in the top 16 because, well, there are only going to be 16 teams, and 16th place walks away with 10,000, while first position walks away with 50 lakhs. So, you know what, if I was going to be playing my heart out, I would definitely do that in the grand finals. But again, you got to keep one thing in mind. Out of these 24 teams, Floki, only 16 are going to move forth, and boy, oh boy, looks like some teams might just miss out. But again, this moment over here, we were talking about it. OG, they were doing everything right. Daddy's position was known. I mean, then
look,
again...
What? Did Blaze just like randomly forget? Is that amnesia? What am I looking at?
What I think happened over here was, have a look at the smoke that is closer to the enemy's position up top, right? Towards Daddy's position. He thought his vision would be obscured, but turns out, well, he is going to be, he'll have to readjust a little bit if he goes through the highlights and goes to the replay, and well, it does his homework. But elsewhere, Tactical, oh boy, now we did expect them to run away with things, but when you have 3 teams pretty much bombarding with you with grenades from either other end, I think it's going to be a little bit too
My
difficult.
God. Yeah, I mean, it seems that Enigma just had the upper hand over here, but the good news is that, well, not for the Enigma fans, for the Seoul fans out there, that they came in and they were the ones who put Enigma out of their misery. I mean, X-Pac, not sure if the same can be said about them. They've been having a bit of a rough start over here at the semifinals, but hey, maybe they are about to get into the groove in the upcoming game, so you never can really say, right? With these bunch of players, you never know when they're going to start popping off. X-Lions, I mean, they did really well. You know, Yota, he was all by himself and he survived for a long time, but at the end of the day, there's only so much you can do when you're one player going up against, I don't know, 25 others.
Absolutely, and the thing is, you know, they were always in the worst of the situations. So, I mean,
Yep.
even if they did manage to get a few finishes out of this, I do believe they do end up with 5 finishes. You know, I wouldn't really blame them because they did end up in the 6th position as well. So, a few points coming the way of X-Lions. Now, this is where Carry was instrumental with his grenades. Mavi was the last man standing, and just one bullet was all it was needed to put him at 6 feet onto Sultan again, making that DP20 hit swing. Like I said, the opponents were in dire situations, and, well, he definitely was the Sultan of Swing.
He most certainly was, and if you don't know what about that, just make sure you type Sultan of Swing on Spotify. You're gonna like that song. But yeah, in the meantime, I do kind of want to disagree with about X-Lines over there. I do feel like they sort of brought it upon themselves, right? We saw when the circle shifted, they still decided to go to Sosnovka, which is fine, but then their rotations are a bit too slow.
Oh, you know, I have to agree with you and disagree with you because, again, that's why I'm a little hesitant in saying what I want to say. If you remember, Team X Spark were shooting at them from an obscene
yes.
distance, right? That is
Yes.
something they weren't expecting because they were already taking a fight with another team in front of them. So now all they had was a rock and, well, the burning wreckage of a vehicle for cover and, well, a few pinpointed grenades, if they were thrown with the precision, did indeed spell trouble. But all in all, I think they did make the best of them of the opportunity. But yeah, I do agree with them. They did drop in Sosnovka.
Yep.
And, well, you know, we do say a few things are going to be consistent or constant in life. Depth, taxes, and the fact that the X-Lions, they are going to be roaring on the Sosnovka military base, regardless of where that first circle is going to form.
Absolutely, and if you're keeping track, you might just find there are not just you know, 3 things being consistent. There's a lot of things. Just keep in mind every single time you say that phrase. You're going to be racking up the number of
We
things
actually
that
said
stay
a few things,
consistent.
haven't we?
We have. I think finish points are consistent. I think placement points are consistent.
At
but,
least 2 things remain consistent, right? Depth and taxes,
Oh,
which,
yeah.
well, you and I are learning about now. The second part, not the first. Anyway, let's have a look and see how all the other teams did because, well, although UDOG India did walk away the winners with a whopping 25 points, 10 of which came from finishes, I do see a couple of teams doing better than they did on day 1.
Absolutely. I mean, Altered Esports in second place with 21 points, and Hyderabad Hydras too, just, you know, waking up on the right side of the bed, doing their workout, having breakfast, 17 points to the name to work with. Celsius Esports in fourth place as well with 14. You got Seoul in fifth. Wow, not something I was expecting to see over here, but once again, a great breakout performance by Seoul in fifth spot with 12 points to work with.
You know, of course, there are a lot of Seoul fans out there, but just have a look at this. So, yesterday, out of 6 games, they had 13. Today, out of 1 game, they have 12. Now, of course, it's nothing to write home about, but they are on the move, they are on the rise. Now that we've had a look at how the teams have done, let's have a look and see which one man or woman is going to be standing head and shoulders above everyone else. And, well, the man who made that DP28 sing, it's going to be Sultan from Old Hood Esports.
Absolutely great work coming out here from Sultan, just being the MVP for his team. And, well, there's also 4 other players in his wake. We've got Striker for the win from Hyderabad Hydras. You got Yodha, who survived until the very end on the side of X-Lions. You got Dave as well from UDOG, being very responsible for a lot of those key finishes that allowed them to move around the map a little bit more. And Nikhil from the Sapari gang with 3 finishes and 705 damage down. You have to remember, this man was under assault by all members of 7 Seas, and he still managed to stay alive to the very end. Dropped out of the house and just played them around like a fiddle, man.
Oh, he did. And, well, speaking of a fiddle, well, I have another reference. I'm going to hold on to that for now. Now, let's have a look at a few more facts and figures as the match summary is going to be popping off. And, you know, I don't think a lot of grenades were used as compared to day 1, but we do have 89 grenades that were lobbed. They were either smoke, they were either fragmentation, or they were incendiary. Well, not incendiary, the flashbangs, I beg your pardon. However, only 4 made sure that the enemies were put 6 feet under.
Absolutely, and one of them was a Molotov, if you were paying attention. I believe it was one of the 7 Seas members who caught fire.
Well, there you have it. Incendiary was correct in one way or the other.
Absolutely. Well, the longest finish distance, very, very close, 300. You got 298 over there. Healing knocks and finishes, nothing to write home about. But this is a stat that I love seeing change. Airdrops being looted too this time around. I think we saw one very early on when the circle shifted further up north. Celsius were the ones to get it. And then there was another team that got an airdrop. Didn't quite pay attention to that one.
Now, the funny thing is, because, when that airdrop did fall from the heavens above, it kind of seemed like all the teams were heading for that one particular airdrop itself. But before that, let's have a look and see at the finish to damage performance graph, because although a few teams have pretty much done, equally well, it is pretty even Steven. A few of them haven't done that well.
Oh yeah, I mean, well, I am going to be the ones to cherry pick them out and call them. The 7C's Tactical, Reckoning, R Esports, Only Glitch and Chicken Rushes. A lot of the teams who did really, really well yesterday seem to have had a bit of a slow start today. So in the end, like Thanos always said, balance in all things. But hey, maybe by the end of it all, I might disappear and someone else might join in.
That could be a possibility, or, again, no one really picks and chooses as to who is going to be wiped out. Maybe I could be going out in the next game, and somebody else could be coming in. Well, I guess one of us are going to have to bite the dust. Just keep that in mind. Is it going to be you, or is it going to be me?
Well,
Is this the beginning of a little bit of a rivalry now?
I think so,
Should
but here's the thing. I actually prayed to the gods last night, so they're probably on my side. And I knowing, the kind of atheistic, agnostic, fiend you are, I probably got the gods' favor over here. So I'm probably going to be staying here. You might not be.
Alrighty, well, regardless of who stays and who goes, I got to tell you one thing. We still have 5 more epic games in store for all you lovely viewers. And, well, the action has just begun. Now, if we talk about the old guard, if we talk about the big teams, I'm sure all you Soul fans are going to be happy. X-Spark, well, they need that little bit of a spark. They need a little bit of a push to make sure that, they get things rolling. But again, a lot of chances left in the day. Now, before we do switch Rue a little bit, because, oh man, do I really have to go right now?
I think you might just, but
I'll do one thing.
You've got some more things to talk about.
I'll do one thing. Before then I leave, I'll do one thing. I'm going to put 2 players up against each other. I'm going to pit them up against one another, as the player face-off is now going to be popping up on your screen. And, well, at one end, we have UDog's Dave. And at the other end, it's the striker himself. It's striker for the win from Hyderabad Hydras.
Absolutely. Striker for the win with 819 points of damage done. He's got 3 assists to his name and a singular headshot to work with. Once again, I mean, this was not really supposed to be his game, but in the end, Striker, he saw the opportunity, he went up against Oldhood, took them out, secured a total of 4 points for his team. And on the other side, Dave from UDog, just overall solid performance coming out by him. He had what I would call a lot of those impact finishes that allowed them to move in, that allowed them and gave them some wiggle room to work with in terms of their positioning.
Speaking of Dave, let's do one thing. Let's bring his teammates in as well, because now I'm going to be putting up 2 squads up against one another, and I'm pretty sure UDog India could probably be in one of them. But before that, let's put the spotlight on them, or let's do one thing. Forget the spotlight.
50-50. What's it
Forget
gonna
the
be?
spotlight. Yeah, let's just go and let's put 2 teams up against one another, because at one end you have UDog India, the winners of the game with 10 finishes, but looks like Old Hood Esports etched them out as far as finishes are concerned.
Yeah, absolutely. You got UDog India with 10 finishes to their name. Oldwood with slightly more finishes, but also more damage done with 11 and 1,700 points of damage. You got 5 assists on the side of Oldwood, 7 on the side of UDog, 1 headshot each. And of course, UDog got the chicken dinner, so they have a higher survival time. But once again, you have to remember, Oldwood Esports, in the end over there, they kind of just gave it all up. They didn't really pay attention to their flanks. They weren't watching out for those trees on the high ground. And I think they got a bit too complacent there as a result and got picked off. That 1v2 should have never happened coming in from Striker, if I'm being perfectly honest over here.
Oh boy. All right. I mean, I love your honesty and I appreciate it. Now that we've had a few squads face off, let's actually shine that bright light on one of them, because now the spotlight is going to be on UDog India. And, well, this is just one game, 10 finishes, 27 points of damage.
Absolutely. UDog India with a solid breakout performance, for them. Of course, day one not going that well. Unfortunately for them, or rather fortunately for them, in the next day they have started things off with the chicken dinner. And once again, this is just like the UDog we saw in the quarterfinals, right? First 3 games, nada, 0, nothing at all. Next 3 games, they performed really, really well. I believe they got 2 chicken dinners and even found themselves in the top 4 of that 3rd game. So UDog, really, they have a way of, going around these things. They just like to work when they want to work. They're kind of like us freelancers.
Aha! I like that. I like that. You're not supposed to tell your trade secrets out, but anyway, let me just tell you one thing. Now, if that is the case, that means UDog India might just walk away with the next 2 matches as well, because, they are going to have that momentum kind of pushing them a bit forward. I do apologize. My mic is a bit too far away from my mouth. Now, again, all these teams, they are entertaining us over here, and, they are giving us a value's worth, right?
Oh, yeah.
Now let's do one thing. Let's actually give away something to all the lovely viewers watching, and all you have to do is, well, vote for your favorite team and win some amazing BGMI merchandise. But Floki, how do we do that?
Well, this time around, we're gonna do it by the method of complete RNG. No skill needed whatsoever. All you really have to do is just click the link, sign up. It's that easy. Just a couple of buttons have to be typed in. You put in some basic details, pick your favorite team to win, and who knows, you might just have some merch waiting for you, well, before this tournament ends. And I kind of want to know what you're gonna be having at the end. So do tell me and do let me know on Instagram.
Now, before I disappear from your screens, because apparently he's got some cloud over here, let's have a look and see how the teams are doing after, well, a few have played 4, a few have played 5, but for now, it is going to be OR Esports at the tippity top with 6-3, but keep one thing in mind, Skylights Gaming is still one game behind.
Absolutely, you've got them with 58 points to work with. And Skylights Gaming, if they have a solid performance, they will reclaim that throne for themselves. R Esports in 3rd spot, but once again, a lot of these teams that you are seeing in those top 8 have not really played a game over here, so it might not be fair to judge them on just their performance based on this. UDog will move up to top 8 though, and I think that's good news for them.
And you got to keep in mind, they did end day 1 with 20 points.
Yes.
And if you do get 25, looks like you are going to be frog leaping over everyone else. And again, goes to show one good game can make it or break it, because I love the fact that the competition is so razor thin. But now, as we have a look at the second slide, again, have a look at that 7C. Well, they are going to slip down just a wee bit. 40 points for them. Celsius Esports in 10th with 38. And in fact, they share the same thing with Team EXO. However, you got to keep one thing in mind. In case of a tie, well, precedence is going to be given to Chicken Dinners, after which it's going to be position points that get more importance than total finishes.
Absolutely, and well, we keep working down the line until we run out of stats to talk about at which point it is probably going to be a coin flip, but that is a statistical impossibility, as I like to call it. Seoul moving up in the world with 25 points to their name, finally moving up and potentially making their way towards top 16.
They could do so indeed, because again, only a few points do separate them from that threshold. Now,
Wow.
you know, one good game can basically make it for them, because again, just to remind you, they did get 13 yesterday and 12 in one game today, which means, of course, we all know they do have the potential. That is why they have made it to the semifinals, and well, let's see if they still have it in them to take them all the way to the grand finals, because again, just reminding you, you know, yes, you do have the old guard, yes, you do have these teams that you have, you know, pretty much known for quite some time now, but again, the newer teams, man, Floki, they are hungry, and again, you never know, we might just be looking at the next scout, we might just be looking at the next mortal, and one of them could be walking away the kings or queens of the iQOO BGIS 2021.
Absolutely, and speaking of iQOO, they're the ones who made this tournament happen, so show them some love out there, man. This 1 crore rupee prize pool, it couldn't be coming through without them, especially for all the teams that you're cheering from that have made their way here from the open qualifiers. These guys are the ones to thank. Well, if you want to know a little bit more about them, I will tell you they've got a Snapdragon 8 Gen 1 processor to work with, and it only takes 16 minutes to go from 0 to full on this baby. So yeah, if you're looking for a phone, if you're looking for something good, do get yourself an iQOO 9.
But you know, don't just take his word for it. Let's do one thing. Let's have another word from the official smartphone sponsor of the BGIS 2021.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, abracadabra, alakazam, I have switched sides, and guess what? We no longer have the experiment in the house. Instead, a ray of hope, a beacon of hope has joined us. His name is Spiero. Spiero, how are you doing, buddy? Welcome to the Battleground India Series 2021.
Well, I'm good, Floki. Thank you so much for the lovely introduction. You know, I thought that we should bring some brightness to English set, so I'm wearing green today. And yes, Floki, the matches are quite incredible. I have to say, you know, let's address the elephant in the house. But before that, let's talk about iQOO 9 series. I mean, you know, I'm waiting for this phone to launch. I'm gonna buy it for my family.
Well, I mean, this is one of the best phones out there if you're looking for something that is going to do you on multiple fronts. Like I said earlier, it's got some great cameras, it's got some great specs to work with. A Qualcomm Snapdragon 8 Gen 1, you can see it on your screens right now. A full coverage liquid cooling system. Now, that is not something you see very, very often. A liquid cooling system that big basically means that this phone is going to have to work overtime to get overheated over here. It's also got a 120-watt flash charge, and I do want to correct myself because they do charge to full, I believe, in 16 minutes, or sorry, in 18 minutes and not 16. So yeah, 2-minute difference there, but still a lot better than 22. So if you're looking for a better phone to get your hands on, the iQOO 9 Pro is the way to go.
Absolutely. I mean, iQOO 9s are just amazing, as our teams are. I have to say that all 24 teams are quite equal. Yesterday, we have seen some amazing competition. Today, we are off to a wonderful start. All the teams that didn't play well yesterday played well in the first game of Erangel. I mean, talk about Hyderabad Hydras, talk about Team Seoul, talk about UDOG India, talk about, Old Hood Esports. Every one of them didn't play well yesterday, but today, they are off to a wonderful start, it seems, Loki.
Absolutely. Every single time you see a team not doing down there, not doing that well, and you see them in the bottom 8, don't be discouraged because there is a chance they could come out on top. But guess what? We're now going to be pitting 2 new sets of teams against each other, or rather 1 old set and 1 new set coming in. So let's have a look at who these teams are going to be. We're going to be having Group A going up against Group C over here, folks. We've got Reckoning Esports, Old Hood Esports, OR Esports, Only Glitch, Team Chicken Rushers, the Sapari Gang, Team X Lions, and Celsius Esports in Group A.
Well, again, Celsius Esports making a strong comeback today. We always talk about Celsius and we always say from bottom to top, and now they're here, and we have Group C now joining them. We have Godlike Esports, Scarlet's Gaming, Oglis 5, Team TSM, 247 Gaming, Team EXO, Revent Esports, and RIP Mizo joining them in this group.
Absolutely, you got some very, very strong teams in the mix over here. TSM, Godlight, Oglis 5, EXO, Skylights, 247. Every single name, I mean, every single time I say something, memory just flashes into my mind. A memory of them playing out of their minds and performing at the highest level. But you know what the sad part is? Some of these teams are going to have to be eliminated in that 13 to 16 spot. And I can't wait to see who that's going to be, because that is going to make for some very, very interesting storylines. Of course, a couple of these teams have been doing very, very well. TSM, Godlike having a great start. Other teams, not so much. I mean, I am looking at you, Rip Mizo. They are at the bottom of the table. And if they're there right now, what could they do to improve? Do you think they just need to calm down, or what is it?
I think, yes, I think they need to calm down. You have to stick to your basics, right? Of course, we have seen some amazing performances coming in from them in quarterfinals, and I think if they can do the same thing, they're going to qualify. It's not a big deal, right? I mean, we are saying it's not a big deal.
Yeah.
But let's talk numbers, Floki. I mean, after 16 games, if you can get 120 points, I think you're going to qualify.
Well, absolutely. I mean, this is the mathematician right here, folks. So, yeah, if you do manage to get yourself 120 points over the course of these games, you will end up qualifying to the grand finals. Might being the keyword over here, of course. It's so much easier said than done, right? We always say, just 10 points per game. You just do that and you get yourself in the grand finals. But doing that is a task in and unto of itself. So, yeah, a lot of these teams, they're going to have to just make sure that they stay, ears perked up all the time, because they might just hear something rustling in the grass, and it could be Viper from the way things are going, as he too had a great performance along with the rest of Seoul today. And I think so far the day for Seoul fans is looking a little bit promising, but we will be focusing on the other group for now. We're going to be focusing on the members from Godlike and TSM. TSM as well, they had a very, very sick performance coming in from the third round and the quarterfinals to work with. The only team to get 46 total points. Do you think there's another team that is going to beat that record?
Well, I think Godlike is one of those teams who can beat that record. But right now, if you talk, I still feel TSM is warming up. Maybe today in Miramar, they could just go all out, Floki.
They most certainly could. In fact, guess what? Soon enough, we're going to be jumping into the desert dunes of Miramar, seeing what that map has in store for us. As I do believe there's going to be lots of clears, there's going to be a lot of DMR and sniper rifle action. So, yeah, if you enjoy that kind of stuff, don't miss out this map, because this map, well, it's got something for everyone. In fact, after what we saw yesterday, I have a strong feeling we might see some early engagements happening.
Well, car clashes, drop clashes, I think it's a part of Miramar right now. It's a big map, it's a desert, and a lot of teams love to play in Miramar, especially those teams who have a lot of experience in Miramar. They just come and they just want to get a lot of value out of it. And talking about value, Floki, I feel it's all about numbers, right? It's all about points. If you can get some decent points after 2 games, after 3 games, you will get some momentum, you'll get some confidence, and then you can build forward. Then you can easily qualify.
Absolutely. I mean, it's all about that momentum, like you've mentioned. So even if a team is not doing that well right now, they start peaking towards the 3rd and 4th day, they can carry that momentum forward into the grand finals, ride that wave of confidence. And once again, you want to be the team that peaks in the semi-finals. None of your performance matters up until this point, as long as you perform out there in the grand finals and take home that massive 50 lakh rupees prize for first place with you and your teammates. So yeah, that is what is at line over here. A lot of these teams are eyeing up that top prize, but unfortunately 8 of these teams are never even going to get the opportunity to make any moolah whatsoever. So yeah, cutthroat competition over here, and if you don't want to be in the bottom 8, you better start playing.
Well, in the end, the top 16 are going to qualify through to the grand finals, and to be honest, Floki, I think we are going to witness some really good comeback stories now. I mean, a lot of teams, they're not off to a great start. We talk about Team Seoul, we talk about UDOG India.
Oh, yeah.
They're making a comeback.
Yes.
Even though that's a mini comeback in the first game, if they can continue with that momentum, boy, are we up for a really good comeback today?
I think we most certainly could be. We got some very, very interesting teams over here. Although for the time being, Seoul as well as UDOG, they are going to be taking a bit of a break. Instead, we're going to be having a look at the members from the side of, Group C over here. We've got the likes of TSM, we've got the likes of Godlike, got a lot of good teams playing here. So make sure you cheer for them and make sure you feel, or make them feel your support in chat. And well, it looks like the flight path should be up on our screens in just about a bit. And my co-pilot Spirit, please tell me, where are we flying from and to?
First of all, let's take a moment to realize the beauty of Miramar, and then let's focus on the plane path. It's starting near Trailer Park, going towards, I think it's running through Minas Generalis, going in the northern regions of Impala. It's a quite northern side of a plane path where it would be difficult for a lot of teams if they want to go towards Chumasera, Minas del Valle, Valle del Mar, and the southern island as well. But Floki, I believe that, as you were saying, we might witness some drop clashes here.
Yeah, we most certainly could expect a lot of drop clashes to happen given the flight path. Now, it does bisect the map a little bit, so as long as you're not a team that likes to go towards Val del Mar, you should be okay. But if you're the team that likes to go to Val del Mar, well, then you better get going quick, because otherwise you could be in a world of trouble.
It's all about mind games, right, Floki? I mean, yesterday we saw teams, they have done their homework, and now if you want to topple someone, if you want to play with someone's mind, you can go to some different drop spot. You can, do something different and, make things more crazier, it seems.
Absolutely. I mean, you most certainly could try and go for some drop clashes over here. Although I don't think any of these teams have a reason to do that just yet. Maybe we see a little bit more of that starting tomorrow or day after. But yeah, let's look at all of these teams dropping in. A couple of teams in El Pozo. I believe that is the members from the Safari gang going up against Skylights Gaming.
Absolutely. I mean, Skylights Gaming, I think they're off to a good start. Before first game, they've had the first position in overall standings. Right now, they need to be careful. I think they have a wonderful lineup. I mean, talk about Destro, Somraj, Pukar, Gamla Boy, all these players, they have a lot of experience. And, with experience comes great responsibility. And I would love to see if they are going to take early altercation with TSG. Because, yesterday we have witnessed TSG. They are a very aggressive team. They don't care about position points, it seems. They just want to get some finishes.
Absolutely. TSG is all about those finishes over here. And Skylights Gaming, in stark contrast to them, are a little bit more opportunistic, right? They like to be close to the circle. They like to be in a good spot before they go out there gun swinging. And they are very, very, they have a vision of what their aggression looks like. These guys are not just out there buck wild trying to rack up finish points. Instead, what they're looking for is to be aggressive, find a couple of finishes and then move on to something else. So what is that something else that the Skylights Gaming have set their eyes on? I think that's going to be the major question to answer. Well, looks like Celsius Dreams could be in a world of trouble. The sniper will be able to find him. Reload coming in from Paradox, but he should most certainly be able to secure that finish. His Dreams should be biting the dust soon enough.
Winchester finish? Are you kidding me, Floki? I mean, this is a rare sight, but I think Celsius Dreams turned into a nightmare because Revenant Paradox managed to get the first finish. Talking about Revenant, I mean, it was not a great day for them. It was an average day for Revenant, and as their players, as their fans who are trying their level best, I think they want to get a lot of points today.
Yeah, that was a very, very fast first pick coming in here from the members of Remnant Esports. Paradox, of course, getting the credit for that with the Winchester. But at the end of the day, it is also going to come down to how quickly they can rotate out, because I don't think they are, well, in the best spot right now. So they're probably going to try and move out to greener pastures here. Of course, it doesn't get too green out here in Miramar, but you do like to go towards places that might be a little bit more populated and that might have a little more loot to work with. In the meantime, we're going to turn our attention back towards El Pozo, where it does seem that Skylights Gaming as well as the members from TSG could be locking horns soon here. As Pokar, well, it seems that he's out on a bit of a mission trying to scout things out. Has got himself a helmet, a level 2 backpack to work with. Nothing out of the blue, but nothing too bad either. If a fight breaks out, he most certainly can join in. But yeah, at this distance, they would like to have a couple of DMRs and snipers on them. The question is, do they have any right now?
Well, the question is, I mean, quite correct actually, Floki. I would love to see if they are going to have some sniper action going in for them. But talking about their performance so far, they got 35 position points. They got 23 total finishes with a chicken dinner as well. Total points, 58. I think they're off to a wonderful start, Floki. And right now, they don't seem to be too concerned about TSG, who are close by.
Absolutely, and the bigger thing that you need to remember about Skylights Gaming is the fact that they are one match behind the other teams who have just played, right? So, yeah, Skylights Gaming, if they win this match, they're once again going to be cementing their position firmly at the top of the leaderboard. Or even if they're not able to win this out, but just get themselves to a decent spot, rack up a couple of finish points, they will be doing all right. Daddy, though, I'm not too sure what he's up to at this point. It doesn't seem like TSG have much of a choice except for maybe trying taking a fight against the members of Skylights Gaming. Although, if they want, they can try and go for the longer path around, but if you could have the minimap right here, I could tell. Very interesting story, a story of how no matter where TSG go, they are going to have to sort of take a fight to try and make their way inside the circle.
Well, it's not going to be easy, as we can see the map, and I think the fans would be able to see the map really soon. But talking about TSG, I think they're looking for some vehicles right now. They don't have any, and we just witnessed them marking some vehicles. So I would love to see if they can get some vehicles now. And the rotation, as you were talking about, is not going to be easy. Here you go. They found a vehicle, and they are coming to pick up their players. Now let's switch our attention towards TSM, Team Solo Mid. It's a wonderful team, Floki, who are really aggressive, but you know, it's the pressure of semi-finals. I would love to see if they are going to be aggressive today.
Absolutely, Team TSM, they have to you know, start bringing in the boom over here. The performances have been quite decent so far. I do believe they even got themselves a second place finish in one of the games yesterday. So yeah, if they keep this up, they might be looking at a couple chicken dinners soon enough. But yeah, Shadow OG, he's got himself the M4 to work with, a very versatile weapon, and the pan as well to block things out. And in case, you know, they are a 4v1 in the end, we might be seeing some pan finishes coming through, but I will shut my mouth right here, otherwise the BGMI gods will hear me.
Well, they have to hear you now, Floki, because we all love some good old pan action, it seems. I mean, from quarterfinals, we have seen a lot of teams using pans. Maybe they're just playing mind games, maybe they're just having fun. Talking about mind games, talking about having fun, we have Godlike in front of our screens. Jonathan, Neo, Z-God, and Clutch God. All the gods come down in a single team, it seems.
Absolutely, Godlike Esports. Well, you have to remember their map on Miramar yesterday. They had a very solid performance in the end, getting themselves the second place spot. I believe it was against the members of Tactical. It was Neo and Z-God. In the end, Z-God got a knock. He went forward to try and take out the other three, got triple peaked, bit the dust, but it is the attempt that matters. It is the heart that Godlike puts behind those encounters that really counts. And yeah, I mean, the Godlike, you know, they just stuck to their guns the entire time. They liked going for those finish points. They like being consistent with their aggression. And if they continue to rack up, you know, those points, soon enough, we could see them at the top of the table too. Although it is going to come down to how well they perform in this game. In the meantime, the Sultan of Swing is in the house. Last time around, he was MVP. Can he do it again?
Well, he can certainly, because that was not his first iQOO MVP, if I'm not wrong. I mean, in the quarterfinals, already he got one iQOO MVP, and now, if I'm not wrong, that was his second, and I think he can get more, because he is that kind of a player. Meanwhile, if you have a look at OR, look at the spread there, Floki. All four players are looting separately, which is a great thing. No one is near them. They got a lot of points to their name. They are the table toppers, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, OR Esports, I mean, they are the table toppers at the moment, but not by a big lead just yet. So they probably want to get a couple more points to cement their position there. In the meantime, Encore from Revenant is going to be going forward to scout things out. Top Dog and his teammates Need a little bit of covering fire in the meantime, trying to mask his rotation in, but I do think they've heard the vehicle, so they know that there is another team member right around the corner. And 247 Gaming, they better be careful about where they step, because if they go out in the open, there might just be a DMR or a sniper pointed their way. We've already seen the first knock, so the fear of sniper rifles is probably something to set in for all of these teams here.
Absolutely, Flocky. I mean, it's all about getting the first knock in, right? If you can get the first knock in, you have a good opportunity. You can rush your opponents, and I think Revenant, for now, they would avoid any kind of casualties, any kind of altercations. They just want to be in the zone, and right now they are in the zone. The zone is going to shrink in, by the way, and we'll see where the zone will go. What do you think, Flocky? Where this zone can go?
Well, I'm not too sure where the zone is going to go, but I have a feeling it might just go a little bit to the northeast over here, over Hacienda del Patron, or could also end up going northwest, but we'll see. It's going to be a bit of a coin flip. Spiro, I want your prediction real quick.
Oh boy! I think both of our predictions were absolutely trash, it seems, Flocky. I was just
You
hoping...
didn't say yours.
I was just hoping for the northern region as well, and it went towards the southern area, which is quite difficult. I mean, you know, I've been watching these matches lately, and the zone is unpredictable. It's so hard to capture the zone these days, and let's see how these players are going to cope up with that pressure. Meanwhile, talking about pressure, the cars, oh my god, the driving skills you need to have in Miramar, the level is going up, Flocky.
Absolutely. I mean, not only are your gun skills going to be tested, not only your game sense is going to be tested, but also how good you are at driving these vehicles, so that you don't end up wasting time. In fact, another one of those things that tends to get over can make a big difference. Karthik in the meantime can be spotted out in the open, could be in a world of trouble. Jigsaw, he has not knocked down the tires just yet. Now he will be able to do so. That car will explode. Karthik will be knocked down and possibly finished off over here, as I don't think he's got any teammates around to work with. Max does seem to be on the cliff. He's got a vehicle of his own, but if he tries to come out in the open, he could too end up biting the dust. And you can see Kilo, he's trying to wrap around in the meantime. Who does he have his eyes set on? I'm not too sure. Oculus 5 looking to go in for some of their own action, as Bomber 2 in that vehicle is trying to find some information to work with. I believe this is near Hacienda del Patron, and yes, it is them behind Circus Esports looking to steal that finish away, and they will be successful. Bomber will get the credit for that, not the members from the other side. Well, in the meantime, 247 Gaming and Revenant Esports, they both lock doors, and it seems that Revenant are not going to come out on top, as 247, they take the fight to them and get those knocks and finishes.
Well, I was not expecting Revenant to rush 247 Gaming. They got the first knock in, they managed to rush in, but they lost a player, and I think they're going to lose Austin Bot X as well. Paradox trying to smoke his way in. He wants to make sure that he can revive Austin Bot X. Pooja is knocked there as well, and I think this is going to be great altercation for them. 247 Gaming, they already got a finish to their name, and they're looking good, Flocky.
Oh yeah, they most certainly are, and you can see it call from this distance, just firing upon all the members of 247 Gaming. Yam trying to go inside the smoke, maybe drop a couple of first aids for Austin to heal himself back up, but yeah, we'll see what Revenant's plan is going to be over here. For now, with the man disadvantage, I think they should mostly be rotating out back towards safety, but that may or may not happen. A couple more smokes being dropped. Not too sure what those nades are for from Paradox. I believe he's scouting out a couple of members, or at least anticipating 247 Gaming to push over here. Uh-oh, Paradox, better be careful. This could end up being super risky if he does not watch his step, as he will be okay for now. Does not get shot out in the open. Paradox will continue to just find any little scratch that he might to get his hands on inside this little compound. And in the meantime, we're going to turn our attention back towards the circle, where it does seem that towards the center, we've got a couple of teams in the fray. We've got Revenant, we've got 247, we've got Co X Rip Mizo, and Airdrop to work with, and TSM also in the vicinity, along with Godlike, trying to make their way in. And I do also see a little red marker, not too sure which team that is.
Well, my eyes on the center as well. I mean, we have TSM, we have Godlike, we have RIP Mizo in the center, and all these three teams have a lot of gun power. Well, TSM talking about, whenever I hear that name, I remember quarterfinals. The way they performed there, it was majestic, but round 3 was a beautiful, beautiful outing for TSM. I mean, the way they played, they gave no respect to any team.
Oh yeah, they most certainly didn't give any respect to anyone, but the circle is once again going to shift a little bit up north towards Picardo and San Martin. Once again, going to be playing with all of the feelings over here. As first it goes down towards the south, then it goes further back up north, trying to overcompensate for its mistakes of the past. Well, we forgive you, circle. You have been forgiving. This time around, show something interesting. these clips on San Martin, they're going to be very, very important to work with. And right now, TSG and Reckoning Esports, they are making their way there.
That's a beautiful spot. I have to say, Scarlet's Gaming got a really good high position on that mountaintop. But yes, as you mentioned, a couple of teams are coming there. I think all three of these teams can fight it out for that mountaintop. Meanwhile, talking about TSM, finally they found, I think, Aldo Esports. They were trying to get the first finish for themselves, and iQOO certainly on the back foot, and he would perish in by the hands of Clutch God, it seems.
Oh yeah, Clutch God will be able to find himself one finish to work with over here. For the many 14 that DM are doing a fair amount of work. Aquanox is out in the open, has to be careful, but doesn't seem that Old would even know where they're being fired upon from. And Klaus will be able to get back towards safety. Crazy though, sort of caught here between a rock and a hard place. He's going to need some more cover to work with. Does he have smokes? Can he get himself out of the situation? That is the question to ask. In the meantime, back towards the cliffs, near Picardo, we've got 247 Gaming going up against TSG, and TSG are looking to push, but look around the corner. They might have to be careful because Reckoning Esports are also making their way to this fight. 247 Gaming inside the compound. In fact, one of the TSG members will be knocked out. A frag misthrown from Daddy will force him to move out of that spot. And he will be able to stay alive for a little while longer, but another frag comes in. No, that's actually a Molly on the back line. I don't think Daddy will be able to connect.
Oh boy.
And now Pooja pushes forward. It looks like finally 247 Gaming will take the fight over to TSG, and TSG, they might not have the answers that 247 are asking the questions for. In the meantime, Arceus has to be a little bit careful because there is Reckoning Esports around the fray over here, and it does seem that TSG Nikhil will be the last member, or rather the second last member standing. There is still Desync in the vicinity, but I don't think he wants to come in and be part of any of this action.
Well, absolutely. I mean, he's trying to flank his way out, but meanwhile, Nikhil would get one knock, but he gets retaliated knock on himself, it seems. Desync is the last man standing, and I would love to say if he's going to come, because I think the best option for Desync right now would be to survive and plan to get some decent position points.
Absolutely. Well, we'll see if Desync can live long enough over here, as well, his teammates are no longer to be found. Ever 404 showing up there in the meantime. And Reckoning Esports, well, this is the best opportunity that they could have to take a fight against the members of 247 Gaming. They still aren't ready for another fight. They're still looking to heal up, looking to reload their weapons, lock, stock, and barrel. And we'll see if Reckoning Esports are able to punish. In the meantime, 247 Gaming, they're going to go back to their default spots inside the compound on the right. They know it's a concrete building, they know they're going to be safe in there. And Skrills, he's just trying to find some sort of information to work with. He does know if he walks up ahead of that cliff on the high ground, he could get shot from angles that he's not ready for, and then his team would be in a very awkward spot. So I really appreciate, you know, the patience coming out from this man. We're going to turn our attention to the circle in the meantime, and it does seem it has shifted a little bit further towards the center.
Well, now Reckoning, they just wanted one knock. If they could have gotten one knock there, they would have rushed in, but I think the zone is going to be a key factor now. They have to focus on the zone, they have to give respect to the zone, and if they can enter the zone, it would be really nice. But right now they're pushing and trying their level best, but Skrills just getting knocked there is not working for Team Reckoning.
Oh yeah, Mr. Spray as well is going to be down on his knees, trying to live, but looks like he will be able to stay alive for a little bit longer, not share the same fate as Skrills. Maxi going to drop a nade. That is a nice nade. It does need a fair amount of damage over, but the question is, do Reckoning have the position to capitalize? In the meantime, oh my god, that nade could have been devastating if Abrar decided to push, but he did not. Will stay alive to sing for another day, and Abrar will reload his weapon now. 247 Gaming, they have healed up. Their members not doing too bad in terms of HP. And Mega Arceus, well, he's going to drop a smoke to try and find a way out towards safety. Another smoke is going to be dropped. In fact, he's going to be dropping tons and tons of smokes to make his way towards a better place over here. And Skrills will also be revived from Maxi OP, taking advantage of the fact that 247 Gaming have laid down these smokes in this general area. And now Maxi prepping up a nade by himself. Is it gonna find its mark? I'm not too sure if it will. It will be tossed and does not connect. 247 Gaming still standing, but in the meantime on the other side, Team XO, they're gonna go up against TSM. Not a fight I was anticipating, but a fight I definitely want to watch. In the meantime, it seems that we do have two fights breaking out over here. 247 Gaming is the one we're gonna be focusing on. Pooja down on his knees. It looks like Mr. Spray is going to be going down himself too. Rahul is going to be the ones responsible for it. And now a fair 3v3 over here. The UMP in hand. Rahul does fire up a couple of shots. Abrar got retreating away. And Reckoning Esports, that might just be all she wrote over here, Spear. In fact, it does seem that Yam is still standing, but Rahul has his work cut out for him. He will secure one finish to work with, but Pooja might just bleed out on the other side.
Now Skrills is the last man standing. He's trying to revive Maxi OP, and I would love to see if these two champions can take out 247 Gaming. I mean, Pooja is the last. I'm really sorry about that. Rahul is the last man standing in this vicinity, and I think it's going to be a 1v2 situation. Rahul coming in, he's trying to rush in. Maxi taking the DP advantage. Skrills is also there. He gets first knock. He gets the second one.
Oh, wow!
There you go. What a knock! What a clutch clutch coming in from 2-4-7 Rahul. But was it enough? No, he would get knocked out after the zone, it seems.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, it's not the opponents that get to him. It is going to be the blue zone. Fortunately, his teammate is alive. Could potentially res him back up, but no, I don't think that's going to happen considering it is the fourth circle about to close. And only Glitch, in the meantime, have been eliminated by OR Esports. And TSM might be sharing a similar fate soon enough as well. As EXO, we'll see what their priorities are going to be, whether it's going to be getting inside the zone or if it's going to be staying around the edge of the circle and taking out the members from TSM. iQOO going to be dropping a couple of smokes, but without Shadow OG, this is going to be a little bit hard for them. EXO with all 4 members still standing, they've got the perfect angles to work with over here. But at the same time, there is another team closing in the vicinity. It is August 5.
Absolutely. I mean, I would love to see. There's a lot of action breaking out right now. Team Godlike, they lost a player. They're only down with 3 players now. TSM lost a player as well, so they're out with the only 3 players surviving. Meanwhile, Team EXO, Pierce just got knocked. Meanwhile, Immortal coming in, getting the better of TSM iQOO, and the fight is on another level, Floki.
Absolutely, we'll see if Team EXO can survive this one. It does seem that right now they have 2 members on their feet. Punkyu and Fierce both have been knocked, but the rest should be coming through from Sensei, as they do have some life to work with over here. EXO gonna be dotting their I's and crossing their T's. They know they've overstepped their bounds a little bit and are slowly getting back inside the comfort zone, but Immortal might still be out there in danger as he gets shot at, and now he too is gonna be knocked on his feet. Ninja John trying to make the most out of the situation. That nade might just blow him to smithereens over here, but no, he's still standing strong. Not for long though. Ninja John's AK will do the work. In fact, he's gonna turn his attention towards the other members from EXO. There are still 2 standing, but if he takes them out, he could get a squad wipe all by himself, and that might just need the courage. That might just be the courage that the side of the rest of the TSM members need to go out in the middle of the fray and take the fight for themselves.
Now they have to enter the zone, Floki, and that is why they're trying their levels, and that is why they're pushing really well. And iQOO and Ninja both possess a lot of gunpowder, good gunpowder for them, but Punk is trying to be a bush there. He's trying to behave like a bush, and that team advantage would be really wonderful. Here you go, he comes in and he just destroys iQOO there. Now Ninja, he has to enter the zone, he has to take some fights, but Team EXO, they're not stopping now, Floki. They're trying to get the final finish, a couple of finishes on TSM.
Absolutely, Ninja John in the meantime is going to be inside his car. Oh, but the tire gets shot and the white kill is going to straight out over here. Ninja John will be knocked out. Punkyu still standing strong. And it looks like Ninja John will not be long for this wall. TSM, 2 members down over here with only 2 members standing, are going to be in a world of trouble. 4 finishes for EXO, and they're still all standing strong.
Team EXO, they're not stopping today, Floki. I mean, here you go, August 5. Fierce took them out with a single grenade there. Oh my god, Team EXO. They're fighting on 2 fronts and they are destroying both these teams.
My goodness, their forces might be split up, but they still pack the same amount of punch. In fact, Paradox could also be under fire over here. Has to be a little bit careful. In the meantime, elsewhere, it does seem that Untitled Esports will be taken out by the members of TSM. So it's a couple more finish points going their way, but no bonus placement points just yet. That is going to happen when we go down to 7 teams.
Absolutely. I mean, Team EXO, they just cleared the southern region all by themselves. But talking about Revenant, they are desperate. Now they have to enter the zone, which is not going to be easy. If they want to enter the zone, they have to take out RIP Mizo. And they are rushing in. Only single man stand against Paradox against the world. And it seems the world is winning at this point of time.
Oh yeah, Paradox. Well, he is just a lonely man against the entirety of these 23 players. 9 teams, rather 8 teams in the mix over here. Destro with the mini 14 making life very, very difficult for Godlike, but okay, looks like Paradox will finally spring the trap over here. Try and go for those finish points, trying to see whatever he can scrape together. Any extra point would be nice, but looks like Korip Mizo will deny him even that. Versex in the meantime has been knocked down. They need to get him back up on his feet. A couple of smokes being deployed. The circle is also about to close in. So many things going wrong over here for Korip Mizo, and the circle shifts a little bit further up north, which means they will have to deal with the members from X-Lines coming in. And in the meantime, Skylights Gaming having the high ground all to themselves. They are going to be looking down this road and raining hellfire upon it if anyone does cross their path. X-Lines, though, they're going to be the ones stopping them a little bit, putting a slight dent into their plans as they are standing between them and the main road itself.
Well, we all love a good old comeback story, Floki, and Team X-Lions and Team RIP Mizo both trying to make a comeback. Yesterday was not great for RIP Mizo. All entirety of their 4 games, they only managed to get 1 finish yesterday, and today, here you go, they're off to a wonderful start. They are then top 7. Meanwhile, X-Line Madhav getting some shots from, I think, RIP Mizo.
Oh yeah, RIP Mizo could be in a world of trouble over here. I mean, sure, they're firing off a couple of shots in the general direction, but you have to remember Skylines Gaming is just around the corner.
Oh god.
If they do end up knocking out a couple of members from X-Lines and get knocked themselves, they could come in to finish the job, but it seems like X-Lines are going to be the ones in trouble.
Oh,
But now
no.
what? No, Blake White, be careful! Be very, very careful. He's going to be forced to push in. He will be able to get himself to road safety, but he still loses half his HP regardless. That Molotov is going to be coming in, blocking out the staircase. In fact, he's trapped himself in here. We'll have to probably go out of that
Oh, he's in
window.
front
He
of
sees
you.
someone else going in. Outside of him, the buggy's not going to be shot over here. Blake Whitey, he needs to look behind. There's someone behind him. What is happening? I mean, am I wearing a Joker mask? Is this a clown fiesta going on? What the hell is going on, Rip Mizo?
Well, Floki, I think it's the pressure talking right now. It's not RIP Mizo talking, it's the pressure that is making sure that they are making some blunders. Meanwhile, talking about Team X Lions, they are only left with Yodha, but I think he's already getting shot there. I would love to see if he can survive for a longer period of time now.
Oh yeah, it does seem like Godlike are turning their attention towards Skylights in the meantime. Jonathan still knocked, will be able to get back up on his feet if the cover is available. And well, Z-God, he's got his hands full at the moment. On one side there's EXO, on the other there are members from Skylights Gaming. Clutch God will be the one to revive his teammate back up, get him on his feet, and they've got themselves a couple of vehicles to work with, so rotation could still be on the cards, but look
Wow.
at that nade come in. We'll finish off.
Another
Clutch
one.
God 2, it might just end up going down. Yes, he does. Clutch God 2 will bite the dust alongside Jonathan, and now only Z-God standing, keeping the dreams of Godlike alive. They are in 6th place, but they certainly would like to get a lot more placement points over here, as Z-God trying to keep them at bay with the nades of his own, but Gamla Boy, well, he's going
What?
to take the fight himself.
No.
Gamla Boy is going to get shot and done. I believe it is the members from EXO teaming up with everyone else to try and take out Gamla Boy. Gamla Boy will be knocked, but in the meantime, Skylights Gaming, they will turn their attention towards the final surviving member from Rip Mizo. It is going to be Flick YT, and he's got his team the 4th place finish at the very least.
Meanwhile, Scarlet Gaming, they're trying to up their numbers once again. They have 3 players and they're reviving their 4th one. Meanwhile, Team EXO, they're down with 3 players still surviving there. Team Godlike, they managed to revive their player as well. It's going to be a 4v3, v2, v1 battle.
Oh wow, we got all the
RPMizo
numbers.
Absolutely. I mean, everybody, whoever was knocked got revived, it seems, Floki.
Oh yeah, I mean a 4v3, v3, v2, v1. This is about as perfect as it gets. Well, the odds are stacked against the members of Rip Mizo, but hey, maybe if they do take this a little bit sly, they could get away with a lot over here. Sensei has to be a little bit careful. He lobs a nade in the direction of Godlike. He will once again take down Clutch God. He's fallen and he can't get back up. As Sensei now looking to hammer in the final nails in the coffin, zigging and zagging around, making himself hard to hit over here. It will take cover behind that burning wreckage of a pickup truck. And looks like they will finally reveal their hand, but the rest did come from Clutch God once again, fires off a couple of shots. As Sensei looking to heal himself back up, the first aid kit will come through. And Z-God, in the meantime, confused. Should he help his teammate get back up or should he heal himself? Should he take the fight? So many options, yet he can't decide which one to choose. Sensei, in the meantime, should be coming in with a push by himself as Picard has his eyes set on the airdrop over there. And Sombra will be fighting some cover. Sensei will put Godlike 6 feet under. Godlike are out in 4th place. This is all they get over here. EXO feels could be in trouble as well as Skylights. They might just be taking the fight to them.
What just happened there, EXO? They were trying to focus on Godlike, but here you go. Scarlet Gaming coming in from the backside, and they're looking really good. Just Destro is getting shot at, but he would still survive. Meanwhile, the EXO on the back foot. Final 2 teams remaining. It's going to be a 4v2 situation with EXO on the back foot, and here you go. Scarlet Gaming looking for a winner, chicken dinner.
Absolutely, Skylights Gaming, just one member standing in their way. It's going to be fierce, but I think his fangs have dulled by now. Not as fierce as he once was. Burning, taken out by the blue zone in the end, and the credit does go to Skylights Gaming for that finish. Great performance coming out from them. They come out swinging and they maintain that top 1 spot.
Well, Team EXO was on fire. I mean, quite literally, Fierce was on fire at the last moment, but it was a brilliant game coming in from RIP Mizo,
Yes.
Team EXO, Team Scarlet Gaming, and Godlike as well. All 4 of these teams played really well. I think we can add X-Lions as well.
Oh yeah, X-Lions also played really, really well. You know, they started off the day a little bit slow, didn't have the best of performances, but now they're stepping up to the plate over here, and they certainly are making a name for themselves, turning a few heads in their way, as even EXO had a very, very good performance, like you mentioned. So yeah, congratulations to all these teams because they are going to need those points. They're not doing all that well as of now, but with these performances coming up, they're going to shoot right up towards that top 8 spot. And I'm curious to see where these points have taken us. I do think, I don't think, I know for a fact that Skylights Gaming is there on top, but who is there in that 2nd, 3rd, and 4th spot? That is a little bit more up to mystery.
That's a big question, Floki, and we would see just that. But before that, let's have a look at what happened in this one. And I have to say, action was just amazing. I mean, we have seen some amazing clutches in this one.
We most certainly did. Let's have a look at them again in the highlights in case you missed out on the action. It all started off with a good old Winchester. Rusty, but boy, does it still work. Dreams got cleaned up, and that was all she wrote for him.
Oh boy, Floki. I mean, if you see it like that, yes. Dreams got just a knockdown finish there by that Winchester. Meanwhile, Team Celsius, in the last moment before Team Celsius got wiped out, they managed to get a couple of knocks on Skylights Gaming. The last guy from Team Celsius, he was outside the zone and he managed to get some knocks on Skylights Gaming.
Yeah, he most certainly did, and well, we'll see if he can manage to find himself some more in the upcoming games. But in the meantime, the Supari gang, well, they certainly tried taking the fight over here. Daddy just realized that he had a bit of an oh no moment there. He dropped a nade, but well, it bounced against the wall, pushed it back, and that actually might have been the mistake that cost TSG, because if you look at that, sure, they had one of the members knocked down before it, but Daddy had to give up that position, go back elsewhere, and then 247 Gaming realizing that there has been some sort of mistake and that Daddy is not holding that angle, they pushed it and they got all those picks. In fact, they defended the compound so well. They defended it against 2 teams, Reckoning Esports as well as the Supari gang being put under by them.
But I have to say, Rahul, with that 1v3, I have to repeat it myself. It was a 1v3 by Rahul against Team Reckoning. I mean, look at him go. Look at that UMP just wrecking havoc on Team Reckoning. Oh boy. That good old clutch. We were missing those clutches yesterday, Floki.
Oh yeah, we most certainly were. We saw a 1v2 clutch, but a 1v3 clutch, come on. That is just absolutely ridiculous. I believe yesterday, in case you missed, that was one of the OR members who got that clutch. Aditya, there you go. Thank you so much, Spiro. Your memory is so much better than mine. But yeah, even Skylights Gaming had a very, very good performance over here, of course, getting themselves that chicken dinner. And once again, it's almost like I've always said about Skylights Gaming. They're very opportunistic. They don't take every fight that comes their way. Instead, they wait very, very patiently for their prey to walk into that perfect trap, and that is when they spring.
In short, they are very smart. They know how to play this game, and it's showing clearly. Like, they don't play, they don't take part in unnecessary fights. They just wait for their opportunity to come in. They take the fights when it's in their favor, and they win those fights. Clear as daylight that they are a wonderful team, and other teams have to look out for them. Meanwhile, RIP Mizo, I think they played well. They managed to make a comeback, and boy, oh boy, it's a wonderful team. Young players living their dream, living a reality, it seems now, and they're playing well.
They most certainly are over here, and it does seem that Team X Lions also had a very good performance, like you mentioned. Yotha did his very, very best. Last time around, he was the only member standing from his team, so they try to stay alive as long as possible. But I think this has to be the most satisfying moment for Skylights Gaming, taking out the members from Godlike over here. Look at that nade. I mean, Clutch God, I just don't think he was long for this world. I think he was revived 3 or 4 times by his teammate, and every single time he got revived, he either got shot back down, he either got needed back down. Something or the other just wanted him on all fours crawling about.
Well, Godlike faced some really good old nade music, it seems, Floki, and I mean, it's really hard to survive when a lot of nades are coming your way, and Godlike faced that today.
Oh yeah.
But again, just like always, they are consistent. They're always in top 5.
Once again, I mean, it's about the finishes for this team, right? Because that's what they tend to focus on. 3 things in life that are guaranteed: death, taxes, and finish points. So as long as they keep getting themselves those finish points, well, they will be able to rack them up and get themselves to that top 8 spot. As that is what all of these teams are looking to do over here. They might not be able to get that first place, but that doesn't really matter right now anyway, right? Because if you're a semifinals team that has made it to that first spot, all it's really going to do is paint a target on your back. It's perhaps a little bit more interesting to stay somewhere in the middle so that they don't really know what you're bringing to the table.
Oh, Floki, I think you're giving away stats for a lot of teams. I mean, look at him go. But yes, I agree with you. If you are finishing at number 1 in semifinals, yes, there are a lot of teams who are going to study you. There are a lot of teams who are going to focus on you, and there are a lot of teams and analysts who will find a way to beat you as well.
But yeah, in the meantime, we're going to be having a look at the point standing and seeing where these teams are over here. Let's have a look and see what they're all about. And well, Skylights Gaming is obviously on top, but who is in second place? It is going to be Team EXO.
Team EXO, who got 9 finish points for a total of 21 points. At number 3, we got Godlike Esports, who got 5 finish points. I think Godlike played well. They managed to survive in that situation where there were a lot of teams who were trying to take them out early on in the game. Meanwhile, number 4, we got RP Mizo, who got 7 finish points. Again, a reminder, yesterday out of 4 games, they only got 1 finish. Now in this single game, they got 7. It shows anybody can make a comeback.
Absolutely, and 247 Gaming as well, making a name for themselves. 9 finish points to work with, just 1 placement point. Just imagine if this happened when there were 8 teams remaining instead of, 12.
Out of these 9, Rahul got 5 of them. So I have to say, that lad with that clutch was incredible. The way he took out Reckoning. Reckoning is not an ATPK team. It's a wonderful team who love to attack you, and 1v3 against them was great. But right now, let's see if Rahul can make it to iQOO MVP, because if he's not the iQOO MVP, I would be disappointed. But yes, he is the iQOO MVP, the clutch master for 247 Gaming. Rahul, I heard this name before.
Oh yeah, most certainly. Everyone has heard of Rahul before. Anyone who watches Bollywood knows who Rahul is all about. And well, you've got him over here on your screens right now with 5 finishes and 612 damage done. He is the clutch maestro for his team. I don't think anyone has done it better over here. Only if he had placed slightly higher, we'd see the impact of his clutch a lot more with those placement points coming in. But there's 4 other players joining him in the fray as well. You got Punky from EXO, 1,000 points of damage with 3 finishes. You got Fierce with 3 finishes and 575 damage. And you've also got Jacob Boy and Jonathan.
Well, Jonathan, Jacob Boy, Fierce, Punk, and Rahul all played well. Look at the coincidence there. All 4 of them got 3 finishes each. Punk with the damage of 1,022. I think he did a lot of damage on TSM. He was making life difficult for TSM outside the zone.
Absolutely. He really was making life difficult for TSM, and EXO, they single-handedly kept them at bay over here. But I do believe we've got a couple of other standings reading. No, never mind. We're gonna be having a look at the match summary instead. Out of 104 grenades that were popped on the map of Miramar, which is kind of unusual, 5 resulted in finishes.
That's a big number for Miramar. In Miramar, we were yesterday, if I'm not wrong, that was 40. In the 40s, we saw some nades used, but today it was just great. Total healing as well, it is up to 8,256. Total knocks, look at the number, Floki. 70 people were knocked in that game.
Absolutely slow. So many knocks coming out, and I believe at least 4 of them just go towards the way of God, like on one member itself. Clutch God gets back up on his feet, goes back down, gets back up on his feet, goes back down, gets back up on his feet, gets eliminated. That is the end of the line for him over here. 8,200 healing done as well, so above average healing considering it's Miramar. No big surprises there. But now, let's have a look at the finish to damage chart and see what those numbers look like, as I wonder if there are any Burj Khalifas in town. Nope, not today, but we do have a couple of teams standing out from the crowd. You've got Skylights Gaming with, I think that is 1,800 points of damage. Yes, that is. You've got Godlike with 1,500 points of damage. You've got TSM with 1,300. You've got 247 Gaming with a perfect even 2,000.
How do you do that?
Points of damage. I don't know. It is a surprise, just like that 1v3 clutch. But you've also got EXO with 2,300 points of damage done.
So EXO managed to damage a lot of teams, it seems. They got 9 finishes to their name. Meanwhile, if you have a look at Revenant, they only got 2 finishes for the damage. Look at the damage they did. Almost 1,100 damage for them. RAP Mizo, if you talk about 1,485 damage for 7 finishes, now they're back in action. And I would love to see if RAP Mizo could be consistent today.
Absolutely. I really want to see RAP Mizo play out of their minds and start, doing some hard work soon enough, because this is a team that we saw a lot of early on, right? Everyone was having high expectations from them during the early rounds. Quarterfinals as well, they played really, really well. It just seems that they have taken their sweet time to get into the groove, but they finally are starting to get there. 7 finishes, 1,400 damage, things looking up for RAP Mizo. But they cannot afford to slack down here, because as you can see, even the Juggernauts are starting to awaken over here, and they're going to stop cutting corners and play their refined game that you're going to have a very, very hard time breaking against. If you're a team that does want to beat them, you have to bring your tippy-top shape over here, because otherwise you could be in a world of trouble.
Well, it's time to surpass your limits, Floki. Every team would be looking to surpass their limits. It's time. It's the greatest stages of them all, and if you are going to qualify, I think you could be the best 16 teams in India.
Absolutely, you could be in the top 16 teams in India, but first we're going to be having a look at some of the players that compose these teams, pit them against each other. So let's see who it's going to be in the player face-off. I think I know who one of them is going to be. The question is, who is the other one? Well, never mind, it is not Rahul in here. It's instead going to be Jonathan from Godlike and Punkyu from EXO.
Well, again, both got 3 finishes to their name, but look at the damage that Punk has delivered. 1022 damage for 3 finishes, 1 assist, 1 headshot. Meanwhile, if you talk about Jonathan there, I mean, 457 damage. He's just warming up, isn't he?
Absolutely. I mean, Jonathan is just getting warmed up over here. Unfortunately, if there is a stat that just that does show how many times you have been revived, it would probably go to the way of Clutch God. But we've got some other stats ready for you guys. We have the squad face-off coming up soon enough on your screen. So let's see who is going to be up there. It's going to be Skylights going up against Ko Rip Mizo.
Pretty much even Stevens if you talk about finishes. If you talk about damage, 1485 damage in the favor of RIP Mizo. 1898, almost 1900 damage coming in from Skylights Gaming. Again, they managed to get the chicken dinner. Look at the number of assists. They are a whooping difference of 8 assists. Skylights Gaming getting 9 and RIP Mizo getting 1.
Absolutely. I mean, Skylights Gaming once again solidifying the fact that they are a team. There is no I in team. All of them like to play together. Every single time I have seen Skylights Gaming, yes, a couple of players do stand out, but it's not like the others don't pull their weight. They actually set each other up for success over here, and that is the reason why they have consistently been at the top since the first day itself. But there are a lot more games coming in over here, so soon enough we might see a couple of new contenders coming in and dethroning them from that top spot. What do you think, Spiro? If anyone can remove Skylights Gaming from that first place spot, who is it going to be?
It could be all the 23 teams. I mean, if you ask me, every single one of them has that
Diplomacy.
capability. Not really. I mean, not now, Flocky. I mean, I respect all these 24 teams now.
Absolutely.
I mean, the way they qualified. Quarterfinals were amazing. They managed to qualify through to the semifinals, and anyone can win. I'll repeat myself. Anyone can be the champions of iQOO BGIS.
Absolutely. Any one of these 24 teams can make their way to the grand finals and clinch that final prize. 50 lakh rupees, by the way, Spiro. Life-changing
Wow.
money right here. I mean, that could just mean you play all the BGMI in the world that you want to. In fact, we have got the overall standings ready as well for now. So let's, put some more context to what we're saying over here. Skylights Gaming going to be on top. No question about it. 80 points to their name. Look at that. And that is with only 5 matches played compared to some of the other teams over here who have 6 matches played, who are esports in the second spot with 68 points and Godlike in third with 63.
Now that was the second chicken dinner coming in from Skylight Gaming. They got 30 total finishes, 50 position points, total of 80 points. Again, the number of position points, it's just massive, Floki, and that clearly shows that this team is playing on a different level. Number 2, we got OR Esports with 68 total points. Number 3, we got Godlike Esports, who are consistent today as well, Floki.
Absolutely. Godlike Esports as well, having a very, very good performance, and Tactical Esports and the Supari gang, somewhere or the other, do seem to be struggling a little bit. But hey, there's still a couple more games to go. There's still 4 games remaining in the bag, and maybe they can pull a rabbit out of it if they do stay consistent. Let's have a look at the next side though and see who is it going to be from that 9 to 16 spot. It's going to be UDog India with 1 chicken dinner and 45 points to their name, but in close pursuit at number 10, you've got Celsius Esports with 44 points to their name, and well, they could certainly overtake UDog India had they more games, because UDog India has played 1 less game than them, so it does look like right now the point standings are going to be a little misleading.
Well, again, in the end, every single team would play 16 matches, and after those 16 matches, top 16 will qualify. I think let's have a look at the last slide, the danger zone, I would say, Floki. August 5 at number 17 with 27 total points. Number 18, we have Only Glitch with 27 total points. Soul, they have played 1 less game than Only Glitch. They have a total of 25 points.
Oh yeah, 25 points to work with over here for the side of Soul. Certainly moving up in the world. Team X-Pac though, that is just painful to look at. 24th place, 6 points to the name over the course of 8 games so far.
Well, I have to say, I mean, after 5 games, they got only 6 points. They are the only team who are in single digits, it seems,
Wow.
Loki. I mean, the only team, I have to say, and they only got 1 position point.
I mean, I don't even know what's going wrong for them. I mean, I think you kind of just, hinted at the problem. You did say they only have 1 position point so far, and it seems that that is the problem with this team right now at the point. They don't seem to be prioritizing their positioning and their placement points, and as a result, they're playing for finishes, and that too, they're doing it in a very haphazard and in a very sloppy manner. Yesterday I can't really fault them for that one fight they took against Godlike also on Miramar, but I believe it was sort of a bait setup. You did point out to me later on that it was a bait setup coming in with the nade. He knocked himself out, so everyone else came pouring in. And yeah, Team X Park, it does seem that not only are they drawing the short end of the stick, they're also a little bit confused with what to do right now, because they've tried everything, but nothing that they're throwing against the wall is sticking. What do they need to change?
Look, it's simple. I mean, Team X Park, we all know they have quality players. There's no doubt in that. But I think they need some form. They're out of form, especially Gil. He's a kind of a player. We all talk about Mavi, we all talk about Scout, but I think it's Gil who acts like a glue, who takes this team forward. But for now, he needs to get back in form.
Well, it looks like we are going to be cutting to a short break for now, folks. Looks like this might just be the break that Team X Park also needs to revitalize themselves for the next match. So stay tuned. You're watching the Battleground India Series 2021.
Enemies ahead.
No more non-stop gaming. Introducing Battlegrounds Mobile India with OTP control, 3-hour limit, and other gaming checks. Battlegrounds Mobile India. Game responsibly.
वो एक दोस्त गेम में फंसा, कोने में बसा, गैंग में अकेला, दिन का भूला. टाइम आ गया है फॉर देम टू लुक अप. रुक रुक रुक, पिज्जा है यार. हाँ, ये बेटर है. ध्यान से. ओके ओके, फोकस कर. अरे ऑसम यार. कोई नई स्ट्रैटेजी ट्राई करें. क्या बात है. श्योर, एकदम श्योर. मतलब मान गए गुरु. तो जैसा मैं कह रहा था, जब ये हद से ज्यादा हो जाता है ना, तो फन, फ्रेंड्स और लाइफ से ध्यान हट जाता है. तो कुछ भी करो, पर कैसे भी मेक देम लुक अप. अरे वाह, जल्दी समझ गए. वेल डन बॉयज.
Hello and welcome back to the iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Series 2021. Now there is a bit of a switcheroo between the casters because, well, I am in this time, I guess. I'm the one who's the odd one out. My name, of course, is Angad, the Experiment Chehal. Joining me is a man we know as the lost hope for humanity. Ooh, a bit too dramatic. It is, of course, Sparrow. Sparrow, last game, Miramar, Skylights Gaming, setting down the law.
I mean, they are setting a platform for everyone. They're setting a benchmark, I would like to say. The consistency that they are showing this time around. I mean, this is semifinals, and they are playing it quite easily.
It is the semi-finals, and now let's have a look and see which all teams are going to be battling it out in the next game, which is going to be on Erangel because it's going to be Group B that goes up against Group C. And well, we have the Hyderabad Hydras, 7C Esports, Tactical Esports, Team Xbox. Little spark is missing from this team, I must say. Enigma Gaming, UDog India, R Esports, and of course, Soul.
Well, Soul is back in action. I think X-Park would love to be informed this one. This is a very important game for them, and if they don't make a comeback, it would be so hard for them. Meanwhile, have a look at Group C. We got Godlike Esports, Skylights Gaming, Orglis 5, TSM, 247 Gaming, Team EXO, Revenant Esports, and RIP Mizo, who are eventually back in the game.
They're back in the game, and looks like Miramar is their forte for now because, again, you know, they made sure, Sparrow, that they had all 4 members alive till as long as possible, and well, that is how you get the job done. But again, you know, as far as Team Xbox is concerned, I am going to say something. Now, I might get some flack for it, but hey, that's part and parcel of the job. Now, the thing is, all the members of Xbox are well established. I mean, everyone is doing good in their personal and professional lives, and I wonder if they have the drive. I wonder if they have the hunger to get something out of this tournament because as of right now, like you mentioned, the only team with single digis not looking so good. But again, you know, they still have some respite because we do have a lot more games in store. Remember, every team gets to play 16. And speaking of all teams, all of this would not have been possible without these bad boys, without these monsters in our hand. I, of course, am holding the iQOO 9 Pro, and this guy has the iQOO 9. I love that little matte black finish.
Well, absolutely fantastic. I love this one. I don't think I'm gonna give it back.
You wanna switch that with me? I mean, I love this as well, but nah, I'm gonna keep the Pro. But anyway, you know, this is a monster of a phone. You do have that monster inside, and if you want to feed your inner gamer, well, this is the device you need to get your hands on. Now, of course, before we get in on the action, it is going to be Erangel once again. What ought we now to expect? What can we expect? Like, are we going to see something like in the previous game, some slow action? Because remember, it is Group B going up against Group C this time.
Well, it was slow in the first few minutes, but after that, it was chaotic, XP. And you know what we can expect? We can expect some chaos here in Erangel as well. I mean, of course, these two groups, they want some points. There are a lot of players who are down, but they're not out yet, XP.
No one, like you did mention just before when you were sitting here with Floki, you did say, you know, not who are you going to be voting for or who are you rooting for except Skylines. Every single of the remaining 23 teams. Because again, even for a team like Team Xbox, now we know if they get the ball in their court, well, they could pretty much wipe out the entirety of anything that comes in front of them. But the question is, are they hungry enough? What do you think?
Well, I think they are. I think they're just out of form right now. They just want to focus on some position points. They need to focus on their basics. I mean, we all know Mavi, right? He's a great IGL. He knows how to take his team in the center of the zone. He just has to start doing it.
There you go. He has to start doing it again. You know, the thing is, we know these players. We know where they come from. We know all the backstories about them. Like he mentioned, Mavi is, of course, one of the most renowned IGLs in our country. Scout is the jack of all trades. Gil is going to be fantastic when it comes down to gunning all the opposition. And Ultron, well, again, that guy is a mystery. But boy, oh boy, when he kicks in, he really does deliver quite a punch. Now, again, my question is whether they're hungry. I guess we're going to find out sooner rather than later. Now, before we do jump in again, I do believe I have a few questions in store for you. Now, in the last game, I was watching it pretty much by your sides over here. And, you know, it all came down to the final fights. I mean, we did have the little bit of a Mexican standoff. Godlike, in fact, you know, opening things up a bit early as compared to day one. I mean, how do you think that came on? Did they come in with the plan that the moment they are going to be, you know, jumping in, they're going to be guns a-blazing?
I think they wanted to be aggressive, but the problem for them right now in that map particularly was a lot of players were trying to bamboozle them with nades. That didn't work out for them, XP. I mean, imagine you have a place, it's Miramar, you can't hide, right? If your place is
you
known...
can't hide.
Yeah, you can't hide. I mean, it's all about information, and I think Scarlet's Gaming and Team EXO both knew the position of Team Godlike players.
Also, they did, anticipate that they were coming in, and they actually kind of moved around. They used the terrain to their advantage. And again, I'm going to say this once more. You got to know your map. You got to know every single nook and cranny. You got to know the terrain, because if you know the terrain, well, half the battle is done, because you know exactly where to place yourself. Again, we've seen something in Miramar, right? I mean, you might be engaged with a team that is yay far away, but from yonder, from afar, tuck comes the shot, and down goes one of your boys.
Well, it's Miramar for you, and believe me when I say that some DMR action is pending. We are yet to see some really good DMR shots. We are yet to see some really good sniper shots, and this one, I have that feeling that we can see. But you know what? Erangel is not known for DMRs. Erangel is not known for snipers.
I love this
but
shot.
You know what? Erangel is known for? It's known for some crazy zones, and I'm looking for that.
And it looks like your wish just might be granted here, because we did start off in the water under this bridge, of course. And again, I love what production is doing. Oh my goodness. I mean, I don't want to see any more death, destruction, and carnage on this map. Let's just have a look. And for the next 30 minutes, let's just drive around Erangel. Let's just do that. Let's actually visit every single city, every single town, every single trench from wars of the past. And, well, all that is left are all these dismantled, big guns.
Well, I wish they could use these guns, but they can't. I mean, all these players, they have to. Yes, XP. I mean, with all these amazing weapons, I think we are going to witness some really good chaos in this one.
Forget these artillery guns. I mean, normally with the grenades itself, our boys are, pretty much calling an artillery strike, because one after the other, you have grenades going boom, 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 and more often than not, a lot of people blow up with them.
Well, I agree with you on that. It's not the gun, it's not the equipment, it's the player that
Yes,
is
sir.
using them. And we have some really champion players. They are really amazing players coming into party. And boy, oh boy, it is going to be a party.
It is going to be a party indeed, because for now you don't want to be, sent sleeping, as that bed is going to suggest on your screens right now. And my OCD is kicking in. Someone rearrange that carpet, please. But while everyone is going to be hustling and bustling and running and, well, just trying to psych each other out on the spawn island, in about a few seconds, ladies and gentlemen, the game is going to begin. And you know what? Let me see if I can time it perfect, because in about, let me see, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, boom, everything is out. Oh my goodness, the game is about to begin, as the big bird is going to take to the sky once more over the green luscious plains of Erangel. But my God, Capitan, where are we flying to?
We are flying from Novorupnoe, I think just northern side of Novorupnoe, towards Gadka. It's going to be an amazing plane path, if you ask me, because there are a lot of regions that are outside the reach of these players. Yasnia, Rozok, Sevarni, Shooting Range, Zerki, Stalbard, Kameshki, and all the northern regions are out of hands.
I think you might have missed a few. You want to take another try? Of course, the longer the distance, the more difficult it does become. But again, that's where your knowledge of all the car hotspots that comes in play. If you know where your vehicles are, and well, if there's no one else around, you could drive off to greener pastures.
Well, it's all about drop clashes now. Team Revenant going towards Novorupnoe. There is no competition for Revenant in Novorupnoe. Nobody's going there. They can loot freely. They are free. But you know where my eyes are glued on? My eyes are glued on our esports. They're going towards the military base island, and the way this team is playing, XP, I have to say, they are surprising a lot of people.
Oh, absolutely. If you do talk about our esports, Canary, of course, is going to be singing his sweet song of death. We do have a hero amongst them and a rock star as well, but all the magic does come down to Jadu. I mean, where there is sun, this guy is definitely going to shine bright. But again, I like the fact, if you saw in the last game, right, the plane path was a bit towards the north, coming down between Kameshki, ending at Primorsk, and well, the circle is going to be atop this thing. But our esports, they are versatile. They adapt to the situation, because last time we saw them way up top in Stolber, and looks like they might be in the position X Lions were, because, well, the circle is way to the top. And do you notice anything out of the blue?
Well, again, it's going to be really difficult. But if you talk about out of the blue situations, I think EXO and 7C, they're very close there. I think they can have a drop clash. But meanwhile, talking about clashes, it's not a drop clash, it's a car clash. Meanwhile, Leggy trying to be the reckless driver that he is, trying to get the first finish. But right now, it's a ringa roses between two good teams.
And now a few more people are coming in, but this time, Rex does have an Uzi, and well, now finally the buggy could be used, and unfortunately the speed wasn't too much, but Ko ripped Mizo with an early, well, downer over here, because it is going to be a bit of a bummer for them as well. They have lost one man early, and we know that numbers do play for something towards the end. But for now, Enigma Gaming, after a good start, question is, are they going to sustain this momentum? Because let's be honest, being middle of the pack is not something we expect from the boys on our screen.
Well, absolutely. Team Enigma is a wonderful team. They are known for their aggressive nature, but I think they are also warming up. I mean, there are a lot of teams who are warming up. There's still Ds, there's still time left XP, but if they think like that,
I
they're
want
going to
action
lose.
now, Sparrow.
To be honest, if they think like me, they're going to lose.
Uh-oh. Well, there you have it. Normally, Floki is the one that I would say, you know, you probably listen to this guy, but Sparrow, do not think like him. Do not listen to him, because...
Hey, listen to me, but don't think like me.
Listen to him by all means, of course. Just don't think like him. That's why, again, Sparrow, you know, you and I, we're in the same boat. Had we thought the way we thought, we aren't there on the screen. We are over here sitting on these comfortable couches, casting for a living.
I mean, I do carry Ocean Sharma once upon a time every single day.
Oh, I mean, I've seen that. I mean, you know what? I'm going to be joining you in some BGMI action sooner or later. But now let's just have a look at the circle, because, well, we do have a lot of teams coming close to one another near Georgia Paul. Now, I do see UDOG, I do see TSM, I see Hyderabad Hydras, and my friend Sparrow is going to point something out.
Now, I see Team X-Park, the bottom dwellers. Right now, they are in the center of the zone. And, you know, with this opportunity, they can get a lot of points. Now, it's all about surviving, and defending your place.
You know, speaking of Team Xbox, have a look at that. Now, we know that they are going to drop down at the Water City and the underlying areas, you know, surrounding said city. But again, have a look at Mavi just scouting out ahead, trying to see if they could get those buildings just overlooking Georgia Paul. And it looks like 247 Gaming might have a similar idea. Nope, they are going to head straight for the containers elsewhere. UDOG are going to be driving just a little bit past them, but looks like Team Xbox could find some contention heading their way if UDOG go right. But no, for now, they're going to go left.
I mean, Xbox is doing a wonderful job. They're having a double split, 2-2 split, where two guys are going towards the Rozok area, two guys are looting towards the Water City. That's their drop, actually. But look at the number of teams who are trying. Like UDOG, like Team Hyderabad Hydras, like TSM, like I think 247 Gaming. They're already near the Georgia Pool area. And believe me when I say that, the probability of zone going towards the Georgia Pool area is a lot right now.
Oh, it is, of course, a lot. And it does kind of seem like it might actually head that way. If not Georgia Pool, then definitely the shooting range, or even Severny. We're going to have to wait and find out, because of course we have a few cues that we pick up on, and we're going to wait for them to show up on our screen. But for now, as you mentioned, TX are going to be happy, but let's have a look at the demigods themselves. The divine beings, godlike esport. But wait a second, Fearless is a bit fearless atop that hill. You better not slip, you better not fall, you better not come crashing down, because down below you have the boys from Hyderabad Hydras waiting for you. And turns out if you do cut one head off, usually two spawn. Not in this case, because if one of them goes down, well, that is going to be exactly it. 3 of them will remain, and let's see if Striker can carry that momentum forward from the from the previous games.
Well, I have to say, all their fans must be cheering Hail Hydra at this point of
Hail
time.
Hydra!
Well, all the Hail Hydra, but Hyderabad Hydras. I mean, to be honest, they had a wonderful quarterfinals. Not off to a great start in the semis, but you know, we all know they have some quality. They were in the bottom 4, I think, if I'm not wrong, yesterday.
Speaking of day 1, thank you so much for that perfect cue. Hyderabad Hydras did finish in the 22nd position with just 7 points to their name. Now, of course, that is not something you expect from a team that had 99 in the quarterfinals, and well, let's see if they can do something different this time around. Carry does need to carry his team, but for now, Soul, oh boy, they could be going up against Enigma Gaming, and well, Enigma Gaming, they did have a decent game last time around. Soul, not so much. Let's see if they are going to change their fortunes in Erangel.
I mean, Soul, they managed to get 12 points, 13 points, if I'm not wrong, but I think they would love to get more.
Oh, they can do a lot better.
Well,
let's be honest about it.
Absolutely. Let's have a look at the instant replay there. RIP Mizo lost a player. I mean, ISO, if I'm not wrong, he was trying to play Ringer Ringer Roses with his opponents.
That's what he was trying to do, but then suddenly, the opponent became, from 1 went to 3, and, well, Bullets did all the talking.
He must be thinking, this is cheating. Why you bring the guns to this child's game?
Why you do this to me, huh? That is what, of course, he must be thinking. But for now, although Seoul did see some enemies nearby, they are going to be moving out towards greener pastures, and, well, the greener pastures are going to be these compounds where they are heading to. Now keep in mind, everyone is going to anticipate that, maybe, just maybe, the circle will have a little northern trajectory to it. It might just shift to the northwest, because for now, all teams are still in the circle, barring one. Revenant Esports out in the blue, but sooner or later, they should be joining us on the other side. But looks like we just might have some action breakout sooner rather than later, because at the Sosnovka military base, and, to be specific, on the bridge leading to Novorupnoy, we do have a couple of teams posting up. Now, for now, our esports could be going up against the Revenants themselves.
It's going to be a wonderful fight. I mean, Revenant, they got a lot of experience, right? They know how to get out of trouble. They know how to get out of the military base island, but we would love to see both these teams are in the blue zone as well.
There you go. I was just going to bring that up. Speaking of both these teams, now it could be problematic here, Sparrow, because we've seen a few teams, spend way too much time out in the blue, and sometimes it does come to bite them in the backside. But for now, looks like our esports, they don't want to pick a fight. They're going to be moving to the left bridge, while Canary is going to be forming up the rear elsewhere. Have a look at what's happening north of Yasnaya. Although TX are on the move on the right of your screens, keep an eye on the left and on the map. You are going to see a cluster of color, and, well, some of your favorite teams could be going up against Enigma, because Seoul and Enigma, well, I think they have a little bit of a truce. They are all driving together, but for now, August 5 do have these compounds to themselves.
I wonder how long that truce will last, because anyone can jump, anyone can stop their vehicle, and they can do a lot of damage.
They can, but the thing is, everyone, like you mentioned, is going to be, the single man or woman in his vehicle. So if they had someone riding shotgun, oh boy, we would have seen a bit more carnage.
Meanwhile, if you have a look at TSM, they're up on the mountain top. I love this position, XP. I mean, whenever there's a zone there, I would take my team, I would go there, I would just relax, spot enemies, and finish them.
Take the sights in as well, right? Because you never know. It's not always about, finishing each other. You can always just appreciate Erangel, but now the circle is going to form. I think it's going to come down south here, Sparrow, and there you have it. It is going to be a little bit of a southwestern trajectory. Of course, you and I, we were waiting for the cue. We're not going to give it out to the crowd just yet, because, hey, we need a few brownie points as well, but there you have it. It is going to shift down south, and now Seoul is going to be amongst Enigma Gaming, and it's going to be Clutch God, who, whoa, so much force coming in from the M4 that buggy just spun and spun and spun.
Well, the battle of behemoths now will start. It's going to be Godlike versus Team Seoul. Viru is stuck there while his teammates just left him to perish, it seems. Team Godlike, they're rushing down there. Just comes out, and here you go. Viru just got taken out by Team Godlike.
It kind of seemed like Vero was not anticipating anybody coming to his position. He thought, you know what, I'm going to make a quick getaway. I'm just going to run out. In fact, he wasn't even looking at the enemy. Well, that is all she wrote, as Vero's taken down while Seoul are still on the move.
I'm having the shivers down my spine just thinking about it. What just happened there? I mean, Godlike, they didn't even knock a single guy. They rushed Team Seoul there. It was maniac.
Well, now another team is going to do all the rushing, because looks like 7C could be heading towards August 5's position. Now, of course, they are giving tremendous sound cues, as Prince is going to be the first leading his convoy. And, well, if the past teaches us anything, it hasn't been successful. But, oh my goodness, Evoke, take a chill pill, because
that's a battle.
First of all, I love the fact that he does have that spotting prowess. He did, see the enemy in the distance, and as a former sniper myself, in the game only, I am going to be hella proud of Evoke. But, like you mentioned, it is that M762, it is that barrel, high rate of fire, but oh my goodness, that recoil is just a bit too much for me, at least, to handle.
Well, it's for me as well, XP. I mean, it's for everyone, but all these players, all the professional players, they don't seem to respect that recoil, it seems.
Have a look at how TSM are lined up on your favorite position in the map, because they are ready for anyone. But the thing is, Sparrow, sooner or later, I do see Godlike coming in. But wait a second, looks like Rox is going to be taken down, and this time it is going to be Striker from Hyderabad Hydras, who does strike with some speed, with some aggression, with some violence, and Carry is going to make sure another man from Seoul does fall down. Now, only one man standing for 4. Are they going to capitalize on it? Well, they are going to at least get one finish for themselves.
Well, again, Team Seoul, rotation has been a problem for them. I mean, even if you remember Day 1, the first Erangel, they were struggling with those rotations, and yes, they are losing players right, left, and center. Now with the last Sanhok Team Soul, can they make a comeback? Now that is a $1 million question.
Well, you know, a comeback would even be as long as, you know, it's a little bit of redemption that should come in if they do get something. But no Striker, the guy who did strike on Soul, is now going to be taken down by Enigma. And Carry is going to follow suit as well. Oh my goodness, that wasn't the best of decisions because, well, even if they deploy smokes, Rex knows what he's here for. That grenade is going to go, it's going to bounce, it's going to go boom. It does take some HP away. However, Carry is still going to be hanging on by a thread. Now, Enigma Avi in a beautiful position, going a bit from the left flank elsewhere. We have a fight breaking out. Godlike are moving in. Looks like RCS is going to be taken down. Two of the members of 247 are down on the grounds over there. He is going to move up the grenade. It's not going to stop. His plus one comes out. M4 in hand. He is going to let loose with those bullets and let them do all the talking. But Jonathan is going to be taken down from afar. And from afar, it is gods themselves. It's going to be TSM. But now, Mental Yam is the last man in the house. Can he hold his ground? Because Neo is coming in. Neo is going to see him, but it's going to be his teammate Z-God who puts him 6 feet under.
I mean, look at Godlike. They have no respect, no respite for their opponents. They are just rushing in. Oh my God, Godlike. But they lost a player there. But let's talk about Hyderabad Hydras. Now, Carry, who wanted to save Striker, got knocked there. And I think Team Enigma, they got a knock.
Striker is back up on his
Striker wants to
feet,
survive. I mean, Strikers wants to revive Carry, it seems. But the nade can come in. But what just happened, Avi? What have you done there? You just put yourself under a lot of fire, it seems.
Like, normally we do expect to see Avi on fire, but not literally because, well, he would have been burned to a crisp. Lucky for him, his teammates are going to come by, but I wonder if Hyderabad Hydras did have a look at their kill feed, because if they know who they are fighting against, well, they know they are one man down, and the circle, of course, is still going to shift further down south, and, well, Everest is still going to be in play, but now the big boys are coming in because although we did last leave TSM atop the mountain, Team X-Pac are going to be making their move as well, and let's see if the boys can do something. Revenants are coming in as well. Are they going to take the opponents to church? Because have a look at that. Team X-Pac and Revenants are pretty much in each other's faces. I hope we do switch to that attention sooner rather than later, although I do love seeing all these beautiful vehicles out here. I want to see some carnage. I want to see some action as, again, against our Lord's team, Hyderabad Hydras are still a 4-man squad.
I mean, look at the number of players who are in the vehicle at this point of time. There are a lot of rotations happening, and I would love to see if rotation clashes are going to happen as well. Meanwhile, Team X-Pac and Revenant both off to that eastern end of the zone. Meanwhile, TSM, they're shooting every single team, it seems.
I mean, when you are atop the mountain, you're going to have a massive target painted in the back, and, well, looks like 7 Seas Prince is going to be taken down by U-Dogs. They've instead, there you have it, Shadow. He is going to hit the deck. He's going to be nice and calm, and of course, if a few bullets do come his way, all he has to do is skedaddle out of harm. Now, Sarang is going to be taken down. Oh my goodness, 7C are going to be split apart by every single team in every single direction because it looks like Team XO got a piece of them. TSM got a piece of them, but for now, U-Dogs Rambo is going to be blown to smithereens. Godlike again, like you mentioned it, they'd fear no man, and in fact, the aggression is going to be on display for us, but looks like another grenade comes in. It is going to go boom. Unfortunately, it's not going to get anything to Shrapnel. Not can he bounce it off? Can he bounce it off? I know what he wants to do. He does bounce it off, but unfortunately, the enemy did kind of anticipate that. That could be problematic. A self-grenade at this point is going to be devastating for Godlike, but now they are going to move in. Neo once again with a massive grenade. Fearless brought down to his knees.
Oh, Godlike, they don't seem to read the names. They just want to rush. If they see someone, they are rushing them. Meanwhile, Godlike with only 3 players still surviving. Clutchguard is rushing in straight away. U-Dog on the back foot. They lost a couple of players already, and look at Clutchguard is just rushing in. No respite, nothing, no respect. I mean, nada.
Nada, but over here, Clutchguard is going to be taken down. Now there are 2 members down as Dark is going to be moving in. He is going to be in the shadows, and now he is going to be amongst the thick and thin of the smoke. Keep one thing in mind, Fearless and Rambo, the big dogs, are down, but again, Godless are only going to survive by 1 man. Neo, all the weight is going to be on his shoulders. Neo is going to be spotted, and there you have it. The Goliaths have fallen, ladies and gentlemen, and it is so poetic that the team that did get them are called Underdogs India. Another circle is going to shift a bit towards the north. The hospital is going to be in contention with parts of Western Georgia as well. Boy, oh boy, Godlike's aggression, it seems, Sparrow, got the better of them.
Well, absolutely. U-Dog India played really well, and you know, it's all about defending your territory to the fullest. But meanwhile, if you talk about Enigma and Soul, they can't go up, it seems, and I mean, Hey, hi. They must be saying hi, hello to each
Oh,
other.
he might get some footing over here. He might get some footing over here. Viper, you better watch out because looks like Rex is going to do something. In fact, you know what? He is going to throw a grenade, and in about a few seconds, the grenade is going to come in. Viper, in the nick of time, does find some footing for himself as well. And now he is going to hide behind the little crevice that we do see. But the thing is, he is the last man standing for his team. But the question is, for how much longer?
XP, you called me Hope, but I think Viper is the hope of Team Soul at this point of time, and he's trying to survive. He's trying to do his level best. But talking about Team EXO versus TSM, EXO Punk managed to get a knock on TSM player.
Now, we did see Shadow, of course, atop the hill with his M4, you know, hitting the deck, laying prone. But looks like we got some sharp shooters in Team EXO as they did do some damage. Now, Team EXO, Viper, you better hit the deck. You better go further deep now. That is exactly what he's doing, as Mavi is going to come under fire as a fight is breaking out between Hyderabad Hydras and Team X-Park. And looks like it is going to be in the containers as well, the place which every single viewer is going to be knowing about because, well, this is where all our journey started once upon a time. Now, we do have a few warehouses separating the two teams on either end. We do have a couple of members down, but looks like they are going to be picked up. Oh, Striker, you better watch out. No, he cannot, because Gil with the precision is going to get a knock, and now the push is coming in. Ultron is going to be taken down. Scout is going to be taken down, and it's all thanks to one man who is the ace up the sleeve of the team. His name, of course, is Aces Black.
The captain, the IGL of Team Hyderabad Hydras, doing his job pretty well. He managed to get a couple of knocks in, and you know, that was so crucial, XP, because if not for that, Team X-Pac would have rushed in.
Team X-Park thought all the opposition were in that one warehouse. That is where all this staggered positioning comes in really handy because they did not anticipate someone to be out in the containers. Now, X-Park and Hyderabad Hydras have to be careful. I'll tell you why. Because if they move to the other side of these warehouses, well, look at that. TSM could be in position to lay down some lead on them. U-Dog could fire upon them as well. But for now, Striker is going to change his position while HH are making sure all the members are back up. Question is, are we going to see a push, or is TSM going to come in and stab them in the back?
Well, on the hindsight, I think I can see Soul Viper still surviving there, so that's a great thing for Team Soul.
I'm pretty sure he's not going to join this fight anytime soon.
Well, he is not, that's for sure. Meanwhile, Team X-Park, they need some points. Right now, they have 0 finishes, and if you talk about Team Hyderabad Hydras, they got 2 finishes to their name. Both teams have 4 of their players still alive. You know, if you ask me, I think it's all about the zone now. They're not going to fight until the zone is here.
I mean, you know, I wouldn't really blame them, but if the circle does shift away from them, well, the containers can only give you so much cover for so much time, because now Hyderabad Hydras realize, hey, wait a second, TSM are nearby, and on the other side, I do believe another team is going to be hitting up Western Georgia, and that team is Enigma Gaming Scout. He is going to lob something, and there it comes. It's going to be a bit too short, and, well, Carry, all he has to do is not even bat an eyelid because, well, he didn't have to. Now, EXO are going to be on the bottom of your screens right now, but the circle might just shift a bit towards the west, and there you have it. It's going to be north. It's going to be a bit towards the west. Enigma Gaming in prime position to rack up a lot of finishes.
Out of nowhere, Enigma found themselves in the center of the zone, and I was wondering, meanwhile,
from behind,
Solo Mid just took out Skylar's Gaming. The table toppers are out of Erangel. It seems.
The tabletoppers are definitely out, but keep in mind they still have one game in hand as compared to the other teams. But for now, Shadow, they are looking good. They are going to move in. They are going to deploy smokes, and, well, they are going to capitalize on all that free loot lying for them. You pick up TX under fire. Ultron hits the deck in the nick of time again. This is something that we did anticipate elsewhere. It looks like the Revenants are taking the fight. Well, the moment I say their names, looks like the Revenants won't be preaching today because OL just took them to church.
Great game, great stuff coming in from Mortless 5. Meanwhile, talking about Hyderabad Hydras, look at the rotation, beautiful flank coming in from them. I mean, Team X-Park, they didn't want them to flank that much, but they did. I wonder how.
I wonder how, because, again, they made so much commotion, they made so much noise. Sooner or later, it was going to bite them in the backsides now. This is what we were talking about, Svero. The circle has moved away as Hyderabad Hydras are going to be jumping around. I wonder what happened to Skull, because keep in mind, Viper is still in there, so you still have to play. There you have a monster smoke over there. Gil over here, relentless with that M249. In fact, he is going to get a couple of knocks. TSM look like they could be in a world of trouble, because at one end, we do have TX charging in on their position. At the other, we have Hyderabad Hydras. And wait, there's a third, because U-Dog in there want a piece of them as well.
Well, Team Enigma is also shooting there. Meanwhile, Team X-Pac now following the footsteps of Team Hyderabad Hydras, they also want to rotate towards the zone. And yes, they have a decent higher ground, but Soul Viper, look at him
Uh-oh.
go. He's just down there and he's just praying. Nobody can see him.
Well, speaking of U-Dog, they are going to be out of the 13th position with 4 finishes to their name as Team Xbox again looks like they might have spotted something. No, they're deploying some smokes. They want to make sure they are safe as possible because looks like this is the perfect decision coming in from them. Even if that vehicle does topple over, it doesn't matter. But wait a second, Viper with some aggression over here. A little bit of an underestimation, but he is going to be stuck there. Well, he did try his best. Question is, does he have enough first aids as the Revenants are going to be taken out as well? We did see that earlier on our screens. Now, Team Xbox, I'll tell you one thing, they do have a good position. However, they are going to have to contend with a few teams that skill, hop, skips, and jumps, and well, he makes it to safety.
Absolutely, Team Xbox still surviving. I mean, this is just amazing, right? The surviving skills of all these teams, even Team Soul, Team 7C, Team TSM, and Team Soul. As I was saying, he had no first aids to his name. He only got 1 medkit.
Well, finally, Viper Soul is going to leave his body, but for now, Flick, ooh, he could be in a good position. He could strike with some deadly precision, and in fact, that could be venomous. But of course, it is going to be our esports, and it looks like they might just be aware of, well, there might be a few snakes in the grass, but there you have it. Canary is going to be taken down. In fact, Flick is going to flick with his thumb. He gets another knock. There you have that is 2 for him, and now it's going to be Rockstar. He does take some damage. Hero is going to go up against him. Hero goes down again. Flick is going to be in godlike mode right now because he's got 3 knocks for RE, and now can he get the last one? He doesn't have any first aids, but lucky for him, he does have that massive med kit, and as soon as he gets his HP to full, have a look at it. He is going to move in. He is hungry. He knows the clutch is going to be there. Switches to the M4, sees the enemy. Oh, he hears them for sure, and now he hears the enemy. Rockstar just might have made a massive mistake over here because although he is trying to make an escape, let's see if he gets some precision shots. Rockstar's going to spin. Oh my goodness, but Flick is going to make sure he finished what he started, and there you have it. He is taken down. Oh my goodness.
I can't believe my eyes. I mean, he managed to knock 3 players. He didn't even get a single finish from there.
Well, you did tell me one thing. Looks like CEO Rip Mizo definitely waking up. All the fans of Mizoram in the chat must be elated, but now it's going to be Fierce who's going to be Fierceful. He's just slaying down lead in any single thing that he sees. And Zigsaw could be in trouble, but of course, lucky for them, they do have a little bit of a wall cover. Enigma, 1 good grenade could be devastating, but Tactical are making the move in the enemy's position, and well, they are taking it by storm as Hitman is going to give Rip Mizo a run for their money, but for now, they are in a different building.
Well, Tactical again, they have 4 players still surviving, but look at Enigma. He's still there, he's still holding on his own, and I would love to see if he can get some points. If he can surprise Tactical, that would be just amazing.
Now the thing is, Tactical might think that, you know what, all of these are the members of the same team. Little does he know that, you know, that is actually another teammate standing up there, because Eggy is going to come in from afar, and in fact, through the buildings, through the window, from the other side, he's going to make sure the Tactical Hitman is taken down. Now Avi is going to be priming that grenade up. Eggy is going to come in and make sure Wild 69 goes as well. Enigma are not going to make a move. This is now all on Avi. Is he going to go down? Yes, he does. He is going to go down. He fires. He does shoot. The Scar Rail does not connect with anything, but now the reload comes in, and well, this position has been given away. Hold on 1 second over here, as everyone is going to pass themselves up. I don't believe he has enough grenades.
I mean, with semi-hardcore mode on XP, I think they're just hearing a lot of footsteps there. They don't know what's happening at this point of time. They need to survive. They need to get some finishes, and it's all chaotic at this point of time.
Boom goes the grenade as Jacob Boy is going to get Hitman down on his knees once again, which means, well, he is going to be bleeding out a lot faster. Now, again, I'll tell you this again. Tactical are going to think that, wait a second, all these guys around me are in the same team, but it looks like Gil wants to play as well, as he is going to be fighting his own fight elsewhere as Carry is taken down. There you have it. Jacob Boy is going to move in. That smoke is going to show his vision. He is going to whip out that M4, lay down some lead, but from afar, someone else is going to do all the shooting, and well, they are going to reverse their tracks and head back inside for some much needed cover.
That's a close call coming in from them, but the nade is going to come in. Clutch is cooking a nade, and if he can put that nade in this compound, this is going to be a very important one. Meanwhile, the zone is going to be the most important thing, and the zone is in Georgiable City. That means Team EXO, they have to travel. They have to cross that road if they want to enter the zone.
Oh, they have to travel across no man's land here, buddy, because for now, looks like Team Xbox are going to make the move. And again, Tactical Hitman, finally, they've had enough of Bobby. They're like, you know what, there is just one man up there. We are going to go and deal with him. But it looks like Rip Mizo took a little bit of damage as well from elsewhere, because now Tactical Esports, oh boy, they finally have the building to themselves. For a few seconds, we might just see some respite, but elsewhere, Ace Black again, the IGL unleashing hell as Scout OP is going to burn. But over here, Ace's Black is going to find a similar fate.
Well, he's burning as well. Meanwhile, Team Xbox, they love to come in. Meanwhile, Team Enigma also there. Team Tactical, they want to enter the zone. Team RAP Mizo, they want to enter the zone. This is going to be so chaotic. Meanwhile, Ultron with that Carl, he does not even have a single medkit to his name.
Well, he doesn't have that, but let's see if he has to use them, because if he does all the shooting. Well, it's going to be good. Looks like Team EXO are going to make their move. Immortal is going to be on the other side of his wall, while his teammate is going to be a bit further back, bleeding on his knees. And looks like Sensei, oh my goodness, all that patience is going to work out as against all odds. He does make it across no man's land, but for now, Jacob Boy, he is going to move in as well as Ultron and Team Xbox's Marley do have prime positions, but the question is for how much longer, because Enigma Gaming, they are still controlling every single thing in this game.
Absolutely. They have the best prime position, they have the best compound, but Team EXO,
One
they have to be
grenade,
careful
Sparrow.
about them. It's all about one grenade XP, as you were saying.
Oh, is that it?
Fight. A couple of players are still there. Yes, that is. I think Enigma Aggie could be taken out, but that was not a nade, that was a smoke, it seems.
I like that, because EXO want to basically block their vision if they want to make it in, because Gil over here with that M249 isn't letting anything through, and well, looks like he was just a bit too late, because Correct Mizo did make it through, but Jake Boy is going to be taken down, and August 5 meanwhile are eliminated in the 6th position with just that one finish, which means, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are down to the final 5 teams. Well, make that final 4, because Fist with one grenade just ended Mizoram's hopes and wishes, and well, Cobra Mizo are going to go down, but that means we still have 4 teams and 12 people still alive and kicking.
Absolutely, it's now going to be a 4v2, v3v3 situation where Team EXO, they still can revive Fears if they wish to. Meanwhile, talking about Enigma, they still have the prime position, the prime building, and if they can defend that, they are going to get a lot of value out of it. Meanwhile, you were asking about hunger. Team Xbox, they are hungry and they are in top 4.
I think they definitely heard me, and you know what? I am glad. I mean, I can take all that flack. I have thick skin, bring it. But I love the fact that they are going to wake up. And again, like I said, they aren't going to be complacent. They can do it, Sparrow. If they can just get a couple of few finishes over here, they can actually get the job done. Now, Enigma Gaming, they are in prime position. But again, like I said, one good grenade could spell trouble. Is it going to come in from TX's way? Is it going to come in from EXO's way? Because again, look at all the smoke being deployed. Someone might make a move.
The question is, do they even have a nade? Because I don't think so.
I saw something come in. And it's going to roll down just a little bit. And it's still rolling down. It's still rolling down. But it's a smoke again. What's happening over here is...
They don't have a nade.
They don't have grenades. They don't have Molotovs. They don't have anything. But they do have a tremendous amount of smoke grenades. And with that, they are going to try and keep them guessing. There you have it. Sensei is going to be the one. And with that, all it took was one little push. Rex is down on his feet as 3 hungry members from Team EXO are going to be rampaging, ravishing their way through this house. But looks like Sagi is going to be taken down. Beautiful positioning. But finally, it was given out. Now Eggy comes in. He shoots. He knocks the enemy. And with that, he's going to make sure he finishes what he started. Oh my goodness, how the tables turn. Team EXO had the upper hand, but for now, it's only Sensei alive and kicking.
Well, the master of everything, the IGL is going to push in. Now he's trying to revive his players, but as soon as Enigma is done reviving, they're going to rush it. Yes, they're rushing in. It's Sensei, the last one standing versus 2 players of Enigma. Aggie losing a lot of HP there, but he's still surviving somehow. Meanwhile, Team EXO, they just got taken out by Team Xbox.
There you have it, and of course, looks like Mavi is going to make sure that Hyderabad Hydras are going to be exiting as well, which means it's down to the final 2 teams. Team Xbox, they know that the enemy is depleted, and looks like the memo did get through. They are going to prove me wrong. They are hungry, and now Eggy, they have given them some time to respite, but again, the blue zone is going to force them out, and now it is a waiting game. Have a look at Mavi, have a look at Ultron behind the wall, while you still have one man standing over here. Gil, making sure he does something, but looks like shots are going to be fired. In fact, both teams do exchange a little bit of damage, but for now, it's all a waiting game. And the first one that makes a mistake, well, he might just lose everything.
Now, Enigma, they need this knock. It's already in Xbox favor. They have the numbers game advantage. Enigma, they want to get this first knock down, but they don't have that HP. They don't have... Oh, they're throwing pans now. They're throwing the kitchen sink at Team Xbox, it seems.
They're going to the kitchen. They're finding whatever they can. All the nuts and bolts are going to be throwing out. There you have it. A few flashbangs are going to be sent out as well. Now, the thing is, the circle is going to implode in on either team, both sides. Mavi coming in. He might just get up. He might just lay some shots. And it looks like Gil is going to be taken down. And Rex, he better patch himself off quick, because again, he just has that 2 first aids, but looks like he is going to get it out now. The smokes have been deployed. I doubt Gil is getting picked up. Oh, I saw the head. I'm sure Rex saw the head, but Rex did not see Mavi's position, and there you have the last man. Eggy goes in, he jumps, he shoots, but he is not going to be able to take down 2 members from Team Xbox. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The team that was at the bottom of the table, the team that had just 1 single-digit points, the team that we all were asking the question, are they hungry? Do they have that drive? Well, they proved us wrong. They proved all of you wrong, because Team Xbox just won their first chicken dinner.
Well, they are hungry, they are starving, they are famished, whatever you can say, XP. It seems like they are back in action as well. What a game, what a rotation coming in from Team X-Pac. And I was talking about how they're going to rotate into the zone. Team Hyderabad Hydras, they were in front of them. And oh boy, Team X-Pac, they managed to survive this one.
Teamwork makes a dream work. Now, I do believe they only have 7 finishes, but again, this is that momentum, this is that push that they needed, and they might just make it to the very end. Now, of course, if you missed any of the action, question 1, where were you? But we do have you covered as the highlights are coming off, and as Pero, you mentioned, a little game of Ringa Ringa Roses right at the beginning, but somebody cheated.
I mean, I also was, he must be thinking, okay, this is Ringa Ringa Roses, I can play well, but oh my god, someone brought an Uzi to that game. What happened there? We're all talking about Team Soul. I don't know what happened. I mean, 3 of their players got stuck in the rotations.
Alright, I see what happened over here with Viru. Now, we thought that Viru just came out of the house, you know, without even knowing that anybody was there, but a grenade, there you have it, did kind of force him out. Now, had he stayed in, it could have been a different story, but for now, they were wiped out a bit too early for their pleasure.
Meanwhile, Hyderabad Hydras, they're off to a good start, I think, today. They managed to get into top 3, top 4, if I'm not wrong. Meanwhile, talking about Team Enigma, they had no business in the zone. They were out in the northern Georgiapur city. Somehow they found themselves in the zone.
They did indeed, and you know, they did rack up a few finishes as well. But God, like, oh boy, we saw this push, and Clutch God was like, you know what, you're gonna throw grenades at me. I'm gonna run past your grenade, put you in the ground, and then let the grenade go boom. But then from the distance, Mental Yam almost finishing what they had started. But you know, sometimes all this aggression does seem to catch up, which we are going to see on our screen sooner or later. And this was the moment Avi was like, if that bottle does hit the windowsill over there, well, all that fire is going to rain down on you. Now over here, Godlike were in a good position. In fact, they were just had one man from UDog left standing. However, for some reason, they hesitated just a second too long, and well, they paid a heavy price.
I mean, UDog, they've been patient. It was a 4v2 situation for them. 4v3, I might correct myself, but the way they defended that territory well, it was just amazing. It was pure class. But this is what I was talking about. TSM, they were trying to enter the zone. It was not easy. Orgless 5 managed to do it really well. I mean, they are back in form as well, XP.
They are back in form, and you know, you did bring up Hyderabad Hydras. It was quite spectacular the way they did make it to the final circle, despite being in one of the worst positions ever. Now, EXO did try to take on UDog, and of course, they did get the better on them because, well, 4 guns are always going to be better than 1. But let's tell you one thing, the play zone did do its part this time as well, as it did get a couple of knocks and finishes for itself.
Well, I have to say one thing, XP.
Wait, you gotta hold on, because this is the moment. Have a look at this. I'm so sorry, Sparrow, but Flick just ruined everyone's nights. Flick just won everyone's heart. Not 1, not 2, but 3. But the question is, did he get any of these finishes at the end?
The answer is no. He didn't even get a single finish.
That is blasphemy.
Players. He could have gotten 4. He could have done a 1v4 against that team, but it was not enough.
Forget the fact that he didn't get the finishes. I'm telling you, he won our hearts. He won a lot of hearts out there in the viewers.
I mean, the guy from Mizoram staying in their Delhi night right now, if I'm not wrong, in a boot camp. They are playing incredibly well. They should be proud of themselves.
Oh, they should be proud indeed. And of course, they did manage to survive till the very end. I do believe they went out in the 5th position. So, all right, they do have some semblance and points coming in from placements. And, well, Jacoboy and Reverse did their part. So they do have 5 from finishes. But again, Hyderabad Hydras, man, you can't just push up on their position, you know, without expecting a massive fight from them, because, well, when the Hydras do resist, oh boy, they do sting quite a bit.
They do, but right now, Team X-Pac, they must be feeling quite well. You know, yesterday they were out of form. They were not looking like the original Team X-Pac, but now they are feeling it. Meanwhile, RP, I think RP Mizu managed to get decent points. I think they got 5 finishes in the end for 5th spot. That's not bad at all, XP.
You know, I've got a question for all you viewers. Of course, you can follow us on Instagram, because Sparrow goes by Sparrowcast. I go by XPcast. Pretty easy to follow. I want to ask you one question. You know, when we are harsh, does it actually motivate some people if they do have a look? Because, you know, we have to say the hard facts. We aren't going to be, you know, just well, pleasing everybody out there, but again, someone's got to say something, and there you have it. We said something about X-Pac, and they just proved us wrong.
Talking about hard facts, I have to say one thing, XP. I think Team X, they should check their corners now.
Oh, they did. They definitely should. But let me tell you one thing. That little... I was not expecting that, right? I mean, when you run in, you always look at the staircase. You never look at the boxes to your right. But from now on, you are correct. They are going to check. And, well, Rex should check his peripheral vision as well, because although he was kind of just fixated on Ultron, it was Mavi that put him down. And Eggy could only do so much because, well, you do have 2 guns trained on your position. And, well, you can only just hop, skip, and jump out of harm's way so much. But at the end of the day, Team X-Pac, boy, oh boy, 15 points points coming in from that delicious chicken. 7 from finishes, if I'm not wrong. I should think they walk away with 22, a massive leap from where they were when we met them last.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, with the power of BGMI gods that have vested in me, I would like
Well,
to say
you.
one thing. Vested in us. Sorry.
Finally, I am part of the team.
I wanted to say one thing. This tournament is now open. Every single team has performed.
Every single team has performed, but let's just see how well they performed, because the point standing is popping up on our screens now. Now we know who the winners are. I do believe it's going to be 22 points. There you have it. Thank you, Indian education system. I am still doing good. In second place, we have Enigma Gaming with 20, who are going to share the same points with Team EXO, but keep in mind, position points get precedence over finishes.
Absolutely. Number 4, we got Hyderabad Hydras. They got 7 finishes for a total of 17 points. Number 5, we got RFP Mizo. I mean, a couple of good games for RFP Mizo. They're back in reckoning. They're back in the business. And I think after yesterday's bad games, they're back. They woke up at the right time.
As I can say the same thing for Hyderabad Hydras as well, because they started finally waking up. Now, of course, you do have your top 4. You can see all the other teams on the right. Now, let's have a look and see who is going to be crowned the iQOO MVP and take away that coveted mantle. And there you have it. Looks like you did mention, some teams did wake up, and it's going to be Fierce who is going to be leading the charge, as Team EXO's Fierce is crowned the iQOO MVP in this game.
He's playing really well for his team, I have to say. He got 4 finishes, 377 damage, but to talk about top 5 players, not even a single player managed to get 5 finishes. So it's not a one-man show. It's all about teamwork.
Yes,
and
sir.
The full form of team is as simple as it may be. Together, everyone achieves more.
Okay, also it makes the dream work. That's all I know, because you are much better with acronyms than I am. But you're absolutely right. Together,
everyone achieves more.
There you have it, guys. Just put this in your brain. Just imprint it. Together, we do achieve more. Of course, this isn't a solo game, even though we do have solo performances, helping them out. Now, let's have a look at a few more facts and a few more figures, because, well, the match summary is popping up, and whoa!
What?
Hold on. Wait a second. I mean, somebody check that number, because 142 grenades were used this time, 6 of which ended up finishing people.
Is it real? Is that an error? That's a mistake.
I mean, you might want to
No,
ask
it's
production
not.
again, and this might be the highest that we've seen thus far.
Total healing of 9,615, 81 total knocks, 81 total knocks, XP.
Again, I mean, this is just ridiculous. This is the highest number of grenades that have been used in any map, and, well, I do believe one of the higher knocks that we've seen. I mean, last time, in the last game, when you and Floki were
About
casting,
70.
I saw 70, and I thought, whoa, that is a lot of knocks, but looks like 81 is going to be a bit more. And lo and behold, Sparrow, 4 airdrops were looted, which means finally they are going for it. But I have one question, buddy. When is someone going to pick up that BFG? When are we going to see the AWM in action?
Well, Arctic Warfare Magnum, maybe in Sanhok. No, I'm just kidding. Maybe in Miramar it would come in. But talking about, I think we are going to topple some records there as well. Let's have a look at FT performance. Let's have a look at those tall buildings.
Well, speaking of the tall buildings, like you like calling it, the finish to damage performance graph is popping up on your screens, and, well, looks like everything is going to be in height order except a couple of teams in the vicinity. Now, although your winners are Team Xbox, they aren't topping the charts as far as damage and finishes are concerned. However, a chicken dinner is a chicken dinner.
I mean, I have to say one thing. I mean, look at Godlike. If they're going to rush everyone just like that, I'm gonna. If I see anyone in that, in that costume that Jonathan wears, I'm gonna run away.
Oh yeah, because chances are, even if they do lose their members one by one,
They're going to rush
Jonathan
you.
is just going to be rushing you like a maddened bull. And, well, you know what? Let's not lie. That is what we love seeing. But again, that was the finish to damage performance graph for all of you, and it does seem like a few teams are finally getting the memo. They are finally understanding the essence. They are finally understanding the weight that is the semifinals in the iQOO BGIS 2021. Because again, with each and every passing game, the chances to qualify to the grand finals diminish that much.
It's getting heated up. I can feel the atmosphere getting heated
yes.
up. The numbers are rising. The players are putting their 100% effort, and every single one of these players are performing now. I don't see even a single team who's playing, averagely these days.
Speaking about players performing, let's do one thing. Let's take 2 of the best in this last game and put them up against one another, because, well, we are going to have the player face-off. But the question is, who's going to be on either side? Well, on one side, we do have Sensei from Team EXO, and on the other, it's going to be Eggy from Enigma.
Well, you always talk about my name. I have some information about Sensei as well. It's a Japanese name as well, which means master.
Really?
Yep.
I wonder if I've ever heard that name before. Of course, this is just playful banter between us. You know, Sparrow just loves poking me, and I love returning the favor from time to time. Yes, Sensei, I agree. Arigato. Now, anyway, coming back to the thing, 3 finishes for both of them. Decent amount of damage, pretty equal. However, Sensei, the master himself.
IGL as well.
There you go. And the IGL. I guess, you know, if you are the Sensei, chances are you are going to beat the IGL. But let's do one thing. Let's pit 2 squads against one another. And let's see if you are going to be right in the chat. Is it going to be your favorites? Because it is going to be Team Xbox finally making a play over here in this graphic, and they go up against the Hyderabad Hydras.
I mean, look at the damage of Hyderabad Hydras. They managed to deal a total damage of 2,451 as comparison to 1504 for Team X-Park. But in the end, X-Park, they managed to win the chicken dinner.
And that's what it's all about. At the end of the day, the aim of the game is to make sure you get a lot of finishes, you make sure you rack up all those points, and, well, the easiest way to do so is to get that delicious chicken because, well, it gives you 15 straight off the bat.
Absolutely. They managed to get 7 finish points as well. And, you know, we were talking about X-Park. We were talking about that they're not able to get any position points. They got 15, the best of it.
They got 15, and I do believe sooner or later the momentum is going to be building up. And once that ball keeps getting bigger and bigger as it rolls down the hill, well, nothing can really stop it unless they hit a wall. Now, the thing is, are we going to have a wall in the form of some other team? We're going to have to wait and find out because, again, it is way too early to call which teams are going to be moving on to the grand finals. Now, we can't do that, but what we can do is we can shine the light on one particular squad, and, well, let's see who it's going to be. It's going to be Team EXO with 12 finishes to their name.
Well, with a damage of 2,102, I think they played really well. Team EXO, they had a really decent position, but again, I would say they should check their corners. They had 4 players still surviving there. They could have gotten the chicken dinner if they could have taken down Enigma.
Well, that's what Enigma is. They are a mystery indeed, and looks like you got to keep the enemy guessing, right? Again, it's a learning curve every single time here, Sparrow, because I'm sure the next time you and I play BGMI, especially with the other guys in the other room, we are going to be checking our corners as well. But I'll tell you one thing, amazing game in Erangel. I mean, a lot of the teams did fall early, but I'm sure all of you, are going to be happy that Xbox did get the job done. But let me tell you one thing. Teams like Godlike, the aggression on display was phenomenal. Teams like R Esports, almost getting the job done. Well, they did fall to one man who, you know, is good at all those flickings. Of course, I'm talking about CO Rips Flick YT.
The way he played is incredible. I mean, even though he didn't get any finishes, I think that would give him a lot of confidence. He can do it again, and if he can do it again, it would be wonderful. But right now, let's have a look at overall standings and see who and what teams are on top of the table. Yes, it is going to be Skylarks Gaming with 18 points to the name at number 1.
Now that all teams have pretty much played an equal number of games, looks like they are still going to edge past the opposition, like you said, with just that 1-point lead over Team EXO. But boy, oh boy, Team EXO, they are making some waves. In 3rd position, we have Godlike Esports. No chicken dinners, but 70 points to their names.
You know what I think? I think Godlike is looking to break the record of TSM. I mean, the way they are playing, they're not giving any respite to anyone.
I mean, yeah, but again, you know, what TSM did in 3 games here, Sparrow, is something that none of these teams have been able to emulate since. Now, of course, let's see if that happens in the grand final, but for now, Godlike are going to be just 8 points ahead of TSM. Again, the competition, ladies and gentlemen, is just a bit too close to call. Now, in the 8th position, you are going to notice that you do have a team with 2 chicken dinners, although in the finish department, I would say that they are lacking just a wee bit. But again, it is Tactical Esports, and you know, they don't like going for the finishes.
They're tactical.
They like playing tactically. There you have it. They like their rotations. They like moving into the circle. But let's have a look and see what's happening on page 2.
Well, it's simple. They are tactical. If they have the zone, they are going to get a lot of value out of it. Number 9, we got UDog India. They got a chicken as well. They have 49 total points. Number 10, we got Celsius. They're turning up the heat. They started at the bottom, and now they are here, and now they are playing so well with 44 total points. Number 11, we got Enigma Gaming. They are back in action, it seems, today.
They are back in action. 43 points for them, and just one more than the team that we all know as the X-Lions with 42, and of course 7C with 42 as well. Hyderabad Hydras, again, we did mention the last game in Erangel was a good outing for them because they are going to be jumping up the leaderboard with 41 points to their name. And following suit, we got Old Hood and Revenant Esports now. Oh boy, this is the page that no one wants to be in, but you are going to be happy because have a look at what's happening down below. Someone has jumped to the 21 position with a chicken dinner and 28 points to their name.
I mean, from round one, we are talking about a thing, XP. We're talking about you just need one good game to come back in form. And I think these teams are going to do so well. RIP Mizu as well. I mean, before today, they were at the bottom.
Oh, yeah.
Before today, Team Xpac were at the bottom as well. Team Soul is still there with 26 points. All of them have played 6 matches now, XP. They need to step up.
And if you have a look, despite the fact that Chicken Rushes and Xbox, they have that one extra chicken dinner to their names, you know, as far as finishes and position points go, it is pretty even, Steven. They are playing the same game that we have been used to, you know, seeing them in the past. But I do believe it's the fresh meat, it's the new blood that are doing things a bit different. And, well, I think that there are 2 options for the old guard. Either they adapt and change with the new ever-changing times, they become a bit more versatile, or they do what they do best and just amp up the aggression just a wee bit more.
Another thing that I noticed is it's all about consistency now. It's all about consistency. If you're consistent throughout these 4 days, you're going through. If you're not, I think the competition is at such high level right now, XP. If you don't play well even one day, this could be it.
Oh, absolutely. You know, we talk about having good days, we talk about having bad days, and now, you know, early we used to talk about if you have one bad game, then, you know, it's going to be problematic. Now, at least there's a little bit of leeway. You can have one bad day, and of course, all of this, all these spotlights that are shining upon us, the casters, and, well, the players as well, is only possible due to this bad boy in my hand. I am, of course, talking about the iQOO 9 series, and just to make things clear, I have the 9 Pro, while this gentleman has the 9. But the thing is, oh boy, I do love that back.
You want exchange?
You know what, actually? All right, fine. I do love this back. It's just mesmerizing. But you know what? What we're going to do right now is while we play with our phones, let's have another word from our sponsors. And let me tell you one thing. They are the official smartphone sponsors of BGIS 2021. You know what? Oh, wait a second.
What do you want?
I think I want that back. Oh, hey guys, we are back once again, and
well, sorry you guys caught us like that. That was very unprofessional.
Unprofessional. Let's rewind. Alrighty. Hello and welcome back to the iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Series 2021. And as Hope has floated away, the mischief himself has come in because Floki is joining us. My name, of course, is Angad, the Experiment Chahal, and once again, I have the 9 Pro in my hands.
I've got the 9.
You stick with that. I think that kind of suits you a bit more. But again, welcome back, and well, the action is just going to be heating up because the next map, Floki, is going to be Sanhok, and I do believe this might be one of your first Sanhoks.
Absolutely. I mean, this is my 3rd Sanhok at the moment, so I do believe that. Oh yeah, well, I mean that is true, but I do believe that Sanhok is. I really didn't know. What was the joke there?
It's all right. It's already gone because now you're going to make
moment
it sound...
has passed.
Moment has passed. But again, the moment that is going to be coming up on your screens is going to be Sanhok. But, you know, before that, we love all the viewers watching. We love the fact that you are having a good time. You are being entertained. But let us do something for you because now we are going to display the giveaway winners on our screen. And, well, Floki, please do the honors.
Absolutely. We've got Chiranjit the Burma. We've got Saurabh Datta, Anup Negi, Shub Bhateja, and Om Prakash Kumar as the winners for merchandise giveaway. Well, congratulations, guys. Do make sure that you tag us on Instagram and let us know what sort of merch you get your hands on, because this guy's got his grubby little hands on a bag already. I don't, so I'm very curious to find out.
Also, if you do have a bit of extra BGMI merch, by all means, you can send it our way as well. Because, God, man, I mean, can you just stop it? I get the merch before you do, all right? That is how it's going to be. Because I need to fill that bag up.
Fine,
I'm just kidding with you. I'm going to give you all the goodies. But again, what if your name is going to come up? Because, well, we do have Vinod Prasad joining us. We have Jelani Gamer YT. Niranjan is going to walk away with something. Aryan Kumar Mahakur. And, of course, Dhruv Bora. Congratulations once again. And I wonder what these guys are going to get.
Well, I'm curious to find out as well, so do make sure once again that you tag us on Instagram and let us know what you guys got your hands on. But yeah, I do have to say, so far the matches have been looking very, very interesting. You know, the merch aside, I think the games itself are worth coming here for.
Also, we do have 5 more people that we do want to give away all this BGMI merch to. We have Vikrant Kajuria, we have Nimit, we have Neeraj Kohar, we have Tanish Bansal, and of course Suraj Dubey. And again, if I did butcher your pronunciation and in any way, I do apologize. I am learning just a bit. But again, Floki, all these winners over here, making sure they do everything right. They made sure they filled their forms right, because we did see a little bit of a mishap coming into the semifinals. As far as the quarterfinals are concerned, a couple of teams did go out only because they didn't fill those registration forms properly. Now again, with all this aside, let's come back to the matter at hand. It is going to be Sanhok. It is going to be chaotic. It is going to be just, you know, there's going to be blood flowing. But before that, before the carnage, you know, we do have these 9 series in our hands. Let's actually tell them something else.
Absolutely. Well, these 9 series are the phones that you stand a chance to win if you do go onto the iQOO website, register there, just fill out some simple details, and maybe when this phone launches, you get to find one waiting in your mailbox. And if you want to do that, you need to head over to the iQOO website and fill out those details.
All you got to do is, first of all, search iQOO 9 on Google. If you want, you are going to have the website pop up. And then basically, all you have to do is just click one button. It is that easy. One button, fill out a few things, and well, you might just win this bad boy in my hand or the one in his. Either or, both these devices are good. And if you want to feed that monster gamer inside you, well, this is the device you want to get your grubby little hands on. Now, of course, we are going to talk about Sanhok once again. Before that, let's just remind you which all teams are going to be battling it out in the battlegrounds down below.
Absolutely. I believe it's going to be Group A going up against Group C once again, although I could be wrong about that. We've got Reckoning Esports from Group A, All Hood Esports, OR Esports, Only Glitch, Team Chicken Rushers, the Safari Gang, Team X Lions, and Celsius Esports making their mark in Group A.
You know, I think what we're going to do is we're going to give Group C a little bit of a breather. Let's get Group B into the mix, because the Hyderabad Hydras, they are on a high. 7C Esports on a high. Tactical Esports will join us as well. Team X-Pac, the winners of the last game. Enigma Gaming, UDog India, R Esports, and of course Soul. And let me tell you one thing, although Soul was, you know, kind of wiped out a bit early in Erangel, man, Viper, even though all the odds were stacked against him, he did go out swinging. He did fling that one grenade, because it could have been easy for the opposition to, you know, just turn their attention to him, put a few bullets down in his noggin, and well, that would have been all that she wrote. But again, that was last game. We live in the present, because what's going to happen now is Sanhok is suddenly going to come alive with some life. It is. And of course, we might actually see a little bit of snakes in the distance. You might actually hear some hissing, so you make sure you have your flutes ready. But before that, let's have a look and see what the tropical island looks like, as we have a nice little bird's eye view. And I wonder if we are going to start things off at the Paradise Resort.
Yeah, well, it doesn't look like that is going to be the case. Instead, I believe we're going to be starting at one of the camps over here. And, well, if you have a look... Camp Charlie, there you go. Well, but I do have to say, overall, the map of Sanhok this time around should be very, very interesting, purely due to the fact that Skylar's Gaming is not here.
I see what you mean there, but again,
a couple of shots fired at me. Go ahead.
But the thing is, you know, somebody else might just take the place. So anything can happen as we go from the quarry.
There is Exo.
There is Exo. There you go. You have Exo. You have a lot of big dogs over here. And, man, I didn't know that you were into controversies like that. I love it over here. Of course, you know, all of this is in good fun and good banter. But for now, as we do take a look at some of your favorite positions here in Sanhok, I wonder if you all know where we are, because I know exactly where this house is. Floki, I'm not going to put you under the spotlight right now, but what I am going to do is, well, I'm pretty sure everybody knows where that is. The ruined temple atop the mountain, atop the infamous cliffs, and, well, that's a new addition there. The Black Hawk is finally down.
Absolutely decommissioned one. That would be so fun if you could actually use that helicopter. You know, just imagine there's one waiting for you every single time. Every single team would just be dropping in near Camp Alpha. Well, Doesn't seem like that's going to be the case, though.
You might be able to do so in the not-so-distant future as far as BGMI is concerned.
Oh, well, keep your eyes peeled up, folks, because the next update might just introduce a couple of helicopters into the mix, but...
Damn, you're
that is
optimistic.
that's very, very optimistic, of course. It's speculation at its finest. But yeah, the map of Sanhok should be incredibly fun. You know, just the fact that it's so small, it encourages those early fights. Make sure that a lot of the teams who like to play aggressively, especially the likes of God, like, you know, the likes of, you know, a TSM perhaps, could really thrive on the aggression over here early on and rack up a lot of finish points. In fact, I do believe I saw God, like in the quarterfinals, running behind teams just to try and knock them out on the map of Sanhok against the zone.
Oh, we did. In fact, they chased him pretty much to the last man. But for now, the big bird takes to the skies. We are going to be flying above Sanhok. Doesn't really matter where the plane path is going to be because everyone can still go wherever they want. But for now, we are going to be flying down towards the southwest direction. Of course, the plane path shall be ending just over Tambang. Now, I wonder where all the teams are going because I already see a couple of teams heading towards Cow and possibly Hartin. We just might see some skirmishes, not Hartin. Looks like they are going to be dropping in at Cow, and of course I am talking about Reckoning Esports, and our esports and early clash could be in the making.
Absolutely, but Mongdai being completely ignored is a little bit unusual over here. Doesn't seem that any team wants a piece of that real estate for the time being. While we do have a couple of teams going towards the southwestern and northwestern islands, it does seem that the northeastern part has been somewhat neglected. And well, the circle is going to form dead center of the map. Every single part of the map, well, mostly every single part of the map is still going to be under play. And I think for a change, this might just be the first map we don't see a lot of early action breaking out. Except for those drop clashes, I don't think.
Well, there you have it. Early action is going to break out, and it is going to be the teams that we did kind of predict just moments ago. Hero is going to be the hero for his team, while Jadu is going to make sure he has some cover. Of course, he is going to recharge his energy because, well, the sun is shining nice and bright above him. For now, our esports, they did get the first little knock. However, the finish has still not been confirmed, and I say that, there you have it. Jadu with some magic in his fingers, and, well, Mr. Spray has been brought down.
Well, I didn't imagine that he could actually connect those shots with the Uzi at that distance. That is incredible coming in from Jadu. Once again, working his magic out in the sun. Of course, charging him up over here, but no first aid kits, no bandages. He needs to find a way to heal himself back up and maybe even put on a vest or a helmet. Well, he does have a vest, but yeah, definitely still needs a backpack and a helmet to work with over here. The rest of the members from our esports just going to go around grabbing whatever they can find. Reckoning esports going to be doing the same, cutting their lots of shot early on. They did lose Mr. Spray, but it's not the end of the world. They still have a fair amount of options available to them. Let's see what they decide to do next.
Now, keep one thing in mind. Godlike is not playing this game, which means a little well-known place known as Painan. I wonder how many in the chat know of that place. Is going to be unoccupied by that team, but looks like the Supari gang have moved in, and sooner or later, they could be a team that could be moving in their position in a bit of a tactical fashion. I'm, of course, talking about Tactical Esports. Now, the thing is, are they going to go in for the fight? Because as soon as teams find out that, somebody's over there, in a map like Sanhok, you don't want to lose your members early on because numbers in this map definitely have more weightage than the others.
Absolutely. I mean, Tactical Esports, especially for a team like them who are a little bit more patient in terms of their aggression. What the hell's happening over here? Claus and Sagi out in the open over here. Well, I'm not too sure what Claus is up to, but I think he will be deterred thanks to the nade coming in from Sagi, keeping him at bay there. And Sagi will be able to get himself back towards safety, as it does seem that he is a little bit further away from his team up on those northwestern islands, as all his entire team is up towards Hartin. He is further down towards Camp Alpha.
Sagi just kind of gave me a little bit of a blast from the past right now because Sanhok is surrounded by water, and I want to see some little duckies in the water as well because that outfit, oh my goodness, oh boy, I wonder if I've given away my age right now, but again, I used to do that back in the day. Coming back to the game at hand, although Claus was out in the open all by himself, I like the fact that Ayush is at hand. He does have that higher ground, and if needed, he could have supported his teammate, but looks like he just came over here right now, and Claus can thank his lucky stars for now. Now, the funny thing is, both these teams are the only two teams on the northwestern island, and, well, even though they are at the edge of your circle, if you keep an eye on the top right of your screens, you will see that distance under the mini-map, ladies and gentlemen, and 300 meters is like half a mile in any other map.
Absolutely. I mean, this map is so small, but oh yeah, we will see the side of Enigma sort of, work with that anyway. They've got a buggy coming in on which Sagi will take a ride on and make his way back towards safety, towards perhaps Hartin, or maybe further deeper inside that northwestern island towards the cliffs down in the middle. Well, Enigma, they've got their work cut out for them. It is going to be a little bit of a risk going up on those cliffs right now, so maybe they should guard the bridge and just protect that area of the map.
Now, just moments ago, I did say there were just two teams in the Northwestern Island, and somebody must have been questioning some Mr. Know-It-Alls in the chat. They must have been like, hey, what about Team Xbox? Well, the thing is, what Team Xbox did was the moment they landed, they wasted no time in looting, and now they could be trying to lay a little bit of an ambush on the boot camp itself, because for now, Celsius Esports are going to be taking the camp all for themselves. And let me tell you one thing, it is a bit risky, but higher the risk, higher the reward. The amount of loot, there you go, have a look. Everyone is already kitted out with a level 3 helmet, level 3 vests. What more can one ask for?
Absolutely. I mean, Celsius Esports, they've got everything in the world to fight with, but the question is, do they want to fight? Or in fact, do they even know that X-Spark is around the corner? They seem to have an inkling that there is someone right over there, but I believe they're going to try and take it a little bit easy over here. Don't just sort of reveal themselves unnecessarily. Wixky, he's been a very dominant player. We've seen him from the online stage itself. He's been performing very well, but it seems that he's had a bit of a rough time in the semis and the quarters.
Xbox is doing the right thing. I mean, if I was in their position, I would do the same thing. You have that massive mountain that seems to be lingering around south of boot camp. They are going to take that hill, but the thing is, there can only be one king, because from the other side, we have the Supari gang, Daddy and the boys heading his way. Is he going to be dominating the opposition? Is he going to be dictating terms, or a Scout OP with that QBU primed and poised to strike? Going to put them down in the ground for now. He does with the UMP. He is going to expect them to, kind of push up on his position. But again, all this information, Floki, is going to be given out to his teammates. For now, Team Xbox know where TSG is. I wonder if it's the other way around.
Absolutely. Well, they do control the hill for now, Team Xbox, but the way things are going, they could possibly die on it too. TSG on one side, and you've got Celsius Esports on the other, and as soon as they see some action breaking out, I do believe the other one's going to come in to try and third party. So even though Xbox have the positioning advantage right now, they are kind of screwed, because there is always a potential for third party to come in. Celsius Esports is right around the corner. They could hear the commotion and join in.
A question just to you right now, but would Celsius leave boot camp?
I mean, I do think it might be worth it right now to leave bootcamp, especially if they have a couple of people just watching the flank. You could leave one member out there and just proceed, further ahead with 3 of your members. If you see the members of Xbox getting knocked down, right, that is when you can go in and steal those finish points.
I was just going to rephrase my question. I was going to just say that, since Celsius have spotted some movement up on the mountain, would they go there? But again, they don't know it's Team Xbox. That's the thing. So again, anything could happen. And speaking of anything could happen, oh boy, Old Hood Esports, they are in the Old Hood, but looks like someone is going to be a little mysterious over here as Enigma Gaming are going to try and make the move. And of course, the problem is Eggy is all by his lonesome. Eggy's got to shoot left, Eggy's got to shoot right, Eggy's got to shoot everywhere, but it's going to be Eggy who is going to be put in the ground. And well, I didn't expect anything different to happen over here.
My god, I mean, Eggy literally just had his pants pulled from multiple different directions, got torn to shreds over here. And oh my god, what is going on? I'm not too sure what kind of heroic mission Eggy was on, but that is not the hero's journey. It is going to be the journey of, the guy who dies in 63rd place. And unfortunately, Team Enigma are now down to a 3-man roster once again on a map like Sanhok, where every member counts. Now, unless they're planning to do a heal battle of sorts, I don't imagine they're going to have a very easy time. But even if they do want to do a heal battle, they kind of need to make sure they get inside at least the 2nd or 3rd zone, and then maybe they can stay out in the blue over here. In the meantime, Team Only Glitch, they too have some area under control over here. Team 7Cs have held a hill, but looks like they're being surrounded on multiple sides. You've got R Esports on one end, and you've got another team on the other.
For now, Sarang, the first man in the line of defense for his team, he does know that someone was coming his way. As you did mention, we do have our esports at one end, and well, we do have Only Glitch on the other. We in fact have the Lions, who might just roll nearby as well. But again, for now, there's going to be a bit of a stalemate. Again, the moment anyone fires a single shot, everyone and their mothers are going to hear it in about a 600 to 700 meter radius. And if you aren't too careful, if you are tunnel visioned, you could be in trouble. Before now, he was going to move in. He had no idea the enemy was nearby. But oh my goodness, he drops to the ground, he does get a knock, and in fact he does finish Mother, but the Samurai unsheathes his katana and well, snuffs his life out instead. For now, Jelly is going to be in prime position to lay down some lead. Can Yoda be taken down? Short answer, no, and well, both teams are going to be trading one finish each.
Absolutely, look at it, they're completely fearless right now, going in and trying to secure that finish for his team. At the moment, while 7Cs are also leading a bit of a fight against X-Lions. Oh, but looks like it's going to be the side of 7C stealing those points away from the members of OR Esports. shooting them from the back, exploiting their position. Well, OG, it does look like he managed to find Simple, so he will get at least one finish to his name, but I think all the others went to the members from 7 Seas.
They did indeed, and of course, 7 Seas out of their element. They are going to be atop this green, luscious mountain, and again, like I said, there can only be one king of the hill. The best thing for them is the summit is, well, pretty long, and you know, it's kind of like a flat top, so they can still share for now. But now, if you missed any of the action, let's have a look and see what just went down, because the instant replay is coming up. There you have it, just as OR come down, shots fired from all sides, and as you mentioned, Wexy gets one, and well, the others go Spray God's way.
Absolutely. I mean, that was a little bit unexpected over there. Look at that. Spray God just securing those finishes. Almost looked like he got the both of them, but it was Wexy getting the other one in the nick of time. OR Esports, in the meantime, once again could be in trouble as 7 Seas still gatekeeping them, preventing them from moving ahead from this formation of 2 rocks. And it seems that they are going to be trapped here for a fair amount of time. Fortunately for them, the circle is still upon their heads.
You know, judging by the circle here, Floki, I think the action might just end up at the boot camp, so Celsius could be in a good position. Again, it's all speculation at this point, as Spray God is doing what he does best, spraying lead in every single direction. And oh baby, looks like we have the Cybertrucks coming into play. And let me tell you one thing, I don't know if you think it's a weird shape, I love the look of it.
Oh yeah.
In fact, I want Sarang to just look back right now so that we all can appreciate what that well, Tesla is. But for now, if you have a look at the circle, everyone is moving in, and there you get TX. I think they're going to anticipate as well that, you know, the circle might just shift towards the boot camp. Expect Celsius Esports' position to come under fire from different angles as well. The boys from Seoul are on a little bit of a friendly drive. I do want to get myself one of those Vespers.
Absolutely, that is a definitely cute-looking scooter right there. But in the meantime, Viper is going to try and see what he can grab over here and continue to get a move on, as their priority right now is getting inside the circle, maintaining a good position over there. They can't really stop for a lot of things on the way over here. Yua will also get his hands on a couple of things. So Seoul just, you know, playing it a little bit slow over here, not really looking to take a lot of engagements early on. Even though they came out swinging on Erangel on the very first map, it seems that for now their approach is geared towards placement points.
You know, the thing is, when we didn't have a look at the map, Seoul was still a bit out of the circle, and the thing is, in Sanhok, it does move just a little bit slower, so you know they can still keep their pace ahead of it if they do make the move on in the nick of time. But the thing is, they are going to be going into some opposition, because it is Sanhok. Nobody wants to be in the center of all the action, as Daddy might just find out, because, well, he was in the center of Wixie's crosshair for a split second, but lucky for him, he did get some cover in the nick of time. Again, we did kind of anticipate this. A few teams might think that boot camp is where all the action might just end, and well, looks like TSG are making a little bit of a big move. They are trying to see if they can find out if anybody's there. Well, they definitely found out now, as Daddy took a few shots. Lucky for him, it just grazed past him.
Absolutely, look at that. I mean, Vixky has revealed his position for now, and well, he's not going to be in any trouble whatsoever at this point, but soon enough, when other teams start closing in, it could be a little bit hard for Celsius to fight a war on multiple fronts. I do see Team X-Pac in the vicinity too. In the meantime, we're going to turn our attention towards the tactical esports players themselves. I mean, they are tactical, so it's unlikely that they go for these finish points, but maybe when their hand is forced over here, they might just start pulling out their fangs, and well, we'll see just how sharp they are. Great nade coming in from GT69, knocking down Hitman on his knees. The Grenadier himself, in fact, Levy's going to come in with another nade from the other side over here. Create a lot of problems with the side of Tactical, as they're not being allowed to push and occupy any position whatsoever. Clutch will eat a little bit of damage. It looks like the finish will be secured by Levy 9.
Also, Levi is in a good position, because keep in mind, have a look at Bot Slayer. He is going to be on that massive rotation from the flank, and it looks like Celsius want to play as well, but they're going to be playing with TSG's desync, and Levi is going to be taken down because Kid was on hand. Now 69 knows that someone is close by. If he gets the hit marker, it could be problematic, but it looks like his teammate Bot Slayer does spot him down, and there you have it. Kid is going to bite the dust as well, which means everything comes down to Wild 69. It is going to be, well, the battle of the 69s, as DT69 wants to take on the opponent. In fact, he is going to take on, but Wild gets the better of the other one, and now he is going to come under fire. If he moves just a little bit back, he might just be spotted, but now Blaze, he's going to go in, he zigs, he zags, he doesn't need to shoot, because Levi just put the enemy in the ground.
Absolutely, that is not a very expensive fight for the side of Only Glitch. As long as they get DT back up on his feet and 7 Thieves does not capitalize on this, they're going to be in a very good spot, have a lot of loot to work with as well, and are in a good position to sort of gatekeep a couple of these other other teams coming in from their flanks. But let's have a look at the replay once again and see what was happening while we were focusing on the action from the side of Only Glitch. It does seem that the Supari gang lost a couple of their players, and in fact, Celsius, they did manage to confirm one of those knocks into finishes, so kudos to them for finding those extra points.
Also, I was just going to bring this up. Have a look at the circle. It looks like action might finally just end up at the boot camp. I'm sure a lot of you people watching at home do want to see all that carnage. You want to see your favorite drop spot being contested by, well, your favorite teams. For now, our esports are heading in a collision course. 7C esports are going to be nearby, and in comes Reckoning esports from behind. In fact, they do have some vehicles, but looks like Hero, he does spot something in the distance. Maxi, he does realize that, wait a second, these compounds, they are Occupado, and well, he goes up elsewhere. UDog's Fearless is going to be fearless because he is going up against a god we know as Spray God, and well, he has been put 6 feet under now. 7C could be in trouble. Reckoning esports at one end, and well, UDog at the other.
Absolutely. I mean, boot camp is about to turn into a whole bloody mess over here as multiple teams try and come into the fray and claim that piece of land for themselves. Fearless, in the meantime, is going to try and play guard for his teammates over here, even potentially looking out for some knocks, but there's no one behind that tree. He probably saw a ghost and got a little bit spooked. In the meantime, 7C esports, they might just have their hands full over here. Experiment as well. Look at that. Spray God's already taken out. And it's going to be down to Aladdin, Prince, and Sarang to try and hold on to their position and defend it from the onslaught of teams that are coming their way.
You know, meanwhile, while all these teams are fighting and losing their heads around them, Reckoning esports, they're just driving their vehicles through them, and well, no one seems to be bothering them. But for now, who are going to be bothered are the boys from Seoul, and just as I say that, they are going to be reduced to, I do believe, a two-man squad, and now Rox is going to be bleeding on his knees. A grenade has been flung. Jadu, does he have the magic in his fingers? Yes, he does, because Rox is not down. He is back up, and now finally the UMP does all the talking, and well, Hero and Jadu make quick work of Seoul Rox, which means, well, Seoul down to a two-man squad.
Oh my god, I mean, this just hurts to see if you're a Seoul fan every single time on Sanhok. It's one of those guys getting knocked out, and well, Seoul always fighting with a two-man roster is not the best sort of situation they were hoping to find themselves in. They were hoping that they could all stay alive in the end, hold hands, and maybe get that sweet chicken dinner. But right now, Team Chicken Rushers seem to be primed for that position, as they are all just lying about and waiting for a false move.
Now this is where they need to be careful, because again, it does seem like OR Esports, they are oblivious to the fact that the enemy is so nearby, and boy oh boy, when there are snakes in the grass, you better watch your step, because if you step incorrectly, you could be taken out. But looks like Jelly, he ain't having any of that. He's like, you know what, I do kind of suspect something could be atop that hill, and well, he is going to make sure he gets out a little bit of scooter action overhead. They're just testing the brakes, making sure. In fact, we might just see some donuts being made over here. We might see a few circles, because he is revving that scooter. But looks like he does have his hands firmly clasped on that front brake. Again, if you do know your vehicles, you know exactly what I'm talking about. OR, again, remember, they did lose Evo to the similar situation that we did describe moments ago. Hence, they are going to be a bit hesitant while making the move. But again, Floki, I do believe the Chicken Rushers might just rush in behind them. And, well, it could be GGWP for OR. But for now, UDog in there do have a good position. TSG have a good position. In fact, most of the teams have some sort of fortification or cement for cover. But the thing is, in about a few seconds, oh boy, there's going to be mad dash towards the boot camp.
Absolutely. I mean, I think the biggest thing working in the favor of UDog right now is that pretty much nobody is going to want to leave boot camp, so they get to pick and choose their engagements over here. I said a bit too early. I mean, boot camp will be abandoned soon enough if these teams know what's good for them. That circle shifts a little bit further towards the distance between Painan, or rather the land between Painan and boot camp, and the area is going to be completely open. Just a couple of compounds in here, and whoever gets there first is going to have the advantage for the late game.
Now, let me just remind everyone that a particular team did win last time, but looks like OR are going to go up against CR. We did kind of anticipate this fight, and Notorious, well, his notoriety is going to go down just a little bit, because I guess the snake could not strike in time, and well, the Charmer won the battle this time. Now, OR, they do know that the enemy's nearby. They do have 3 finishes, but I was going to bring something up just moments ago. The team that won the last game, Team Xbox, they are currently the kings of the hill, and I mean that literally, because where the circle is, Floki, is that massive mountain south of boot camp. But hold on to that thought, because the Canary is starting to sing, and well, one member from 7C is going to go down as Sarang is brought down. Now again, they have an idea that Prince is nearby. In fact, Prince did let loose a few shots. Oh, he got up. Had Canary had his crosshair on just a little bit longer, he might have just seen some movement. But again, they are hesitating a bit. Keep in mind, only Glitch could be coming in from behind, but now Canary is going to make the move, or is he? Because it looks like he seems to be stopped in his tracks because Prince is going to be confusing them, and Jadu takes a massive chunk off. But there you have it, the Canary is still singing here, Floki. 2 knocks for the little bird. Can she get a third?
Well, it certainly looks like the Canary is going to be still singing his sweet songs of death, but has to be a little bit careful. It does seem that Sarang and the boys have an idea about where Canary is going to be coming from. In fact, he's going to go in for the big flank over here. Just managed to connect one. Can he fight the second one as well? Yes, they can. Rockstar will be able to take on Latin with the nade. 7 Cs out of the picture in 14th place. And it looks like the credit is going to go to the members of our esports as they have 4 finishes to their name.
Now, elsewhere, we do have the Chicken Rush as well. They rushed into a little bit of a trap over here because Sniper is down on his knees, and Sniper, oh boy, he is losing blood fast now. Only Glitch, they do have an advantage. They do have the momentum. They do have all 4 players still alive with 5 finishes to their name. And there you have it. Make that 6 because, well, Sniper's life was just cut a bit too short. Now, DD69 is going to go up against the enemies. Looks like there's only a couple of members from Chicken Rushes to contend with. Elsewhere, Soul seems to still be out in the blue because looks like we might just have a little bit of a heal-off coming on. But for now, Levi and the boys, they are making the move. They know exactly where the enemy is. They got to be careful because you can get shot at from every single direction as Sagi is going to snuff out the dreams of Celsius Dreams. But now, on the other hand, the Canary is going to move in. Rockstar is going to be taken down. He is going to come in. U-Dog are going to be the team that are going to thwart this attack. Now, Hero is coming in from the outside. Oh my goodness, Canary jumps. Can he get the better of the opposition? Because, well, definitely just gave his position away.
Absolutely, U-Dog, they might have been knocked down over here, but they still have all. Well, it looks like they are going to be A-okay for the time, because even though they hadn't been knocked down, they still had 2 of their members sitting on half HP, so they were very, very vulnerable at that point. But it doesn't even matter. They are just lining up the heads on the side of our esports. Jadu might just be biting the dust soon enough as well. Another nade has come through. Fearless will take a decent amount of damage with it. In fact, it will be a knocked out dog in the meantime. And Dark is coming in to try and save the day. Hero can't be the hero for his team. Try to live as long as possible, but will be cleaned up soon enough. Or will he? Well, Fearless is going to go down direct. Instead, Dark is going to go out with it, but it's still standing somehow. Hero, well, he will not be a hero for much longer as U-Dog will be put down. A few of the members at least, but our esports do bite the dust.
Well, he did go up in Rambo. What else do you expect? Of course, these other thick and thicks of the jungle, and that's where Rambo does shine best. Now, CR are going to take the fight. Jatboy is the last man standing. Is he going to make Punjab proud? Not for now, because, well, the Chicken Rushes have been knocked out, and Jatboy and his boys, well, they have fallen in the 12th position, in fact, and only Glitch are the ones to blame elsewhere in the boot camp as they have to move out. Celsius is going to moving in. TSG all going to be fighting in, and again, amidst all the chaos, amidst all the action, one man from Enigma always seems to survive, and this time it's going to be Avi right between the enemy itself. We did see that in Erangel last time around, but it looks like Ultron from atop is going to make sure that Nickel is going to be put 6 feet under. Now, this is it. Their work is cut out, but again, they have that massive king of the hills from up top. It's not going to be TX, it's going to be U-Dog raining down death and destruction.
Absolutely. Even though U-Dog have lost all of their players, they're still standing strong and fighting hard over here. The Safari gang biting the dust, but now they set their eyes on the other members from the side of Team X Spark. The big boys are the ones on the menu over here, and Fearless, much like his name suggests, will be moving forward. He's got the cojones of courage, and he will try and put them 6 feet under too, but the circle is going to be shifting once again, and I'm not sure who's going to favor them.
Oh! Boom goes the petrol can over there, the gas can as we like calling it, and well, looks like it might have just been well placed, and Team Xbox again, they know what they're doing. They are atop this hill. This is their location, but looks like Carrie is going to come in. Ultron is going to fire. Carrie could be taken out. In fact, both the members take tremendous amount of damage. He might just go with the UMP. He gets one. Is the Sultan going to be taken down as well? Because Sultan is making sure he patches himself up. The first aid is going to come in, and now he might just peek. He might just shoot, but the question is he going to take down Team Xbox? Because, well, kind of looks like it might be against him. The odds are definitely stacked against him as Ultron is now waiting, and his teammate is going to hold the door here, Floki.
Oh yeah, he's certainly trying to hold the door over here, but how long can he hold it for? Well, the Blues going to start moving in, and X-Spark will take that as an invitation to try and move a little bit further back. In the meantime, Scout Obi with the QBU, like you said, is finally being activated away from his high top position. But But in the meantime, Ultron is trying to get back towards safety. Udog stand in his way, but Rambo will be taken out. Fearless also low, will be knocked down by Mavi, and only Dave survives, and in the end, he also gets taken out, and Udog have been put 6 feet under by X-Mark as he's starting to make a comeback over here. But as soon as I say that, it looks like I might have said too soon, because Team X-Mark will lose 2 of their members. Ultron and Mavi both on their feet, crawling about, Scout in the 1v1. Can he save the day? He's got the UMP. Yes, he will do that. Ultron and Mavi should come back up on all twos.
Again, I was just going to say that, there's only one King of the Hill, and looks like Team Xbox, they want to hold on because they just took out UDog, they just took out another team, and with that, I'm pretty sure all of these sports are going to be just a little bit too disappointed now. Ladies and gentlemen, we are down to the final 4 teams because another one just bit the dust, as only Glitch are going to say bye-bye to us, which means 11 players are still alive, and looks like you were right. TX are going to get the revives. Now, the thing is, they do have to move downhill. Fine. Reckoning Esports, they do have that compound. Fine. But there's another team that is going to come from the other side. There you have it on your screens now. Love the bird's eye view as Hyderabad Hydras. Oh boy, they do have the number advantage. They do have the advantage on the side, but Skrills with some spotting skills does spot Jelly in the distance, and well, OR Esports, they bid us due. Scout is going to do what he does best with that QBU.
Absolutely, he finds one over here. He might find some more as they're all still sitting on top of that hill, just trying to make their way towards safety in cover, because they now know there is someone on that watchtower. Scout still firing off those shots, but doesn't spot anyone. Is sort of firing blind at this point. Will go back on into the blue, take a little bit of damage, but well, looks like Ultron is back up. And he is feeling hungry. Looks like he will be lined up too. What a great spray down coming in from that mine. Hyderabad Hydras might not be long for this world, and he will put them 6 feet under. 2 of the members being taken out, a third one still standing, but for how much longer? Carrion Striker for the win. Everything for their team resting on their shoulders now. And Team X-Spark Mavi, he's prepped a nade for them.
He is going to prep a nade, but you know what? He's going to switch to the UMP. He's trying to find them. This could be problematic. The blue is going to be problematic for them, because from the distance, I was expecting this. Reckoning Esports is going to be laying down the hurt, and from behind, Hyderabad Hydras could snuff his life out. That is exactly what's happened. It's going to be Carry who gets the better of Mavi, but Ultron finally gets some redemption for his team. Now Striker is going to be in the distance as well. If Ultron is taken down, they are going to go out in the 3rd position, but wait a second. Scout OP, the man who is just a bit too overpowered, is going to try and help him, but Ultron, he's got to be careful. He's got to make a move, because behind them, Striker is still going to be in a position to strike, but now Ultron, he comes out. Is he going to be taken out before, or is Ultron going to get that prime position? No, he doesn't. Team X-Spark out in the 3rd position. Oh my goodness, we've had a back and forth over here, and that is all she wrote. The play zone doing what it does best, and well, Reckoning Esports, they do walk away the winners in this game. Floki, we said it, Reckoning were in a good spot. They had the compound. Team X coming in from one side, Hyderabad at the other. That little clash was bound to happen.
I mean, there was so much third-party action going on over there, right? You had Reckoning Esports coming in, Hyderabad Hydras as well. So close. I mean, he almost made it inside the blue zone. You can see the little Mario hop he did to try and get in there. Unfortunately, got cleaned up by the zone.
What Team Xbox didn't anticipate was that the Hyderabad Hydras would still be back in the blue, because Mavi and Ultron, they gave their backs away. And as soon as Mavi was taken down and subsequently finished like this, that is when Ultron, shot at him. But then from afar, Reckoning was like, hey, we can see you. Let's take a few shots. And well, they did work. But Scout coming in, almost getting all those knocks. Had he just held on a little bit longer, we might have seen back-to-back chicken dinners from Team Xbox. But you know what? Who took the chicken dinner away? Well, it was a day of reckoning, because Reckoning Esports, they came, they saw, and they conquered Sanhok.
Absolutely. I mean, Reckoning Esports, great performance by them once again, playing their cards right, being a little bit more patient this time around, and I think the patience really paid off over here. Team Xbox, they got back into the primal race that they're known for, right? They went out hunting for the Hyderabad Hydras. Who the hell does that? They had 3 members standing, not 4, and they went in for it.
Let me tell you, TX, 12 finishes for them, 6 of which came via Ultron. Now, of course, it was Sanhok, so the action is like this. Quick, it's a blink and you miss it kind of situation. We got you covered there, because the highlights are popping up, and well, we had action breakout right from the beginning.
Absolutely. Well, it was one of the Reckoning Esports members who got taken out earlier, as Mr. Spray was the first one to bite the dust. Eggy, this was just
Eggy.
This is just bullying, man. This is just don't play that. That shouldn't even be legal. Ah, man, that's just so unfortunate for him. He just goes forward and gets his head blown off. But, to be fair, he was far away from his team. Devil's Advocate, I see you grinning.
Also, props to the other team for, coming out together so that they're not isolated one by one. But, of course, you want to root for the underdog, because he was the underdog in that situation. 1 man going up against 4.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm not too sure what that play was by Eggy. I believe he just went on a bit of a sack mission himself. They thought it was worth it to send a 1-member forth to try and get some information, because they were sort of playing blind, right? They had no idea where they can go in from. Had they gotten themselves some information, maybe that would have been a little bit different. But yeah, in the meantime, I mean, this is another team that I kind of want to point out a little bit. You know, Tactical Esports yesterday very, very strong. 2 chicken dinners. The next 2 games not as much, and it seems that even now they're yet to find their footing. Sanhok just wasn't their map though, so I can maybe forgive them for that.
You could probably forgive them, or maybe some other team is just reading them a bit more tactically. They are reading them as an open book because, again, you can only do so many things at one time. And like we mentioned, yes, they are playing tactically. We are going to make a lot of plays on their names. But the thing is, they have to go in for those finishes as well, Floki, because 14 at this stage is pretty much nothing when teams are getting that on average from just one round.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the thing about being a bit of a one-trick pony or just having one thing to focus on over here. You fail to recognize situations where other things to do might be more beneficial, like going in for those finish points in that position, or maybe trying to be a little bit more aggressive over here. UDog India though, man, what a play coming out from them, just eliminating the side of our esports over here and only losing they for their entire troubles. I mean, just great stuff all around by them. Sure, they don't get the chicken dinner, but once again, really good for their spirits because they were in the bottom 8.
They were in the bottom 8, and in the distance, of course, you can see that one lone member from Seoul. Unfortunately, I don't believe they finished in the top 8. Could have been the 8th position, but that means, well, they're just going to get that 1 point from placements, and it's not going to be enough for this game. Now, Celsius, again, yes, they might have left it a bit too late in the boot camp, but again, you know, it's 50-50, right? Because had the BGMI gods sent the zone towards them, oh boy, they would have been doing what TX was doing, and well, this is what TX does best, pretty much bully their opposition, isolate them one by one, and well, slowly squeeze at the throats and well, suffocate them.
Absolutely. I mean, all the esports also tried doing the same, but unfortunately got taken off fairly early on. And this is the moment where I believe Team X Park did really shine. Sure, Sultan. I mean, Sultan almost gets the 1v3 over here. It was really good. I believe he's going to at least confirm one finish for himself, but then Scout's going to come in and take him out over here. And that is actually what sort of saved Team X Park over here.
If he had maybe 5-10 HP more, you know what? He actually would have taken out the entire team because Scout lost at least 75% of his HP while this man was still on a pixel. So, you know, kudos to the man, and I'm sure we are going to see a lot more from Sultan in the not-so-distant future. But for now, Reckoning Esports, your winners of this game. Not a loud game for them. They only got their finishes and all the action towards the end, and I do believe they only have 5 finishes to their names.
Absolutely, which does mean that they will be getting themselves a total of 20. Not the end of the world, but once again,
Loki.
Good enough, yeah, absolutely. Okay, I mean, I thought he was saying good enough, but yeah, thank you. I mean, my math indeed does pass the mark. I did indeed qualify from 2nd grade. I did not fail. I did not slip the teachers any money.
Cool.
Don't worry about that, but yeah, I mean, with those 20 points, I believe Reckoning should be at least able to maintain their spot in the top 8, albeit they might not be able to push up a little bit and get to the top 4, top 6.
It could be, but the last little jump, the last little ditch effort from Striker, he almost crossed the finish line. In fact, his hand just went through the blue and that's it.
Yeah.
He just evaporated. That's basically what happened. And
it's
well,
like when Thanos snapped his fingers.
Basically, that's what happened. Just imagine that. And well, it was a good outing for Hyderabad Hydras again. You know, as compared to yesterday, quarterfinals, they did brilliant. I mean, when you win your group with 99 points, I mean, nothing is pretty much unstoppable. But you always have, you know, that one little problem. And it looks like the semis might just be that for them. Now we know who won that chicken dinner. But Floki, let's have a look and see how everybody else. Oh, he's doing a few calculations. The point table is coming up. Let's see if his calculations are correct.
Well, it seems that Team X Park is going to be taking that first place spot with 22 points total. They might not have the chicken dinner, but they certainly come out swinging over here. Reckoning Esports in a close second with 20 points to their name. But in 3rd place, you got Hyderabad Hydras with 15 points, and only Glitch as well with 15 points to their name. Once again, Team X Park finally putting out the performances we know they've always been capable of.
Again, the thing is, you know, with the big dogs, you just got to give them a little bit of a push. Give them a little bit of a shake, so to speak. And I guess that is what Spiro and I did today earlier. And Team X Park, they heard us loud and clear. In fact, my message box is kind of filling up with a few messages. Some good,
might as well.
some good, some not so good, but again, that is part and parcel of the game. But now let's have a look and see who is going to be crowned. Well, before that, let's have a look and see what's happening on the other hand of this table, because we still have a few more teams, and this time Tactical Esports. Well, no tactics here in Sanhok as they walk away sans any points.
Absolutely. I mean, Tactical Esports getting nada once again. It just seems to be a very 100-0 thing for them. You know, either they come out swinging, they get themselves tons and tons of points, or they get completely screwed over and they do only get themselves around 40 or 30 points to work with over the course of 2 games. Once again, this just does goes to show that, you know, perhaps being a little bit more aggressive can be a lot more helpful, especially for teams like Godlike. They did rack up those finish points earlier, and it seems that if they were here on this map, they would perform out of their minds too.
If, coulda, woulda, shoulda. I mean, you just love saying that, don't you? But now let's have a look at who is going to be crowned the MVP. No surprises here, as the iQOO MVP mantle goes to Ultron from Team Xbox with 6 finishes to his name.
Absolutely, but 1,000 points damage done. You know, usually from Xbox it is Gil or Mavi.
1,001.
1,000. That one is important, absolutely. But yeah, you know, Ultron has been rather quiet on the side of Team Xbox ever since we have seen them come into the picture over here. Usually, if there is someone taking the spotlight, it's either Mavi or Gil. Scout just trying to be more of that supporting role for the time being. But yeah, Ultron definitely a good player, and the MVP spot well deserved for him. Let's see what 4 other players are in his wake. It's going to be Fearless, Scout, Maxi, and DT69. Not gonna lie, from the distance, I actually thought it was again gonna be another Team Xbox member, but it is gonna be DT69 from OG instead.
It is him, and of course we did see the 69s battled out earlier.
Oh,
Looks
yeah.
like only Glitch, they did come out on top. Now let's have a look at the match summary, because I know we all just love our stats, don't we? Because this time around we did have 72 grenades that went boom, or they might have popped a little bit of smoke, and I wonder if any of them blinded the enemy. But out of the 72, only 3 put people 6 feet under.
Absolutely. I mean, not that many grenade finishes this time around. But once again, I do believe it was an Xbox member only, right, that ended up using that stun grenade against one of their opponents. I could be wrong about that. I did see a flashbang being thrown. I remember that from the corner of from my mind over here. But we've got the finish damage shots coming up on our screens as well. And well, Team Xbox, they reign supreme in that department.
They did indeed. 42 points of damage, 12 finishes for themselves, pretty much just standing head and shoulders above everyone else. And like I said, you know, once you anger the big dogs, once you poke and prod them with that hot iron just a bit too much, well, the bulls start rampaging and they just might tremble you, or rather they might crush you under that little stampede. And that's what's happening with Team Xbox. Looks like if they keep this momentum rolling, I love saying this phrase, I'm going to say it again, they might just be like a runaway truck with the brake lines clipped, because again, it's going to be nigh unstoppable. Let's see if that is going to be the case with them, or since they are going to have to sit a game out, will that momentum be thwarted?
Well, it does seem like a 5-minute break should be welcome for them. You know, I mean, they have been playing 2 games in a row. I do imagine a break would be nice. The momentum is probably going to be thwarted, though. You are right about that. You know, it's going to be a little bit of a reset coming in. But hey, who knows? Maybe if they start off, you know, with a bang once again, get the first pick, get the first finish of the game, they could get right back in the groove.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Their group is going to play the next game in Miramar, which means it's going to be their last for the day.
Oh, yeah.
So they could still... Wait a second. Did they just get back-to-back? Oh, they didn't get back-to-back chicken dinners.
They
but
got
they did
back-to-back
come
first
out
place.
in first. They did get back-to-back first place positions. Let's see if they can make it a treble. Now, before that, once again, we love doing this.
Oh, yeah.
Let's put 2 people up against another and see who is the better one, because you all love that masala as well. The player face-off is going to be popping up on your screens, and this time it is going to be between Scout OP himself and, well, the one man who is fearless from UDog India.
Absolutely fearless from UDog India once again. I mean, he lived true to his name. You know, he was the one going forward, taking those fights, finding those knocks, you know, even converting some of those into finishes. But Scout, he was, you know, charged with a more important responsibility. He was the eyes on the other side, on top of that watchtower, and there were lots of times where he held his ground, he held his trigger, he did not fire, even though he had a clear shot, because he knew his teammates were engaged on the other side. And I think not only that, but the fact that he clutched it out earns him a spot over here. And overall, I mean, while the stats might tell a different story, I do feel like Scout did a much better job than the stats might tell.
You know, I mean, the Scout that we knew from the old days, you know, he had to do everything on himself. Now, I'm going to hold that thought, because now let's pit 2 squads up against one another, because, well, you guessed it, the squad face-off is coming up, and there you have it. Team Xbox, although they did finish in the 3rd position, they did manage to, you know, basically come above the chicken dinner winners, and, well, only Glitch did good as well, with 9 finishes to their name. Now, coming back to my point, of course, you can read the stats on your screen, so I'm going to let you do that, but let me tell you a story. Once upon a time, Scout did everything himself. Now the fact that he has Gil, Ultron, and Marvi in his team, he can do what he does best, just, provide all that information and, get that nice little niche, scout role for himself. He can live up to his name, Floki.
Absolutely. I mean, the scouting he did last time around was indeed OP. Very well justified by his name there with the QBU. We saw that. But not only is he very good at scouting, I believe he could have almost pulled off the clutch there as well against the members of, I think it was Reckoning Esports, who he was trying to take out early on, and then he had to go back on a bit of a rescue mission.
I think he did manage to take down 2 or 3, if I'm not mistaken. And again, it all came down to the one last man, but that is all she wrote. He was taken down. Fortunately for him, or rather unfortunately, Ultron did try to come in, but again, nobody expected someone to be lurking out in the blue, and looks like we had some Shroud-esque moments, if you know what I'm talking about, out in the blue and back in. We did have something like that, and Ultron did finally pay a heavy price. Now, Spare was joking in the last time that, a certain team would be checking corners. This time, teams are going to be making sure that the backs are literally up against the wall.
Absolutely. I mean, I think Enigma gets the mantle for, just keeping teams on their toes the entire time. I think every single time they've had something or the other weird happen to them, and they just come out on top. But I believe we have an interesting start coming up.
Now, you can see my fingers all twitching right now because the overall standings are going to be popping up on our screens, and in the top, there you have it. OR climbing up, but it's still Skylights Gaming who do hold on to that mantle because they have that one extra chicken dinner.
Absolutely, and well, if the chicken dinners were even tied, then they would have the positioning points to work with as well, because they've got 50 of those while OR only have 41, and that is over the course of 7 games for OR. So yeah, once these other teams or these other groups start getting a game in each, well, they might just be contesting them for that top spot too. EXO in 3rd place with 79, Godlike in 4th, RE Sports in 5th with 64, and TSM in 6th. We've also got UDog India moving up. I mean, I feel like the performance over the last 2 games have really skyrocketed them up over here in the top 8 spot. 58 points to their name, and you've got Hyderabad Hydras with 56 to work with as well.
We do talk about words like consistency, but at the end of the day, yes, of course, you have to be consistent. I mean, 1 good game and 10 bad games means that, well, you're going to be out of the tournament. But along with consistency, you got to have that balance. Now, if you just rely on position points, as we've seen teams do in the past, I'm going to bring up tactical right now. It's like you said, it's a one-trick pony situation. I mean, it doesn't really sustain all those points. You need to make sure you go in for the finishes as well. And, well, speaking of certain teams, let's have a look and see what's happening on the other side, or rather the second page, because Tactical Esports A, they are falling down the ranks. They were on page 1, but have a look at Team Xbox, ladies and gentlemen, from the bottom position. When I say bottom, I mean 24th. They've jumped half the group, and now they are sitting in 12th with 50 points to their names.
Absolutely. You got Celsius Esports in hot pursuit too, but once again, Team Xbox, solely responsible for their own performance, have managed to propel themselves upward, and boy, at this point, the sky is the limit. They've still got 1 more game in the bag, and they could potentially make it to the top 8. Let's have a look at, the ugly and see who's here down in the bottom 8. 7C Esports, unfortunately, we did see them trying, a couple of weird things early on in the game, but, boy, I don't even want to say the name of the team that is in that 23rd and 24th spot. It's,
Well, if you don't want to, I'll do it. Well, Seoul, they definitely aren't having the best of days. Again, they still have a couple of chances because, again, remind you, every single team is going to be playing 16 games by the time the semifinals are done with, so they still have, 9 games in hand, and we've seen what Xbox did just moments ago. A couple of games could propel them to greatness, and we might just be witnessing that over here. But in the 24th position, it is 247 Gaming with 20. Now, normally you would think if you play 24/7 and you are going to get better, which of course they did do in the quarters. But again, it might just not be their day. Also, the thing is, they are putting up some good fights. Let me just tell you that the damage is off the charts. However, they're surrounded by the enemies, and that is where the experience comes in.
Absolutely. I mean, I think another thing about 247 Gaming that Spiro pointed out a couple of games earlier was the clutch coming in by Rahul. I think he did a 1v3 clutch of sorts, and it was amazing coming out from that man. I mean, I also remember Spiro was sort of dancing in the background when that clutch happened. He was so pumped about it.
You guys can't see this, but he is trying to distract us because he still is dancing in the background. He got some good moves. But anyway, you know what we're going to do now? Let's get him on this side of the camera because you and I, we're going to head over for a quick little breather while you over there sit, relax, stays there because, the action continues on the other side of this short little break.
Nothing yet. Burn it down.
Enemies ahead.
No more non-stop gaming. Introducing Battlegrounds Mobile India with OTP control, 3-hour limit, and other gaming checks. Battlegrounds Mobile India. Game responsibly.
वो एक दोस्त गेम में फंसा, कोने में बसा, गैंग में अकेला, दिन का भूला. टाइम आ गया है for them to look up. रुक रुक रुक, पिज्जा है यार. हाँ, ये बेटर है. ध्यान से. ओके ओके, फोकस कर. अरे ऑसम यार. कोई नई स्ट्रैटेजी ट्राई करें. क्या बात है. श्योर, एकदम श्योर. मतलब मान गए गुरु. तो जैसा मैं कह रहा था, जब ये हद से ज्यादा हो जाता है ना, तो फन, फ्रेंड्स और लाइफ से ध्यान हट जाता है. तो कुछ भी करो, पर कैसे भी मेक देम लुक अप. अरे वाह, जल्दी समझ गए. वेल डन बॉयज.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Battleground India Series 2021, or should I say 2022? Well, either way, welcome back to the series and the tournament. My name is Floki. Joining me for this one is going to be the beacon and ray of hope, Spiro himself. Spiro, you had a look at the last map of Sanhok. You saw all the action breaking out. X-Spark topping the chart twice in a row. Can they do a three-peat?
Well, they can, but the question is, are they going to? That is the main question right now. But talking about the performances, I think iQOO 9 series, the best in class, I have to say. The best processor of India, Snapdragon 8 Gen 1.
Absolutely. Well, it's got a Snapdragon 8 Gen 1, and not only that, but it's also got a dual charge pump, which charges it up to 120 watts, making sure that you get 50% battery in a matter of 6 minutes. 6 minutes, just think about that. half battery in 6 minutes. That is a short time to be waiting. And well, it's also got a dual X-axis linear motor, which gives you better haptic feedback. So all that mumbo jumbo basically means your touches are going to be even more precise, and all those headshots are going to be even more easier to land.
Well, the feeling would be much better, to be honest. And yes, that would be just amazing. But you know what's amazing? These matches are just amazing. Talking about points table, I mean, some shenanigans are happening there. I mean, Reckoning Esports, Team Hyderabad Hydras, Team X-Pac, who were having none of it yesterday, they managed to make a comeback today.
Yeah, they most certainly did. I mean, a lot of these teams like Team X-Pac, like you mentioned, and Team Hyderabad Hydras have been making a comeback over here. Well, speaking of which, here they are on our screens right now. We've got Team Hyderabad Hydras playing, we've got 7C Esports, Tactical Esports, X-Pac, Seoul, R Esports, UDOG India, and Enigma Gaming in the mix. Unfortunately, R Esports and Seoul not having the best of times over here, but hey, maybe this is the game where they can start making a comeback on the other side though.
Well, they can make a comeback, but talking about Group C, we got Godlike Esports, Carlots Gaming, Orcless 5, TSM, 247 Gaming, Team EXO, Revenant Esports, and RIP Mizo.
Absolutely, we got a lot of great teams over here. EXO have also been playing rather well for this entire day. I believe they are in the second or third spot right now on the overall standings. But hey, who knows, this game might just change that. But are they going to go up? Are they going to go down? You're going to have to stay tuned to find out, because guess what? The map of Miramar is just about getting ready. All the players are on the spawn island, moving about, testing their weapons. You're just tying all their shoelaces, making sure everything is fit and proper. So let's jump into the map of Miramar and see what that map has in hold, or rather in store for us, while the players get ready on Spawn Island.
These two matches are going to be super important, Floki. You know why? Because after today, 50% of semifinals would be over. You only got 2 more days to make a comeback if you want to. Yes, I'm talking about all these teams who are in the bottom 8 at this point of time. They need to step up. They need to do something. They need to find hope. They need to be hungry, just like X-Pac was. I mean, XP was like, X-Pac might, do they have the hunger? And I think he just got to know the answer.
Oh yeah, I mean, X-Pac certainly do, right? They got themselves 2 first place finishes, 1 chicken dinner. Sure, they don't get themselves 2 chicken dinners, but as long as you're outscoring your opponents, as long as you're ahead of them in terms of points, that chicken dinner factor is never going to come and play. So maybe that's going to be the approach coming in from X-Pac. Now we are approaching the end of day 2 over here, Spear. We've got Miramar, and after this, you only have 1 shot on Erangel to set things right before we call it a day. And I think if you don't start performing right now, it might be a bit too much pressure to start playing out of your minds the 3rd day itself, because you have to remember, all's well that ends okay, but for everything to end well, you must start somewhere. I mean, somewhere along the way, you need to pick up the pace and start putting up the numbers that you need to make it to the next level.
Again, you have to be positive, right? I mean, 1 good day can make you a really good team, it seems.
Absolutely.
You know, 1 good day. Abhi, not even half, half of the matches are done. 2 matches are still remaining, I mean. So, a lot of teams are already there. I mean, Team X-Pac, they managed to break into top 16. Team Hyderabad Hydras, Team Reckoning, they managed to break into top 16 as well. So, it's going to be so important. But right now, it's all about Miramar.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Miramar is one of those cuter maps where, well, we were speaking of, sniper action earlier in the day when we first started off. We saw a person getting knocked out with a Winchester and being finished off as well. In fact, I remember who it was, but I'm not going to tell the audience because I don't want to put that guy under the gun. Well, my co-pilot, the plane has taken off. Where are we going towards?
Well, it's going to be so important for a lot of teams. Let's have a look at the plane path. It's starting near Montenegro, going towards El Hazar. And the northern regions of El Hazar are going to be super accessible for a lot of teams. But you know what's not accessible? It's going to be Puerto Parecio, maybe some ruins, maybe La Cabrera, where you have to glide a lot if you want to reach there.
Absolutely. Torre Humida is also going to be one of those places that you're going to have to drop in super late. So perhaps if the circle doesn't favor you, rotating inwards can be a little bit hard. But Hacienda del Patron should be a place where we might see a couple of teams going up against each other, trying to contest them, because, well, it is quite close to the flight path, and all of these teams are going to be dropping in early, trying to make their way towards, that general area. Although we do see a couple of teams going further up north towards El Pozo and Craterfield. So hey, maybe we've got something new in store for us. Usually you don't see any teams dropping near Craterfields, but it could also be that they're simply going up towards La Cabrera. However, I still long for the day a team drops in Campo Militar and calls it home.
Well, it's going to be soon, Floki. I think Reckoning can go there if they want to. Meanwhile, they love to land near Torre Amuda as well. Talking about the zone, Hyderabad Hydras going towards Craterfield did a beautiful job there because they would find themselves in the zone. Talking about other teams, there are a lot of teams like Orcless 5, they're in the zone as well. Team Revenant, I think they already started looting, it seems.
Yeah, it does seem like that is the case, but Seoul are also around the corner.
Uh-oh.
Oh no, no, Yuva, no. This is not the time for his internet to go away. This is the worst possible thing that could have happened. Let's hope, cross our fingers and pray that it comes back and he's able to get back into this game. But he was not moving, Spear, and you know what that means.
I mean, you know a lot about AFK more than I do, but yes, Yuva is there, and I think he is AFK at this point of time. I would love to see if he would make a comeback really, really soon.
Yeah, I mean, most certainly. Everyone is hoping that Yuva is able to make a comeback over here and, you know, just hopefully play out for the side of Soul. But I see the digs that you're taking at me, AFK. I know. I try to pull my weight every night, man. I try my best, but I'm still learning. You gotta go easy on me, man. I promise you. You know, when you come over to my side, I assure you I'll give you the same treatment you're giving me. I will carry you two, and we're gonna have a good time. But, well, I know you guys didn't catch that, but he was about to give me a fist bump, and then he pulled away, so you can just see what kind of a person he is. But there you go. Thank you, Spirit. You finally gave me that fist bump. But you know what? Enough talking about everything that has been happening. And in fact, it seems that we have some weird hybrid amalgamation of Team X Lions and Revenant over here. I'm not even sure who's playing anymore, but it's Team Revenant that is in the mix over here. It is not Team X Lions. They were not in the group if you're paying attention. Haha! It's just a test to see if you were watching since the very start.
Well, absolutely. Team Revenant, if you talk about them, we got Austin Vortex, Top Dog, Encore, and Paradox. This is a brilliant team, and you know what their USP is? Their USP is being consistent. All of these teams, I mean, Revenant is a kind of a team that you will see on the final day, you will find themselves in top 5. It's that sort of a team.
I see. Well, okay. Well, Revenant, it seems like they still haven't been activated just yet, but you know what happens when you corner an animal? It starts, well, getting a little bit aggressive. He knows he's not going to go down. He knows he's going to go down, so he might as well go down with a fight. Give himself a chance. Maybe he loses an arm, maybe he loses a leg, but if he can't come out on top, he'll certainly try. That could be Revenant over here. But, well, we saw this Winchester doing some very, very good work early on. Let's see if we can find that same success this time around, too. As we turn our attention towards Hyderabad Hydras, who are having a fun time up north near the fields of La Cabrera.
I mean, certainly not a great day yesterday, but today they managed to make a huge comeback. They found themselves in top 8. I mean, from the bottom page to top 8, this is just brilliant coming in from Hyderabad Hydras. Carry turned Assaulter now. He used to be their IGL, but now this guy on our screens is their IGL. Ace Black, he would love to make sure that his troops are in the zone and they are safe. Talking about other teams, I think Team Sol is on the back foot. They don't have all 4 of the players. I mean, they still are alive though, but they don't have them because Yuva seems to be still AFK.
Absolutely, Yuva still showing no signs of life over there. That is a little bit unfortunate, but you know what? I believe in the power of Soul. Even though they might not have 1 member, 3 of their members could just be enough to get that chicken dinner. I know it is a little bit of wishful thinking at the moment, but hey, you know, maybe sometimes the BGMI gods, they do listen and they do make wishes come true. Enigma, though, could have been in a world of trouble. That 70 esports members, they have an eye on them, but it doesn't look like they will be able to connect. Their shot, Saggy, trying his best with Scar, but at that distance, the shot's just not come at that minibus will take a lot more than a couple of pot shots to explode. So, unlikely that they are able to get that finish.
Enigma found themselves really lucky there because, I mean, 7C were not ready for them. They were not expecting that some team would come in too early. They were too early for their own good, it seems. Meanwhile, 7C, they got a decent amount of loot at this point of time. Sarang, he already got a level 3 helmet, level 2 vest, and they're off to a decent start. Talking about Team Godlike, the way they are playing Floki, they're just changing the game completely. They have no respite for anyone. They're just rushing every single one of these teams.
Absolutely. I mean, this team doesn't seem like it cares too much about its own life. They're just going to be going forward and being a little bit reckless, much like Godlike Esports on the screens right now. No fear on them whatsoever, but they are trying to make sure they're able to get inside the zone once again, because they do like to drop in towards the Hacienda del Petro, and once they get themselves inside that circle, well, that's when they're going to start playing a little bit more aggressively, see that original Godlike gameplay that they were known for. In the meantime, we also got Team R Esports, Team X Spark outside that area that Murado could get stuck, but no, they will be able to get it towards a good spot. EXO coming in from Los Leones. You got Tactical Esports from Puerto Paraiso. You did say it was going to be a bit too far, but doesn't seem like that really deterred Tactical Esports. Could come back to bite them later. We'll see. In the meantime, you got also going to be in Impala, and that about sums it up for all the teams outside the circle. Everyone else comfortably in.
Well, talking about TSM, they're yet to show their true colors at this point of time, Floki. I would love to see if they would be a little aggressive. Maybe they just want some decent points first. After they get a decent point, after they are in the top 6 or top 5, maybe then they will unleash themselves onto the semi-finale.
Oh, yeah.
Talking about all the players, I think we have Shadow, Equinox, Blaze, and ninja. All 4 of the players are filled with confidence, and their gun game speaks for themselves.
Absolutely, it seems that TSM are, well, just going to be going around looting up and nothing really to stop them at the moment near, well, the power grid. So they should be about fine, but that is an interesting choice of vehicle. And Yua is back, folks. There he is. He has connected. He is in a buggy. He is going to go towards his teammates and get his hands on some loot. A couple of weapons, a couple of helmets, vests, backpacks, you name it, he wants it. And it seems that finally Soul will have all 4 members up and running. Hell, he's already got everything he needs. He's got himself 2 weapons to work with. He just needs a backpack, a vest, and a helmet.
Well, absolutely. Now he got a vest. Now he got some first aids as well. So it seems like Team Soul is back with all 4 of the players still surviving. Talking about survival, there are 3 teams. If you have a look at the right hand side of your screen, you will see 3 teams who are still outside the zone. UDOG India, R Esports, and Tactical Esports.
Oh yeah, I mean, these 3 teams are going to tank the blue a little bit, but the point out of the bright side is that there's not really going to be anyone stopping them from looting those areas up, so they get a lot of loot to work with, and eventually they get to move in towards the center of the circle, or rather towards the zone itself, as well, a lot of these teams are going to have to make their way there. Although I do have to say, every single time Los Leones isn't in the circle, it makes for a very interesting match of Miramar.
Absolutely. I mean, Los Leones, to be all honesty, it's a wonderful place. It's a beautiful place. I love Los Leones, but, everything is...
It's too basic.
Everything in excess is too much. I mean, we've been seeing a lot of Los Leones circle recently, so I think something else is good. Talking about good, we have Scarlet's Gaming, and boy, oh boy, they are good.
Oh yeah, they most certainly are good. Skylights Gaming, in fact, they're so good. They're sitting atop of the points table so far. Let's see if they can continue to maintain their throne laden gold, or if they're going to be punched down a peg by a couple of these teams in the midst over here, as they are also looking to rotate in. And I have to say, it takes a lot of skill to drive your vehicle in Miramar without losing a lot of momentum. Not a lot of these vehicles are geared for this area, except for maybe the buggy and the big fat SUV. So we'll see if any of these teams do get their hands on those vehicles. In the meantime, the circle drum roll will shift towards the center. And, well, that cliff finish will remain a distant dream. That is never going to happen.
Well, look at the number of teams who are already in the zone. There are a lot of teams who have a decent place. There are a lot of teams who got decent value out of their first rotation. But look at Tactical Esports. They're still trying to find a decent space in the zone.
Absolutely. And given the fact that a lot of these teams are still outside in the blue, it does mean that all these teams are going to have a very, very rough time coming in, because they're all on high ground inside the circle, and they'll have a good line of sight on the outskirts here. So, yeah, I mean, all your favorite teams who are in the blue right now, as you can see on your screen, Xbox, Tactical, UDOG, R, and XO could be in a world of trouble, but in the meantime, someone else is in direct trouble. In fact, trouble of getting shot at is going to be the side of TSM, coming under the fire from the members of 7 Seas.
Well, we have to say it was not a day for and yes, they are doing just that. Spray God just coming in with that M249 and getting the knock there, but Akanox with a beautiful cover took out a Spray God, and Sarang, he has to be responsible. But what just happened? Godlike comes into the mix, and yeah, it's Godlike joining the party.
Absolutely, Godlike, they hear the commotion. They're a little bit upset that they were not invited, and they will find one finish as a result. They're like, well, you don't invite us, we shall have your heads. They've got one head to boot, but how many more can they find? That's the bigger question to ask. Is Godlike also going to play it a little bit slow, just trying to feel things out over here. A nade being tossed by Jonathan, but it's not really going to do all that much. It does land on the terrace, tells him that there is no one playing on that rooftop area, and that's all he's going to be able to find on the back of that nade. Godlike, a little bit spread out at the moment, as they do seem to be, trying to hit together. And the unit, Neo is going to be the first person in there, but will go back inside cover. Will be able to keep himself alive over here in a bit of an awkward spot. Will try and make a run for it. Instead, crouching down, proning, making sure he's not exposing himself a bit too much. And he has to be careful because he doesn't have a lot of meds to work with. Just 3 first aids and 5 bandages.
But the cavalry is coming. So Equinox, he needs to be careful because he knows that if they're fighting Godlike, they're going to rush them. They don't need points. They just need revenge. They just need annihilation. They just need destruction. And yes, that is why Equinox is going towards a different area. He's changing his position, but the car got stuck. Maybe he got stuck here.
Oh yeah, Equinox could be in a world of trouble. He realized that he couldn't turn in time with that vehicle to try and get out of it. Oh, there we go. Those driving skills finally coming in handy, as TSM will be able to get their last member out of there. Equinox will be joining the rest of his squad in those vehicles now, and Godlike will be very, very happy. They'll be like, alright, well, I guess we get this compound and power grid to ourselves.
Well, they won't be happy. They don't want compound. They want revenge. They want destruction. But yes, I think they got a decent compound now. They have power grid to their name. But TSM, I would love to see what are they planning. Are they planning to flank Godlike? Are they going to go to a different location? Let's see. Let's find out. Meanwhile, Clutch God still trying to chase them.
Oh yeah, I mean, Clutch God just does not give up over here. I mean, I know what sort of fate he suffered early on, but in the meantime, we're going to be having a look at the airdrop. It's got a Grozai, it's got a 7.62 ammo in it, all the level 3 stuff to work with, and on top of that, it even has a ghillie suit for the desert. That could be big. If Seoul could get their hands on that, they could potentially be setting themselves up for success later on, but we'll see if they do get their hands on that as we'll turn our attention towards them, who are, well, trying to keep this out of 247 Gaming in the meantime. We've also got the circle closing in about now. Lots of things happening, so try and keep an eye out for everything. As the circle will shift further down south towards Monte Nuevo and La Trilera. Not a finish that anyone saw coming.
Oh boy, I mean, I think Tactical saw that coming. I mean, they're in the center now for all purposes. That is amazing, right, Floki? I mean, a few minutes ago, they were just struggling outside the zone. We are like, Tactical is way outside the zone, and now they found themselves in the center of attraction. Meanwhile, talking about other teams, we have UDOG India there as well, Team EXO. Eventually, they are also rotating, and they found some competition there in the form of UDOG India.
Oh yeah, I mean, look at that. UDOG still firing from the right for now, but looks like Sensei is going to return fire over here. But he still some morale in his troops. He will be fired upon. This can't finish off. That's not just yet. Rambo trying to get himself back towards Cower, but Sensei will not allow it. Denied, he says, as UDOG are down one member, and Team EXO, well, they're all rallying up behind their Sensei. Right over here, they've tasked with trying to find the member responsible for all this aggression. He's not peeking out just yet. His vehicle is going to be blown to bits over here. And he's probably going to have to go back towards his teammates if he wants to rotate out quickly enough. So Sensei creating a lot of trouble for the side of UDOG over here, apart from that one finish that they found.
They have to be careful. Their backs are not cleared, Floki. If you have a look at the minimap, you can see a green dot coming in. Yes, the AR coming. Our esports is now here. And the cannery just got knocked down by EXO, Punk Immortal. I think he's looking to get the first finish down for Team EXO. Actually, the second finish down for Team EXO. Let's see if that need is going to connect.
Absolutely. Well, Immortal will reconsider. We'll put the pin back in and stick it inside the nade, because that is exactly how grenades work. And in the meantime, it seems that elsewhere on the map there has been some action as Revenant are taking on the members from Enigma, but we're going to turn our attention in this direction only because this is a fight that is about to brew. Oh, Immortal, that they could do so much work over here, but what? Fierce will knock down Immortal. What the hell just happened there? Fierce himself is also damaged, so he's going to have to heal himself back up with the help of the first aid. Sensei has also been knocked in the meantime. Our esports, they could capitalize on the situation, Spirit. This could be problematic for EXO.
This could be a big blunder coming in from Team EXO. Meanwhile, Punk is trying to give a really good cover there, but I don't think that would be enough. They are going to rush in. Fierce, you know what's happened? I think the nade hit Immortal, and then both of them got damaged.
That is unfortunate. I believe that might have just been a stroke of bad luck, but now our esports are looking to capitalize on that. Look at Hero trying to go in and be the hero for his team. Nate's come pouring in from Canary and Rockstar, both trying to rock the show over here. Fierce, he is burning in that molly. He is losing life, but he will be able to stay alive for a little bit longer. Oh, that nade comes and blows into smithereens, puts him out of his misery, as Rockstar will be the one responsible for his early death. And now Jadu is going to turn his attention towards Sensei, knock him down on his feet once more, as EXO, with only 2 players standing, they have got a lot to do over here. But this is the position with 247 Gaming clutched out before, so just maybe EXO still might have a stroke of luck by this side.
Well, I don't know about luck, but they have Punk. No, not anymore. Now they have only one player remaining for themselves, and that is the Immortal guy. Immortal. But he's burning as well. And yes, he's burning. He's on fire, and that's it. That's over. Team EXO with one small blunder, and now they're out of this competition.
My god, that is such a painful way to go out for the side of EXO. They mess up that nade, they mess up that throw. And boy, our esports, they come out swinging and punish them. Immortal, turns out he is not immortal after all. Fire is his biggest weakness. He burns to a crisp, charred meat for dinner. Unfortunately, no one around that is into cannibalism.
Maybe he's Martian. Maybe fire is
oh yeah, could be.
Talking about Hyderabad Hydras, we got Manti, Carry, Ace Black and Striker, and they have a decent spot in the zone, it seems, Floki.
Absolutely. They've got themselves a very, very good spot in the zone for the time being. Of course, the Hyderabad Hydras, you cut off one head, well, 2 will grow in their place, but well, if they're spread out like this, I'm not too sure if that analogy is going to hold true. They have a one line of sight towards the members of Skylines Gaming, but I do think there is Revenant closing in on their position. Oh no, Team X Spark in the meantime might be in a world of trouble. Where is everyone else? Why do I only see Ultron? Have they lost their members? No, I don't think they have. Ultron is going to be knocked down over here by Sarang. GG. And looks like Sarang has also an idea of where Mavi is. Mavi has lost a little bit of his HP. And we'll see what Sarang decides to do. Oh, in fact, he's going to find out the other members on the side of Team Expert. They're both going to be knocked down. Gil will bite the dust, and so will Scout OP. As he's trying to get back towards that vehicle, but he will be blown to smithereens over here, leaving only Mavi to his own devices, who will try and play for those placement points now. Ah, man, not the way they imagine themselves going out. In fact, Mavi might not also be long for this wall, because look at that buggy. Just a couple of stray shots his way, and he could be blown to bits.
Well, I can see smoke, I can see fire, and yes, Mavi, his buggy is almost 90% damage there. He has to be careful at this point of time. Meanwhile, talking about 7C, they are certainly, they were not having a great day today, but in this one, they managed to get the better of Team X Spark.
Absolutely, Team X Spark once again not having a very good showing over here on Miramar. It doesn't seem like this is their map. Erangel and Sanhok, though, they went down very well for them. Maybe next map is the map where they can start coming out swinging over here. But in the meantime, Godlike Esports going to turn their attention over towards Enigma. Enigma have got two players inside this compound over here, and are we all the way in the back? If Godlike pulls this right now, they could end up getting themselves a lot of knocks. Rex is going to go down on his feet. There's still one member standing right next to him, though, and we'll see if he decides to go in for the rest. So he spots out Neo over here, but Neo, aggressive as all heck, just not letting go of that fire button with the UMP, providing a lot of cover fire for his teammates, allowing them to move into a bit of a forward position over here. But Zygote thinking about healing back up could be a mistake. Neo, that nade is being prepped. You do not want a repeat of last time around, friend. That nade is going to find its mark. Yes, it is, but he's burning. He is on fire. A Molotov has been thrown in, and it might be the one that knocks him on his feet. In the meantime, Zygote is going to get knocked out by a member from Revenant. Top Dog is over here, and Revenant Esports are also looking to make themselves a part of this party, as Clutch God and Jonathan, the only members keeping their dreams alive. In fact, Clutch God was the only member keeping their dream alive at this point, and he's still standing strong, but for how long? Enigma hot on their tail. Rex looking to go forward with the M249, but I'm not too sure how much he can do. In the meantime, 247 Gaming have been eliminated, and so will these three members from the side of Godlike Spiro. This is not looking good.
I mean, Godlike, we were talking about Godlike, right? They wanted to attack, they wanted to be the best team there, and they are doing just that. But right now, it's not working for them. Clutch God is the last man standing, and now his name is Clutch God, but right now he's on fire in the wrong sense, to be honest, because literally he is on fire. The smoke will come in, but there's their smoke, there's fire, and the fire would come in the form of Enigma V with that M249. He would take out Team Godlike.
Absolutely. Now Enigma needs to be a little bit careful. Now that everyone around them has passed away, there is no aggression. There's only a couple of players to worry about. It's a Top Dog from the side of Revenant, who was looking in the direction, but even now he's moved away. In fact, Viru from Seoul could be in a little bit of trouble over here, as well, he does have his teammates to back him up, but it does seem that every single side that he looks in, or every direction that he turns his head towards, there's an enemy waiting for them over there. Viru going to be going forward, parking his vehicle and scouting things out for his team, but has to be a little bit careful over here. As if he turns around the corner, he might see something that he does not like. In the meantime, our esports, Rockstar Hero still standing strong, but how much work can they do? Well, not too sure. Let's turn our attention towards Tactical Esports. Trying to go up against members of August 5 out on the buggy. Looks like they will be able to find a knock over here, but in the meantime, Clutch has to watch his side. Someone shot him from the left to over there. But looks like Clutch will still be able to find another knock and perhaps another finish to work with too. In fact, Soul is coming in and taking out the members of Corip on the other part of the map, and Ninja John is also going to join them. But Tactical Esports, they're unable to finish what they've started. They've put two members down on their feet. Can they find those confirmed finishes? Well, Hitman's going to go forward, try and burn that to a crisp. Bomber will be taken out over here, and it looks like Hitman might need to cover his position, so he's going to drop a couple of smokes.
That's a good one coming in from Hitman, and I mean, he was waiting for his teammates to come in. He was not going alone, and that's a good stuff. That's a good strategy coming in from Tactical. But meanwhile, they're on the back foot as well. Team R Esports, Team Hyderabad Hydras, both of them are coming in, and Team Tactical, who wanted to rush Team Orglas 5, now they are on the back foot, because right now they are in a sandwich situation.
Oh yeah, I mean, you've got R Esports on one side, you've got Orglas 5 on the other. Elsewhere on the map, you've got Skylines Gaming being shot at by the side of Revenant. Once again, Top Dog just being so annoying from this position. This is the second time he's managed to knock someone out and confirm the finish from that same spot. And now that he's out of healing, he might reconsider his options, but it doesn't seem like he's too well, scared or too intimidated just yet, so he's not going to move. Mavi, is he already going in for a bit of a heal battle coming in? Yes, he is. The first aid kit is going to be popped. The med kit is also going to be used. It's going to put him back towards 100 HP. But the question is, what does he do next? No bullets to work with. I think we all know where this is going.
I mean, is he just gonna stay here? He's not even trying to enter the zone. I think he found someone. Would he be able to find the finish as well? That is the question in my mind. Meanwhile, talking about Team Soul, they need this one. They need this opportunity. They have all 4 of the players still surviving. They are in top 11,
Oh my
but they
God.
need to get some more points. Meanwhile, our esports, they just got eliminated by Hyderabad Hyderabad.
Yeah, I mean, the play zone knocking out a lot of players over here. I mean, this tournament, it's so action-packed. I mean, even the play zone wants a part of it. The 1 crore rupees prize pool, obviously very, very tempting for it too, as it is the 17th team over here to keep an eye out for. In the meantime, Hyderabad Hydras moving up ahead against the side of Revenant. Revenant in a world of trouble, as I'm not too sure we just saw there. But Manti-OP will be flinging a nade in Tactical's way. Is it going to connect? Well, it might just, but it does not matter because Manti is going to take matters into his own hands with the Scar. And that ghillie suit, man, it's doing so much work for him. A little bit of a missed flash, I believe that's what was thrown out of smoke there coming in from the members of Hyderabad Hydras. But Manti-OP, man, he's got the weaponry for this. He's got an M249 and a Scar to work with. He's got that long range capability. We'll see if anyone from Tactical falls.
And he's feeling it. He wants to rush so badly. But meanwhile, Orgles 5, they join the party. Tactical Clutch is taken out by a walk from Orgles 5. Tactical now only with the 2 players still surviving. Would they be able to get a lot of value out of Miramar? That is the question on my mind. Meanwhile, Lost in Vortex, they got another one. While 69 just got knocked there, and Hyderabad Hydras, they want to enter the action. But meanwhile, Scarlet's Gaming, Gamla Boy, got the better of Hyderabad Hydras. Ace Black, it seems.
Oh yeah, Ace Black will be able to get himself, well, something to work with over here. Can't see the same for UDOG India, who have been eliminated right now in 8th place, getting only 1 placement point to work with. And in the meantime, I believe that was the first aid can be dropped over there for his teammate. But in the meantime, Enigma Rex could be in a world of trouble. I believe he got a knock on to one of the members from the side of Skylights Gaming. It was Gamla Boy who went down, but he should be able to get back up on his feet. In the meantime, Manti-OP, look at the liberty this man can take because of the ghillie suit. Right now, he is just moving left and right with no fear whatsoever. No one has spotted him out just yet. And looks like the members from the side of Hyderabad Hydras will follow in close pursuit. Soul Esports, well, looks like they will be responsible for eliminating the side of Tactical as they have found themselves in that 6th spot. They've got 4 placement points to work with. How much more can they find? Vito will take out Manti-OP. Hyderabad Hydras might have bit off more than they can chew. 2 finishes should be going their way soon enough, and Soul might be racking up those points, Vito. This is, I think, one of the best performances Soul has put up so far.
Well, this is Soul, and they are rising. All 4 of their players are still surviving, and it's now going to be a 4v2v2v2v1 battle coming in from Team Soul. They can get the chicken dinner here. They can make up all those points that they lost in the earlier games. Meanwhile, Latch's carry still surviving. The last one standing for Team Hyderabad Hydras, rushing in with that level 3 helmet that is already damaged 100%.
Absolutely. It seems like Carey is going to be going forward with the M249, trying to make sure he can find some picks to work with over here. In the meantime, Soul are also trying to wrap around and get some more real estate for themselves. They've got the bad advantage and they will push it. Look at Rocks in the distance taking out the members from Skylights Gaming as they too will be eliminated. Soul, this might just be their first chicken dinner yet. They're in a 4v2 situation. They can smell it in the air. Chicken is cooking. They want it hot in the pot. And now Rex will be knocked down. Eggy's going to be the next one as well. Viper looking to find it. He will be successful. Soul will find their very first chicken dinner of the semi-finals. They are back with a vengeance.
Well, that's why they say Soul is rising. This is new Soul, and they are playing really well. You know, it was not a good day for Team Soul. Yesterday also, it was not a great day for Team Soul. But now every single one of these teams are making a comeback. That's why they are experienced, and that is why they were invited in round 3.
Absolutely. I mean, Soul once again proving their mettle over here. Great performance by them on Miramar. You know, I mean, I have been sort of just trying to make sure that I don't speak too much about Soul because the performance up until this point, I have to be honest, it hasn't been up to the mark. But this is the turning point for every single Soul fan out there. This is what you've been waiting for. Waiting to see these members pop off. Rocks, Yuva, Viru, Viper, all of them surviving until the very end, Spiro. And boy, did the results show.
I mean, not only Soul, I mean, they are also rising. Hyderabad Hydras, again, a brilliant performance coming in from their side. It was not a great day yesterday, but today, the way they played, they found themselves. I think they will get a spot in top 5. But right now, let's relive the moments of Miramar.
Absolutely. Let's jump into the highlights and see for ourselves what went down on this map. It all started off with the members of 7 Seas getting themselves a couple of knocks on the members of TSM. Well, TSM, they most certainly tried their best over here, but, well, they got a fair amount to work with. It wasn't a lot, but it was good enough. You also had EXO, performing really well, but then getting eliminated in that 8-16 spot with only one placement point. Not the way they wanted to go down.
I mean, one need can change the game, and it was eminent there. Fierce.
Oh, yeah?
I mean, he managed to hit Immortal, it seems. No, oh no, it just bounced off the wall, it seems. That was a blunder coming in from EXO Fierce.
Yeah, that was a blunder coming in from Fierce. I mean, let's not talk about that. I don't think EXO fans are going to be too happy after that. But, sometimes they do make mistakes. They too are humans. You have to live and forget. And hopefully they can move on and not let this hinder their performance in the upcoming games. Immortal, well, he's wondering why the hell does he have to pay the price for the sins of his teammates. Sarang, my god, he lined up those two players so well. Look at that. Gil and Scout both bit the dust over there, leaving Mavi in such an awkward spot. And 7Cs, man, these guys, they're very clever. These guys are devilish when it comes to the way they play the map and they utilize opportunities. They try and wait for the perfect moment before firing. Once again, not a very aggressive team, but a team that is clever with how they use that aggression.
Absolutely. I mean, look at Team Enigma. Team Godlike was trying to push them, but it didn't work for them. But I have to say it, Floki, it is so important. After making all the mistakes, every player has a chance to turn the outcome of the game by making the right choices next, and they can do that.
Absolutely, they most certainly could do a lot of work over here, but X-Park, they're gonna need to step up soon enough. They've done well for 2 games, not gonna write them off just yet. They've still got one more game to go, so yeah, they might just be able to pull through, but hey, they're gonna need all your energy, so make sure that you spam some love for X-Park in the chat. I know Soul's getting all the love right now, but hey, I mean...
Come on!
Yeah, I mean, Soul deserves it. Not gonna lie, I'm not saying there's anything bad with it, but I'm quite sure out of all these teams, both need the support.
Let me tell you, every single of these 24 teams are getting the support of the crowd. You know why? Because everyone is playing their part, everyone is trying to perform. Even if you are not performing right now, that doesn't mean that you won't perform tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be a new day for a lot of teams, and we might see some new names coming in, just like 247, because I think that is the only team that is not performing.
Absolutely. I mean, 247 Gaming, even though they had that amazing clutch that we talked about earlier on the same map, by the way, Miramar, it doesn't seem like that was enough to propel them up in terms of points. But, well, Seoul, they certainly have a lot to be happy about because they got themselves, I believe, 10 finishes to their name. And at the end of the day, I mean, they are going to be getting a bunch of points and rising up on that overall point standing stable. But that is not something we're going to be showing you guys right now. You guys are going to have to, just wait a little bit further. Watch the next map as well, and then you'll have the full story. However, we will have the point standings for this game at the ready. So if you're curious to find out what that looks like, well, let's jump right into it and see who's at the top. Surprise, surprise! It is Seoul with 25 points in the chicken dinner.
That's a good one coming in from Team Seoul. But number 2, we got Enigma Gaming. Again, Enigma. Yesterday was not that good. Today, they are flawless. Coming in with 9 finish points, they got a total of 21 points. Number 3, we got Hyderabad Hydras. I think with this performance, they might find themselves in top 5 after this game. But of course, we're not going to show the overall standings after this one, so we have to keep guessing, my friends. Number 4, we got Skylars Gaming with only 1 finish. They managed to get 9 total points. That means they will still be on top of the table, it seems.
Oh yeah, it does seem like that, of course. This is all speculation, so if you've done your math, you know for yourself. But if you want to find out otherwise, you're gonna have to stay tuned in. We've talked a lot about these teams in the point standings. Let's have a look at one individual player and see who it is that deserves the iQOO MVP spotlight as we jump right into it. I have it is gonna be Veer from the side of Seoul taking that iQOO MVP spot. Spiro, do the honors.
Well, he got 4 finishes to his name with a damage of 798, 2 assists, 1 headshot, 136 is going to be his thingy. But at this point of time, we got 2 players from Enigma, 2 players from Team Seoul, and 1 guy from Team Tactical. That is going to be Wild 69.
Absolutely. Last time around, it was the battle of the 69s, but DD69 reigns supreme. Wild is like, no, I am the superior 69, and he goes forward in the next game, manages to get himself that 4th place spot with 3 finishes and 393 damage done. But Viper being on there as well, man, it feels good. It feels like I'm back in time over here. But let's have a look at the match summary for now and see how many grenades were popped. Out of the 58 that were popped, 3 resulted in heads being popped.
Well, look at the number of healing there, 8,980 healing we got, but the best start right now is going to be longest finish distance, 326 meter. Boy, that is long.
Oh yeah, it most certainly is. I mean, on the map of Miramar, that is to be expected, right? I mean, the long distances really allow you to set up for some long-range fights. Last time around, it was the Winchester getting the knock. I'm not too sure what was it this time around. Let's have a look at the finish to damage chart, though, because I'm quite sure that is a chart that's going to tell us a very, very good story about what happened to these teams, you know, while we were observing some other fights. A very even affair. A lot of these teams have a fair amount of damage done, but not everyone was able to convert them into finishes.
Well, not a lot of tall buildings, to be honest, but there are a lot of buildings. So we got Team Soul with the damage of 1815. For 10 finishes, they performed really well. We got Enigma as well. They managed to deal a lot of damage. Team Tactical, Team RE Sports, Team Revenant as well. I mean, look at the damage there. They got 1404 damage for only 3 finishes.
Absolutely. Well, they've got a lot of damage done over here on the members of Revenant, on Rip Mizo, on TSM, on Soul, on Enigma, but at the end of the day, if you don't convert those damage into finishes, that damage does not mean squat. And guess who did the best job of converting that damage into finishes? It was the members of Soul with 10 finishes to their name. Once again, Soul having a bit of a breakout performance over here, but they need to keep this up if they want to make sure they make it to the grand finals over here because, well, Spiro, I have a bad feeling that if they don't keep this up, there are other hungrier teams down there in the bottom 8.
Look, I'll tell you about Team Soul. The thing with Team Soul, the legacy of Team Soul is they're always going to make a comeback. And I think they are starting. This is a mini comeback. This is not a comeback, but let's see. Tomorrow is going to be a beautiful day. We still have one more game to go, and let's see if Soul is going to play in that.
Absolutely. We have come full circle today, folks. We started off on the map of Erangel, and that is how we're going to be ending things as well. But we've got a couple of more interesting stats for you, of course, before we go there. But I do want to talk a little bit more about Soul, right? Because if you're a Soul fan out there, you've been watching them since the quarterfinals. Yes, you know, there was a little bit of controversy in the end, but Soul, they did manage to make it to the semis. They weren't really performing up until this point. It took them, I believe this is their 8th game to play out of their minds. I do believe this is their 8th game. So finally it seems that Soul is awakening, Soul is rising, like you mentioned. But if they want to make it to the grand finals, they need to continue rising, Spiro. They can't stop because I do feel like there are teams, like I said earlier, who would be very, very happy to take Soul's spot.
Well, of course, it's their second birth, as you said it. But yes, we'll see. We'll still have 2 more days to go. Let's see how they're going to perform. But eyes on a lot of teams, especially teams like Reckoning, teams like Hyderabad Hydras, teams like RAP Mizo. They're also playing well. They're also making a comeback today. But who else is going to make a comeback? Our crowd, our chat is going to make a comeback because they can win a lot of goodies if they can predict the winner.
Absolutely. Well, if you have a favorite team and you want to tell us who they are, do so by clicking the link down in the description below. Fill out all the details, and guess what? You might just have some merch waiting for you when all this action is done and dusted. And that's not it. We've even got another giveaway going for you guys. In fact, we're going to be giving away one of these phones right here. So if you want your hands on one of these bad boys, make sure you go over to the iQOO website, fill out all your details over there, and you might just be getting your hands on an iQOO 9 itself. This phone, it is a beauty. I have used it myself, and I can vouch for this phone, saying that if you get this phone in your hands, you're going to have such a seamless experience playing BGMI that you're never going to want to switch devices any further. I mean, this is it.
Well, again, don't forget to go on the website and click on that notify me button to take a part in the giveaway. But again, we all know this device is so amazing. I love this color, by the way. I think I'm going to keep this one. I'm not going to give it back to them.
Oh, well, iQOO, if you're watching, you know what you're supposed to do over there. Slip a little sedative in the night when he's having his dinner, and when he's sleeping, just take that phone away. But yeah, one thing is for sure, Spiro, it is that no matter what happens, you can participate in the other giveaway that you want, but the merch is not going to go to you. I will make sure I remove your entry from that list.
Well, Floki, we'll see about that. I know you are the god of mischief, but that's okay. I'm hopeful about it.
Well, alright, there's mischief going up against hope. You hope you're going to get yourself the merch. I'm going to try and make sure your name gets out. We'll see who ends up winning over here. But I think what everyone else is very, very curious about is to see who's going to win the map of Erangel. We've got a lot of good teams in contest over here. But before we actually talk about that, let's have a look at a couple of players and pit them against each other in the player face-off. As, well, I know who I want to see. Let's see if he is going to be there in the player face-off. I believe Veer should be in there. Nope, it's going to be Viper going up against Eggy. It might not be Veer, but it is a Soul member, and I'm all the more pleased by it.
Well, yes, it is going to be the Viper of Team Soul. He got 3 finishes to his name, but as compared to Enigma Eggy, who got 4, I think Enigma Eggy also played well. I still remember quarterfinals of Floki. He used to be the sniper for his team, but right now, I don't think he's sniping anymore.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't seem like he is sniping anymore. In fact, he's the one going forward, taking all those fights early on like we've seen earlier. I mean, even on Sanhok, he was the man who went in, got double peaked and, well, put down. But let's have a look at another interesting stat. Let's put an entire team against each other in the squad face-off, see what that holds for us as... we jump straight into that. We've got Enigma Gaming going up against the side of Soul. 9 finishes for the side of Enigma, but Soul only have 10. 1,500 points of damage for Enigma, but Soul with 1,800. And it seems that Soul have just outdone Enigma by every metric imaginable.
Well, absolutely. I mean, look at the survival time, headshot, assist, damage, finishes in every single department. Team Soul played well in the map of Miramar, but the next map is going to be Erangel. A lot of pressure on a lot of teams. They need those points because after day number 2, you need to be in top 16.
Absolutely. I mean, if you're not in top 16 after these couple of days, well, you're not going to be making it to the grand final. So you need to make sure that at the end of it all, you manage to get yourselves to that top 16 spot so we can see more of you in the grand finals. At the end of the day, that's what it's all for. It doesn't matter how you perform here. Even if you end up in the 16th spot, you can still walk away with 50 lakh rupees in the grand final. So eyes on the prize, baby. That's all that really matters for now. Although it does feel good to get that first place spot, have that aura of intimidation walking into the grand finals that, hey, everyone's going to do their homework, everyone's going to know what you're going to do next because you were the guys who performed well in the semi-finals, so it follows that they will also perform in the grand finals. What do you think, Spiro? Let's say you're a coach for any one of these teams. Do you want them to perform in the semi-finals or do you want them to perform in the grand finals? Would you let them slack a little bit in the semis?
Well, I'll tell them first qualify.
Well,
first qualify through to the finals and then win everything. I mean, if I'm the coach, I bet they are going to win every single game, it seems. After saying that, I feel that I can sense some, experiment. Our co-caster, he must be laughing at me from some corner of the room.
Absolutely. Well, there's going to be lots of hideous experiments happening in the 2 days gap from the semi-finals to the grand finals. There should be a lot of stuff going around, but I do see Experiment dancing in the background, trying to throw me off my game. But you know what, Experiment? You gotta try a little bit harder, buddy. I'm not gonna be thrown off my game that easy. But yeah, I do want to say that in the 2 days gap that we do have between the semi-finals and the grand finals, the teams at the top, they need to change their play style, right? Because everyone's gonna be having their eyes on them, and they're gonna be trying to figure out what is it that they're doing, because they don't want to have that repeat in the grand finals.
Look, it's simple. I mean, we are at the semi-finals right now. Talk about a lot of teams. A lot of teams are trying their level best. But talk about teams like Godlike. Talk about teams like Skylights Gaming. Are they showing all their stats? No, they're not. They're hiding their strategies for the grand finale. So it's eminent. If you have the points, if you are in top 3, if you are in top 5, you can play however the hell you want to play, because you're not going to win anything if you are in number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 16 as well. It's all about reaching the grand finals, and if you can do that, then you can show your real strategy.
Well, that's all that matters, folks. I'm quite sure Spiro is not coaching for any team right now, so if you want to pick him up, well, I'm quite sure his DMs are going to be open. Eyes on the prize. That are the words of wisdom being dropped here from the side of Spiro. And I do want to say, I mean, I agree with that philosophy completely. If there is ever a time to underperform, but just make it, scrape your way together to the grand finals, it is now. Even if you just barely manage to make it on the very last game of the day on the semi-finals, in that 16th spot, I'll be fine. But better perform in the grand finals, because that's what really matters. But this entire tournament, it would not have been possible if we didn't have the gentlemen on your screens right now. The iQOO Series 9, yes, they are indeed gentlemen, because that's just how good these phones are over here. I have to compare them to the likes of James Bond and all the other gentlemen in your good old movie days. But yeah, the iQOO Series 9, it's one of the best phones out there. Try and make sure you grab yourself one of these. In fact, I'm going to stop talking, let them do all the talking by themselves, and let's see what they're up to over here as we jump into the promo for iQOO Series 9.
Well, welcome back once again to the iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India series, and of course we have a little bit of a switcheroo over here because the experiment is back in, and well, the devil, the mischievous Floki is out. Sparrow, last game. Let me just say one thing. I was watching it in the stands, well, the stands in my mind, and looks like the entire ground was shaking because I'm sure all you fans out there are going to be ecstatic that Seoul finally did come in and win a chicken dinner. And let me tell you one thing, it's about damn time.
It was time. I mean, the time was ticking. It's semifinals, right? They have to perform. They have to create their comeback story. It's always the case with Team Seoul. They always make a good comeback.
Well, talking of comebacks, let's see if any other team is going to do this the same because the last game is in store for you. But before that, let's have a look and see which all teams are going to be battling it out because we have Group A going up against C. And well, A consists of Reckoning Esports, Old Hood Esports, OR Esports, Only Glitch, Team Chicken Rushers, the Sapari Gang, the Lions That Love Roaring, Team X Lion, and of course, Celsius Esports.
Well, again, Celsius Esports, they would love to turn up the heat in this. Well, this is Erangel, right? I mean, so far so good by Celsius, but they need to step up right now. Talking about Group C now, we got Godlike Esports, Scarlet's Gaming, Oglis 5, TSM, 247 Gaming, Team EXO, Revenant Esports, and COXRP Mizo.
I mean, all through the course of the day, we've been talking about the fact that, the teams at the bottom half, not the bottom half actually, on the third page in the overall standings, they need to definitely step up their game. Now, of course, initially we did see, the boys from Team X-Spark finally having some electricity, coursing through their bodies. Finally, they were singing out some bolts, and they did get the job done. And, one chicken dinner, and one they did end up in the third position. However, they were first overall. Seoul making a comeback, which means for teams like, again, I was going through the chat. Looks like Mizoram is here in full force because CO Rip
Yes,
Mizo, they definitely have a lot of fans out there. And again, you never know, if you keep typing all that love, your team might just get that little bit of emotional connection and they just might get a chicken dinner too.
Well, I would just say that keep up the good work. I mean, every single one of the fans who are here, who are supporting any team, doesn't matter which team you're supporting. If you're here, if you're supporting any team, thank you so much from our end because, you're doing a wonderful job. I mean, a team from Mizoram, young players, young kids, they come in, they are having a boot camp in Delhi and they are playing their heart out today. So, shout out to them.
Shout out to them indeed. But you know what? We are going to be jumping into the action soon enough. And of course, we always do love coming back full circle to Erangel. That is where we start things off usually on every single day. And, once again, as all the players are going to be on the spawn island jumping around, and some might just be standing still, some might be just in Zen mode. We'll do one thing. We're going to have a look at the beautiful map of Erangel once more before, well, it is covered and it's filthy with all that hot, steaming blood. But where are we going to kick things off? Well, we're going to go in the studio and... oh boy, just take it all in, Sparrow.
Well, another mini Erangel we have in our sites, but here you go. We are visiting Shelter at this point of time. So, ladies and gentlemen, strap your seatbelts in. We are up for a bumpy ride in Erangel.
Oh, it is going to be a bumpy ride, and although there is a place called Shelter, sooner or later there's going to be no shelter for any of these teams because, well, somebody is going to try and come and snuff their lives out. Elsewhere, we move to the south at the Sosnovka military base. Of course, I wish these rockets could still be used. However, they are decommissioned, while the radio tower, oh boy, it has definitely seen better days. Still, one of my favorite spots to drop down in Erangel.
You know what? We used to call it Seven Sisters.
Oh yeah. See, again, the thing is, it doesn't matter what you call it, as long as you can let your teammate know, hey, the enemy is there. Where's there? There. You can't do that.
Up,
there
down,
you go, up, down,
forward.
whatever. You need to be precise in your call-outs, and of course, by all means, call it the Seven Sisters, call it the Seven Stories, call it the Radio Tower, call it the Empire, call it whatever you want.
Well, as long as you are getting those points, everything is fair in Erangel. Talking about other sports, these churches are going to be super important for a lot of players. I believe we are going to witness some really crazy action because players are warmed up already. This is the last game of the day and they are feeling it.
They are definitely going to be feeling it. Of course, for some, they do have all that momentum pushing them forth. And, although Seoul is not going to be playing this game, I'm pretty sure they are going to be happy. They did end the day on a high. Now, speaking of a high, we are going to be jumping right in the action in about 5 seconds from now. So, you know what? The casters are going to stop talking. The game is going to start. The beauty shots are going to be out of the way because for the last time on day 2 of the semifinals, that beautiful C-130, the big bird, as I like calling it, is going to take to the skies. And, well, my co-capitan, where are we flying to this time?
Sir, yes, sir. Talking about Erangel, the plane path will start from Kwari and going towards Talbot. This is going to be a Western northern kind of a plane path. If you want to go towards Norepnoi, Miltapau, or even Lipovka, it is going to be so hard for you to glide there. You need to get some assistance in the form of vehicles if you want to go there.
I mean, I'd do that, to be honest with you. I have so many options. Again, you know, for people, some like jumping in the thick and thin of the action. Some people like taking a bit easy. And some people just like splitting their parts altogether because, wait a second, have a look at what's happening with the Oculus 5. Now, Bomber did not get the memo. He's like, oh, where are we going? Georgia Paul? And then Killo's like, nah, come down to Primorsk, mate. There's a little more action over here in store for us.
I think they are doing their homework, XP. I mean, every single game. I mean, these days, a lot of teams, they have analysts, they have people who are studying other teams for them, and they are giving them call-outs like, you can go there, you can go there, you can be in a split, and that is what if I feel Oculus 5 is doing.
I'm gonna be saying a little bit of an old joke. Oh, back in my day, we never had any analysts and all that, and you know, nah, it's all good. I'm still young at heart, and thank you.
Back in your day, you were a great sniper.
There you go. Still am, Sparrow. Still am. But now, as the plane path is going to be towards the sand, well, the circle is going to form, and I'm sure a majority of the teams are going to be happy because, lo and behold, most of them are in the new circle, which means we might just see some early clashes coming out. And speaking of early clashes, Levi from Only Glitch is going to go up against the Revenants, and Top Dog, woof woof, is he going to be barking loud, or is he going to be blown to smithereens? Well, for the moment, he is lucky not to be in that blast radius.
Well, that was a very important need coming in from his end. Meanwhile, talking about Top Dog, he got a couple of weapons. He got one shotgun with M16, if I'm not wrong. Let's see if he can use that M16 to perfection. But here you go. He does not want to be aggressive. He does not want to be adventurous. He wants to be passive.
He does want to be passive, or maybe he's just waiting for the rest of the church to maybe, you know, come in and be like, hey, I think, you know, we should play it as a team, because at the end of the day, it is a team game. And, you know, if your nerves are a bit shaky, if your hands are, of course, a bit shaky, well, speaking of shaky, sometimes what happens is two cars can become one, as OR is going to find out, and Chris is like, you know what, you guys deal with this, I am heading out. He is going to let them basically just have some fun with the vehicles, and his teammate is coming in. If they have a gun, it could be problematic. Oh my goodness. Now, OR Esports, they thought, you know what, we're going to have an upper hand, but now Evo finally gets that beautiful Tesla out from that buggy, but looks like Krish is long gone as he flew away to a distant planet.
Meanwhile, look at the finish on that silver Tesla. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Only Glitch, they would glitch out Team Revenant Top Dog. You know, look at the difference there. He got M16, he got level 3 helmet, he got level 1 vest, he got AKM as well.
I thought Top Dog was waiting for his teammates, but Top Dog woofed his last, and that's it. That is all she wrote, and Only Glitch have the first pick of the game.
Absolutely, and they're off to a wonderful start. Talking about Levi, Captain Levi, as I say, and he is off to a wonderful start as well. Meanwhile, talking about Revenant, now with only 3 players remaining, they need to get some points on the table.
I love the fact that, you know, they are called Revenant Esports. I'm going to give a little bit of a reference of the movie. It's like they did leave Leonardo DiCaprio all the way back there, and well, the Top Dog did fall this time. He is not going to make it back alive. But now, if you have a look at the circle, once again, Georgia Paul hustling and bustling with life, but of course I don't think anything's going to happen right now. They aren't going to be taking any pop shots at each other yet, but what I do expect is something happening up north, because Cobra and Mizo are oh so close to the boys from Old Hood Esports, and sooner or later someone might just go whizzing past and, well, bullets might be fired. And speaking of the two teams, Sultan, you are in quite a predicament. No weapons, no nothing. However, he does have a few compounds. What if they're already looted?
Well, that's a good question, but I would love to see if Sultan is going to get some decent loot, because
we got a pistol.
He knows how to use them. He knows how to use the weapons. I think already he has been iQOO MVP twice in this tournament.
Oh, of course. I mean, you know, I do have my references, but of course, when I do call him the Sultan of Swing, I definitely mean it in the highest honor and the highest regard, because, well, Sultan is a one-man army in his own right.
Well, talking of references, you just made a reference about a Revenant there. I mean, I don't think they are going to find a beer in this.
I knew you were going to bring it up. You know, the moment I said it, this guy just looked at me at my face, and he had that little smirk across his face, and I was like, I know what you're thinking, buddy.
I mean, they lost Leonardo DiCaprio, but they might find some lions if they go towards the western side.
Oh, I see what you did there, Sparrow. I do like that. Of course, they might just see some lions if they do head north, but the thing is, the lions are in their territory. This is their plains. They are going to be making sure the Serengeti is all theirs for the taking. But again, as we do see Godlike looting blissfully in Yasnaya Poliana. No teams are going to be opposing them just yet. I guess we might in fact see them go out on the hunt at some point or the other. And of course, as the circle is going to pop up on your screens, Korip Mizo are still going to be out there near Komeshki and Stolber. They're going to have to come down to the circle at some point or the other. But for now, looks like everyone is spread out far and thin. And well, I'm going to say boo to that because I want to see me some action.
Well, we all do want some entertainment XP, but talking about a lot of teams are still outside the zone and they need to enter somehow, somewhere. They need to find a way to enter the zone.
I love how I'm the reckless one and you're the voice of reasoning right now.
Well, talking about reckless, you know who else is reckless? I think Godlike. The way they are playing today, they've been reckless today. They don't care about it.
I'm counting on that. What I'm thinking is, if Godlike, they have enough loot and they're happy with what they have enough bullets because, well, let's be honest, they love letting their bullets do all the talking. They might just go out on a hunt once again. I mean, if they hear some commotion in the distance, if they hear a little bit of a rat-ta-ta-ta-ta somewhere, chances are they are going to head in that direction. But for now, if we do have a look at all the teams on the right side of your screen, only one is still out in the blue. That, of course, is CO Rip Mizo, the team from Mizoram. But again, they shouldn't find it too hard to make it to the next circle because, as of now, plenty of real estate in the first zone.
Absolutely. Team X Lions, they would love to have a decent spot in the zone. But at this point of time, I mean, imagine Wild, I mean, these Lions, they don't need weapons. But in this Erangel, they need a lot of weapons and they need to know how to use them well.
They do need to know how to use them well because you said imagine, and I was like, imagine if all these people, if they tried to live in some harmony. That's not going to happen over here right now because the name of the game is BGMI, and well, to be crowned the kings and walk away with the chicken dinner, you got to make sure you finish off your opposition. As Reckoning Esports, again, Northern Georgia, all to themselves, they are going to be moving down south at some point, but again, for now, they still have the circle, and again, I said again a few too many times, but again, they are going to loot to their heart's content. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the ghost town of Pochinki, there's only one team that is going to be scavenging for loot, and that team is Skylights Gaming, and I don't see anyone heading in their direction anytime soon.
Well, to be honest, I have to give it to their analyst who did a wonderful job, to be honest. I mean, look at them. They never went to Pochinki before this tournament. They always go towards the school area. They love to study, but now they're in Pochinki.
Like you said, you are going to give credit to the analyst over there. Of course, looks like he or she or they or them could have been doing their homework because, again, all throughout round one, up until the quarterfinals, Sparrow, Pochinki was deserted. It was a ghost town, and, well, for now, Celsius Esports, they are out in the blue. That means the temperatures are going to be dropping just a little bit, and as far as, the blue zone chipping away at their health is concerned, it's not going to be that drastic right now, but again, stay here for a few more circles and that could be a different story altogether.
Well, Celsius is a lovely team. They know how to play well, and in this big tournament, they need to qualify to the grand finals. Once they do that, this would be a
perfect
story.
Needs to.
This would be a perfect story, right? I mean, rags to riches, bottom to the top, and talking about top, here you go, mountain top, TSM, once again on the Everest.
Once again, because last time around we saw them just at this spot again, but you know what I believe? I think this time around they are going to have to move a bit further down south, as the circle could be coming down towards Gotka, and even Pochinki could still be in play for the next couple of circles. But for now, it is the Chicken Rushers that are going to be first to the move, and looks like they are going to try and find a compound pretty much dead smack center of the circle. Now, on the other hand, all those shots are being fired. Hold on, TSM 2, spot 247. Rahul coming in. Rahul is going to be under fire, but it's going to be from Yam who's going to come in. He does go a bit mental as he does take down one of the big boys from TSM, as Ninja Jard is going to be down on his knees. Now, the thing is, TSM was spread so far and thin on top the mountain over here that they can't really come in and do something. But wait a second, I'll tell you who is going to be coming in. It's going to be the boys from Godlike. We called it, Sparrow. They're going to hear some gunfire. They are going to go towards it because look at that. Clutch God already got the better of Arceus, which means now Z-God can basically unleash hell on Mental Yam.
Well, the hot shots from Team Godlike has put up their dancing shoes once again, and they are rushing in. Z-God coming in good, and he will get the better of Mental Yam as well. Meanwhile, talking about Team 247, they're only down with one member still surviving, and they need to figure out a way to get some points out of this game.
Well, that one member is going to be pretty quiet right now because the big boys, the Juggernauts, the Titans, the old god themselves are facing each other as TSM go up against Godlike Gaming Esports. And ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be an epic fight. This is going to be a war of attrition, and TSM know exactly that. Pooja, on the other hand, is making sure that he keeps his quiet. I mean, I do believe it is a he. I mean,
It
I'm
is a
definitely correct about that name, although, you know, it does leave a lot to the imagination. But now, TSM, they are going to back away. Godlike are going to be in a tricky situation because they are clumped, but their aggression is well known. But looks like Reckoning Esports want to play as well because Mr. Spray just snuffed out Zgod's life. And if TSM are paying attention, expect them to U-turn, and now expect Godlike to be on the defensive.
Now it's going to be a 3v3 situation. Meanwhile, Pooja, who's a fan favorite eventually, XP, I mean, he's just holding on his own, and he could be a surprising factor between these two juggernauts. I mean, it is the
out in the
all
open.
gods, and here you go, Equinox coming in the open. That was a bad mistake, but it was Reckoning. Mr. Spray who got the knock, but the finish will go to Godlike Johnson.
Mind you, Reckoning Esports is that compound down below this mountain, and from there they have the lay of the land, and well, they are shooting up. They are doing something unprecedented now. TSM are going to be unleashing over here. Clutch Guard is going to go on the right flank. Is he going to spot someone lurking in the distance? Is he going to spot Pooja? Because Pooja does spot him, and well, Pooja is going to shoot, but Pooja is going to be taken out as Clutch Guard, oh boy, living up to his name, make sure he survives by the skin of his teeth. Now Jonathan is going to be moving forward. They know that the enemy is nearby, but the thing is, Reckoning Esports could come under fire because OR is moving in as Jelly is going to get a knock for himself.
Well, Reckoning came in as a fourth party, but they just got fifth party, it seems, by Orange. Oh, I know our esports coming in even would get the better of our Reckoning Abrar, and they are rushing in. It's now in the favor of OR. They have 4 players still surviving, and they are rushing Team Reckoning.
Again, 2 fights are breaking out just next to the hill. OR Esports taking the fight to Reckoning, and well, the grenades are going to be popped, smokes are going to be deployed, and elsewhere atop the mountain, you might just hear some shots in the distance, but for now, Vexy on the right flank for his team. He's got to be careful because from atop, he still could be spotted out. Evo's going in. Vexy is going to be the first in the line of defense. Is Evo going to go left? Is Evo going to go to right? We're going to have to wait and find out because, well, looks like Reckoning Esports, they were like, you know what, you can do whatever you want. We are out of here. Ta-ta, bye-bye. We bid you adieu.
That's a good one coming in from Reckoning. That's a smart move. XP.
Oh, yeah.
They still managing to survive there with 3 players still putting it all. But meanwhile, talking about the Goliaths, here you go. Godlike, the old gods with the new gods, and TSM plays trying to do the third party, trying to be a little cheeky there. He was hiding there, using the advantage, but it didn't work in his favor.
It did not indeed, and now Shadow is the last man standing for TSM. Question is he going to still lurk in the shadows? Is he going to hide? Is he going to make sure that the godlike, the demigods themselves move past him? Because, well, if you have a look at what they're doing, there might be a 3-man squad, but they still are hungry as the circle is going to implode in on itself. And there you have it. You still have Pachinki in play, and you still have a lot of compounds of Gutka in the new kill zone. Now, TSM Shadow is moving back ever so slowly, but if godlike get a little bit of an inclination on them, they just might spot him and, well, put a few bullets in the back of his head. However, look at what's happening south of Pachinki, as Celsius could be on a collision course with Team XO.
TSG is also there. I think all 3 of these teams are going to have a party just southern side of the Pochinki. But meanwhile, talking about Godlike, I want to add a point there.
You're going to have to hold on to your point, Sparrow.
Well, hold that thought, XP. Yes, let's go, TSG. They finally found some I think cars there. I think he ignored him, Daddy. He does not want to do anything with those vehicles, it seems.
Well, let me tell you one thing, Celsius Esports, oh my goodness, things going to be heating up with them because TSG might have saved their life because, like I mentioned, Team XO was nearby as well. Now, the Sapari gang unleashing hell. Meanwhile, on the other side of Gutka, we do have the Lions, but looks like they are not going to be out in the open. In fact, they are going to be caged in these houses, which is not too bad because, well, they do have all that fortification for cover. Elsewhere, Sultan is going to go down from Old Hood, but looks like OL are going to be aggressing as Kilo. He is going to move. He does deploy a few grenades. In fact, those grenades are a bit too long or a bit too short, depending on what the target was, because Crazy was a bit too long, and, well, Ayush was a bit too short. Now, the use the buggy, and as usual, we see a vehicle out of its natural element. You always suspect there's a person hiding nearby, but let me tell you one thing, Crazy isn't so crazy. He anticipated that and has moved to the closest tree.
Well, he's holding on his own, and I would love to see how long he can hold that position, because it's not going to be that easy. Even though they don't know the exact position, they know that someone is there, and doesn't even matter. They don't have to know about it, because Reckoning would come in, and again with a third-party situation, they are going to get another finish.
Skrills, the man who has packed the guilds with skills, is going to spot the enemy in the distance, and, well, just a few short bursts with the DP-28 is going to put, well, Crazy down in the ground. But for now, Bomber, he does know the enemy is coming. He's spotted some muzzle fire behind that rock as Paradox is going to take some much needed cover. But wait a second, his teammate Onko could be spotted in the distance. However, you got to be careful when you are on this flat top mountain tops. You got to be careful because you can get shot at from anywhere, as Evoke is just going to find out because, well, something happened, and now Paradox's grenade is going to send him packing to oblivion, which means OL now losing one member are going to be on a little bit of a tactical retreat.
This is a chaotic situation because it's not only about Revenant. There are a lot of teams who are there nearby. Team Celsius, they managed to move out of that situation. That's a great move coming in from them. But meanwhile, Alto Esports, they're on the back foot. Certainly, with only 2 players still standing on their feet and 1 on his knees, they need to press the revival button, and they are doing just that. Meanwhile, Team Revenant, they can push in, but here you go. Orgles 5 coming into the scene, and they want some really good points.
Well, looks like Claus is definitely packing some presence as he is going to make sure that his teammate is going to be brought up to his feet. Ayush is going to be on the backhand. He's going to make sure that he does something. The circle might just shift down south, and well, let's have a look at that. I am completely wrong. It has gone a little bit towards the north, a little bit towards the east, and well, Korip Mizo have the mountaintop right next to Pachinki, but there you have it, next to the airdrop. A lot of teams are coming in. It could be Skylights Gaming going up against OR. In fact, we might just see some Comagate in action, but for now, we are still focusing on the fight between Revenants because, well, we did mention the Orgles 5 are going to be on the back foot rather, but it seems like OR and Skylights Gaming, they were going to collide with one another, but now Skylights Gaming, they got the upper hand, they got the compound, while OR are going to have to come in. Wait a second, I saw something. Godlike could be coming in from behind elsewhere. The Lions coming under fire as Zigsaw is going to put some damage in, and there you have it. Simple goes down, Samurai goes down, which means they were 4, but now they are 2 as Yoda the Warrior and his teammate have their work cut out. Bomber, meanwhile, is going to make sure he regroups with his teammates, but again, remember, Lions are surrounded by the enemies over here. Is Kilo going to be that little bit of an added force to put them in the ground here, Sparrow?
Well, they're still surviving though. I mean, ex-Lions, they still have 4 of their players still surviving. They are doing the revival. They need to do something. They need to enter the zone. They need to win this fight. Meanwhile, Bomber, he's rushing in and he is looking to get some really, really good knocks there. He even gets Simple, it seems, and I think it's over. Meanwhile,
it's not over yet.
Yota comes in and gets the better of Orgles 5, Zigzo, and Evo.
Well, the Warrior is still standing, but now Bomber is going to take fire from both ends. Yoda on one end and, well, Madhav on the other. Now they're all low on HP, but again, any single bullet in the connect, it could be problematic. The Samurai is going to be letting loose as well. One goes down, but Kilo is going to make sure he still holds the fort for his team. Now Yoda almost got a couple of shots on him, but keep in mind, Revenant Esports, they heard the commotion, and one of them seems to be turning their attention towards this position. Now Kilo, his position is going to be given away as Bomber is finally going to be snuffed out of this earth, and there you have it. Visual contact has been made. The M762 needs to be reloaded, but like I said, Revenant's one man did avert his attention. The scope comes in, but from behind, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be Paradox from Revenant Esports as expected, who comes in and unknowingly saves Kilo's life. As the X-Lions are eliminated in the 15th position with 2 points, and elsewhere we have OR going up against OG.
Well, 17 minutes on the table, and here you go. We still have 14 teams, 45 players still surviving. Talking about Only Glitch, I think OR versus Only Glitch is going to be a really good battle, but if you look at the number of teams surrounding them, it's all about surviving at this point of time. This is an open area XP. If you fight right now, you are going to get third party.
Well, the thing is, cars could be driving by, as Celsius go by, Team XO go by, and OG are having a field day. Levi with that AK is going to make sure he gets a couple of knocks. Question is, can he finish them? Because, well, they have been knocked out in OR's position, and there you have it. Because Jelly got the last man from that team, looks like they are going to capitalize on all those finishes. Orange Rock with 4 to the name, 4 members still alive, and now they have to make sure that they get all that delicious loot. Smoke grenades are going to be popped. Still, the 2 teams are going to be happy because I do believe Only Glitch got a few finishes in that little skirmish for themselves as well. There you have it. OR with 4, Only Glitch with 2, with one of the members who was down finally being picked up. Elsewhere, CO Rip Mizo. Oh my goodness, the ground around them is lava, and they could be burning to a crisp. That's a massive grenade coming in. If it's good, it could be terrible, because another one is amongst their miss. Reverse. He is going to be caught in the blast radius. There you have it. Krish is going to be using all his superpowers, dealing out death, and now desync. He's going to cook another one, but Chris is still not done yet. He lobs another one here, Sparrow, and, well, finishes what he started.
Meanwhile, Godlike coming into the party, it seems, and they managed to get a knock in. Krish managing to survive. Maybe he needs some Jadoo if he wants to survive this one. Meanwhile, Godlike, they are pushing in once again. I wanted to ask you this question, XP. How do you fight against a team like Godlike who does not have any fear in them?
Well, you got to basically take the fight to them. That is what needs to be done if somebody wants to get the better of them, because for now, the Sapari gang, well, they are finding out the hard way that the demigods are heading in that direction. Now, of course, Neo and Clutch got it one, and have a look at Jonathan's flank. He is going to try and find a few angles angles from all the way down there. There you have it. He does get the angle, and well, Krish has been sent packing. He is not going to be flying off anywhere this time, but now he spots somebody else. The hitboxes come in. Could this be another knock from distance as Daddy and D-Sing almost were caught up, but Nickel is going to make sure he lays down some lead, and now 3 guns are going to be trained on his position. This is when the remaining members of Godlike need to push in on their position and pretty much snuff out the lives of D-Sing and Daddy. There you have it. Clutch Guard does exactly that. Daddy goes down, as does Clutch Guard, but now this could be problematic because, well, again, Jonathan needs to get a bit closer to his team.
They need to do something, but Jonathan is stuck there. He does not even have a vehicle at this point of time because that vehicle is damaged. Both of these players, they need to do something, especially Neo. He needs to come and rescue Jonathan, and he needs to rescue Clutch God as well.
Meanwhile, on the other hand, looks like a few fights are breaking out as Skylights Gaming, they did have somebody moving on their position, but they did thwart that attack elsewhere. Nickel is finally spotted out. Jonathan, well, he might not have a car, my dear friend, but he does have those smoke grenades to obscure the vision of his enemy, and well, when you have teammates like Neo to come and pick you up, oh boy, everything is tickety-boo and everything is right in this world. Now, Jonathan is going to get back, but again, you got to keep in mind, they still have the circle, they still have the hill on the other side. OR versus OG is still going to be blazing. OG have 2 members down, in fact, make that 1 member still alive as Bot Slayer is down, and Levi is going to make his getaway. Is Jelly going to let him do that because he knows exactly where the enemy is? He switches to the M4, but now they are going to make sure they play just a little bit safe because, again, numbers do count for something towards the end, and it looks like the last man from OG, well, let's see if he's going to be lucky because turns out he is heading right in the direction of the enemy.
Meanwhile, Team Reckoning just got eliminated, it seems, and if you talk about OR Esports, I think they're looking to get the #1 position in the overall points table, taking down Scarlet's Gaming. Meanwhile, talking about Scarlet's Gaming, they're still there, they're still surviving, they're still fighting, but Reckoning and,
that's a good molly.
I think Revenant Esports on the back of the TS2
that's a good
is
molly.
looking to do something effective there, it seems.
They are indeed, and it looks like Austin Bodex almost Sparrow was burned to a crisp over there. Lucky for him, he had enough boost on him to make sure that does not happen. Now, Nickel, if he has a few grenades, it could be problematic, but forget it. I do believe Exo is going to be laying down the grenades himself as Austin Box is going to be brought off his feet, and well, he is still going to be in a world of trouble. Now, Paradox and Encore are the last 2 members remaining from the Revenants. Are they going to be preaching? Are they going to practice what they preach? Or are they going to be sent packing? We are going to have to wait and find out because for now, Team Exo, despite having only that 1 finish, well, make that 2 because I do believe they did finally capitalize on the members of Revenant. Are Revenant still there? Yes, they are. They still have Encore standing amongst, well, the edge of the circle. Elsewhere, SG Somraj is taken down because looks like he was the only one taking the fight to Godlike.
Godlike is rushing in and they need to enter the zone, but you know what? They don't care about the zone. They care about enemies. They want to tackle Scarlet Gaming and they are look at the damage there. Look at the accuracy of that spray, and Jonathan is now rushing in. The beast is hungry and he has his prey in front of him.
You know what they say, when you have a monster inside, what do? You unleash it, and that's what Jonathan is doing. And now Destro's trying to make his desperate getaway. Is he going to get it? Oh my goodness, that snowman played a bit of spoil sport, but now he's going to divert his attention to Picard. He does lay down some lead, unfortunately. Mother Nature and the terrain is going to make sure he doesn't capitalize on that, but now Fierce through the smoke is going to be taken down as OR Esports in a world of trouble. Wexy taken down. I do believe they have been reduced to a 3-man squad, but now Jelly's taken down as well as always the Sultan and the boys are coming in. Evo comes in as well. Evo's back is turned to the Sultan, but looks like they are still unaware of each other's position, but it is going to be the Sultan himself who's going to make sure that OR Esports are eliminated in the 8th position with 7 finishes, as now Godlike Jonathan is in a bit of a pickle. He's on the downslope. SG know exactly where they are. SG have some cover, and well, Neo finally makes it back to a little bit of cover for himself, but Jonathan is out.
Godlike with 11 positions. They're looking really good. They found Pukar there. Another time Scarlet's Gaming. They're just surviving by the by the looks of it.
By the look of it, they are just surviving, but iQOO just took a massive grenade, all that shrapnel to his face. He is going to be disfigured, and now here comes Exo. Punk is going to be loading up yet another grenade. He does fling it. I think he has an idea what the enemy is, but the enemy is not over there because Sultan is still alive on his feet. Now iQOO has gone down. Sultan is the last man standing from the old hood, but he is a boy from the old hood, and you do not mess with the old hood in these situations. Exo need to move in as a team because, well, behind that burning wreckage, they just might find their mark. However, Skylights Gaming is going to come in as well. Is Sensei going to take him down, or is he going to be taken down instead? Well, shots are being fired. There you have it, Sultan with that Uzi, with that high rate of fire, takes him down, switches to
Whoa.
the M16, but Fierce was on point to make sure EXO eliminate his team.
Well played, Sultan, I would like to say. That was a great effort coming in from his end, but right now it's going to be a really tough battle between 5 teams, 11 players. Meanwhile, Scarlet's Gaming still surviving. RP, Jacob Boy still surviving. The last man standing for his team, and Godlike with a couple of demigods there. They are looking really good. Meanwhile, Exo Sensei, he just got the damage from the zone.
Now, the best thing is, there is no team that is whole if or unless EXO do manage to get that little revive, and if that does not happen, well, looks like Godlike could just take this game because they do have the high ground as well. All the enemies are going to have to come to their position, but Neo is going to be spotted by Pucar, and now Pucar needs to make his move. They should know. There you have it. Speaking of needs to make his move, he is going to make sure he shortens the distance, but Jacob Boy could be in a prime position to do something, but it's Gumla Boy's grenade that's going to take Punk off his feet. Guess this Punk is not feeling lucky today. Oh, that grenade was just a bit too short, but now Pucar, he's going in. The sound has been given. Neo knows that. Clutch God is going to go a bit further back. He's going to lie down. Well, Neo is going to bite the dust, but now Clutch God could be in a position to do something. No, he's not, because Skylights Gaming are going to be coming in with full force. Gumla Boy and Pucar getting the job done. Godlike out in the 5th position.
That's tabletoppers for you.
Boom.
You know, in a 2v2 situation, they managed to took apart Godlike. Now it's going to be a 4v2v1 battle between EXO, who got 4 of their players still surviving. Meanwhile, TSG with, I think they got a couple of players there, so they can also wreak some havoc.
Now, Sparrow, let me test your memory, because we saw something like this in the quarters when Team EXO were in a similar situation, and, well, they did take their time, but no, they are going to be patient, because, well, when you have a sensei at the helm of things, all you got to do is take a deep breath, and, well, everything is going to be fine. But for now, Nikhil, he does know where the enemy is. They have to make sure they hold on to their positions, because, again, keep one thing in mind, we still have a member from Rip Mizo still in play. Oh!
Well, first of all, they need to check all the corners this time around, because last time around they were not able to check the corners, and they had 4 members still surviving. But here you go, some UMP stuff coming in.
Lucky for them, there are no right angles over here right now, so EXO can do as they please. Sparrow, I love your quick wit, by the way, but now Nikhil is going to get, well, the receiving end of that UMP from Sensei. That call went flying! Oh my goodness, that was the right amount of propellant, that was the right amount of, well, black powder in that, because had that call landed on Sensei's head, he would have gone crunch and EXO would have lost a man. But again, I love the fact the last game is so cinematic. EXO with 4 members still alive, up against 3 teams with the only one having 2. Now, Skylights Gaming, have a look at this. They might have the upper ground, but the numbers advantage over here is just too much to handle.
Now it's all about patience, and Team EXO, they know they have the zone advantage, they know they have the numbers game advantage, and they just need to relax, they just need to wait, and they are doing just that. Meanwhile, Scarlet's Gaming, they already got 7 finishes to their name. D-Sync is in front of him. Pucar has no idea. He literally has no idea that someone is there.
I think he might know. I think he might know, because, you know, he was kind of looking at that tree.
He took a look at that, but he didn't see anyone.
Well, good job on D-Sync for not popping out and making sure that, you know, he bides his time again. He might strike at the last second. Now, you're right, Pucar might not have an idea. Again, it is going to be a waiting game. Now, what EXO needs to do is spread out a bit to the left of your screen, but I guess when you have that little rock for cover, Fierce is in a good position. Now, sooner or later, all it's going to take is one bullet to let things basically, you know, I mean, even if someone looks at the buggy, if they are not, you know, sharp-sighted, or if they are not good at spotting, he might just go unnoticed.
You know, he's been there from ages now.
Oh, yeah.
He's been there from ages in the same spot, and he is getting a lot of value out of that position, because he got a lot of position points for their team. Meanwhile, Scarlet's Gaming, Team EXO, Team TSG, Team RIP, Mizo, all 4 teams, they want the chicken, they want the points. Let's see which team is going to get the chicken dinner.
Speaking of RIP Mizo, they've guaranteed 8 points for themselves. Let's see if they can go with 10. Let's see if they can go with 12. Now, this is dangerous. Team EXO are dangerously close. One good grenade, if it falls in the center of all those players, it could be problematic. Gumla Boy, is he going to do it? No, in fact, it's the other way around. If the grenade is flung in his direction. But again, you know, I wonder if that little slow man might just give his position away. Sensei, he has no idea someone's nearby. And now D-Sync, he could literally D-Sync EXO's entire game right now, because like I said, all it's going to take is one man to go down. He saw him. Oh, he definitely saw him. Now D-Sync has seen the little helmet, but again, he's going to wait. He's going to bide his time, because he wants the enemy to make all the mistakes, because for now, he is happy to be part of this circle.
Look at that trigger discipline.
Oh my goodness, buddy.
This is just it. This is the high-tech level. This is a high level, but that Molotov just missed the target by an inch. By an inch. Meanwhile, Gumla Boy finding Jacob.
Oh, there you have it.
Pucar coming in, getting the better of Sensei. D-Sync would would get eliminated by the zone. What has he done there?
Well, he made a little bit of a blunder, but now it's going to be Pucar going up against Immortal. Immortal's mortality has been tested. He goes down. Now it's a 2-on-1 situation. It is only Fierce and Punk in front of him, and one good grenade could knock one off their feet. And well, the bullets could do all the talking. Oh my goodness, how the tables turn. Punk, in fact, almost getting knocked out. A second grenade could be devastating, but now he might just spot him. But no, Fierce is going to spot Pucar a bit faster because, well, he did see that little arm pop out of the grass, and there you have it. Ladies and gentlemen, Team EXO are going to get the last chicken dinner of the day on day 2 of the semifinals. Boy, they almost lost everything.
I mean, look at that. I mean, imagine that. The smoke was there a second ago. The smoke vanished and he spotted Pucar in front of him. It's all about timing XP, and if not for that smoke, maybe that nade would have connected on Punk.
I mean, he must have seen that little hand come a bit to that. Like, oh, there you are, there you are. I see you. And he just took aim with his gun, and well, that is all she wrote.
But what happened with desync? I mean, what happened? Was he having some desync issues?
I think he was, because again, he did take a few shots at Pucar, but again, SG's teammate Gamla Boy was on hand. Gamla Boy gets up, Gamla Boy shoots him, but then Gamla Boy's position was given away, and well, the Gamla finally did break. Now, of course, I do want to bring this up. CO Rip Mizo, he was at the edge of the circle. He had to move in. He did put up a fight, but the play zone snuffed his life out. However, I do believe they did manage to rack up 8 points for themselves from positioning. Not a bad outing in my book.
Well, right now, let's have a look at the highlights section. I would love to see the action once again, because it was a great game. But talking about IRP Mizo, I mean, yes, they didn't get any finishes, but they got a lot of position points.
I mean, in the long run, it is going to kind of just boost their confidence, because that's what it's all about. But over here, 247 Gaming almost getting the better of TSM, of course. The Ninja was, well, his life was cut short early on, but then in comes the team that we knew. We knew this was going to happen. We knew the moment Godlike left Yasnaya, they are going to be out on the hunt, and whoever fires a few shots, well, don't just expect to go up against one team. Expect Godlike to be lurking somewhere close.
I mean, how are you going to cope up with that kind of pressure? How are you going to face up against a team who does not even want points?
That is what we are here to find out, my friend. Of course, this is the semi-finals, and well,
they're not playing for points. They're just wreaking havoc on every single one of these teams.
I mean, when you have the big dogs coming in, they of course are going to bully everyone around them, and sometimes or the other, they do get taken out as well. Now look at this game over here. Now we have a fight breaking out on top. Oh, Shadow. Oh, Shadow, lucky to still be alive, because keep in mind, he was the last man standing for his team, and that was quite a fall. And let me tell you one thing, his ankles might be broken, but his spirit definitely wasn't.
Well, he managed to get some decent points for his team. Meanwhile, talking about Reckoning, they managed to get decent points. But they were not in any 4v4 situations. Every single finish came from far away for Team Reckoning. But this fight was just incredible. The way Team X Lions played against their opponents, that was really good.
It was, however, they fell a bit too short this time, not making it in the top 7. But, you do have some good days, and then you have some bads. Now, OR Esports, everything was going in their favor. Zigso almost getting the better, but then when you have Yodha, the warrior, and Madhav at 1, and well, things could get a bit tricky. Now Kilo does spot the enemy, he does hit the deck. Madhav in fact is almost going to get shot, but remember one thing, from afar Revenant Esports come in and steal all those finishes as we had just predicted, and well, it was the Paradox himself who got the job done. Now of course the TP28, known for its accuracy, that buggy goes flip up against the tree, one man steps out, and unfortunately things were a bit too hot for Celsius.
This was a bad move coming in from Celsius. There was a lot of space in the zone. They could have gone anywhere. They went to the center, and it was a bad decision coming in from their side.
Might have been a good move had he not gone up against the tree.
Well, I mean, I don't understand. Why are you going towards the center of the zone at that time? That was not the perfect time to reach the center.
Well, that is of course, what homework is all about, Sparrow. I mean, practice makes perfect, and if they do come back and have a look at the wards like, well, I do after every single cast, they might just do something, and that grenade is going to go boom. But before that, the play zone is going to snuff the life out of all those preachers. Now, of course, Jonathan almost getting a 4K over here for himself. He does get 1, he does get 2, almost gets Destro, but then he was out in the open for a bit too long.
No, Skylights, I mean, I have to say it. I mean, God, like, they had a couple of opportunities to take out Skylights quite easily, but meanwhile, Meanwhile, I mean, OH, they just came in, they just conquered, and they just took out OR. Evo had no idea where to look.
He had no idea. In fact, his back was exposed to the Sultan himself, and well, with that, OR Esports did bid us adieu. And I just saw that. Lithia kind of fell to his own demise, and that is going to be something they need to work on now. Team EXO again, coming in and just snuffing out the Sultan's life himself, but managing to keep sure that all 4 players were alive till the end. Again, they're coming under fire time after time after time, but somehow they still managed to walk away with that delicious chicken dinner.
I love the fact that Scarlet's Gaming, they finally managed to take out Godlike. They pushed them, they took them out. It was a 2v2 altercation. That was a good one. Meanwhile, we have to
there
close all
she
these
blows!
players. Here you go, it's coming, and it went. I mean, I suddenly realized Harry Potter, maybe Ron Weasley would be proud of that car.
I like what you're saying. Yes, sir. Of course, that car kind of does look a little similar to that blue flying car as well. But again, I thought maybe there was a hydraulic lift underneath that, the way it sprung into action. But now, have a look at how quickly SG demolished 2 members of EXO to make sure that, the odds are evened in their favor. But again,
look at the timing.
Look at the timing now. All right, there you have it, guys. Now, let me break it down. 1 grenade is going to go out. I do want to make sure we see till the end. There you have it now. Pokar is going to be cooking another one, and there you have it. The smoke goes. Fizz is like, oh, hey, I see you. Let's lose a few shots, and well, Pokar did go down. But again, let me say one thing. A good game coming in by Skylights Gaming this time as well. Let me rephrase that. Yes, they did get the 2nd position, but they hit heavy and they hit hard.
I mean, they've been consistent from last 2 days. It's semi-final. It's probably the biggest tournament of their life, and they are just playing like champions.
Correct me if I'm wrong. 10 finishes for Skylights Gaming?
Yeah, I think you're right.
There you go. I just wanted to test him because, of course, we kind of have this information already. We might cheat just a little bit. But now, of course, congratulations to Team EXO for getting the job done, getting the chicken dinner. And let me say one thing. It was about time because, again, we saw them in the past. Amazing. And in the semifinals, we know they can do better, and well, they just proved that.
Well, again, I need to push away Godlike as well. I want to mention them. They got 11 finishes, even though they didn't get the position points they were looking for.
I'm not surprised.
They got 11 finishes.
I'm not surprised, but let's surprise a few of our viewers over here because, well, we do have some giveaways, and all the winners are going to be popping up on our screens. And to start things off, we have Rahul Venkatesh Bottlewar, we have Vishal, we have Advit. I like that name. We have Anuj Srivastava and Aman. A few unique names, and it's nice hearing them.
Well, few unique names, and they are going to get some unique goodies. I want those goodies. I mean, how can we get them?
I mean, we had a little plan, but then that little mischievous devil himself, Floki, forbade us, and I don't know why we've been listening to him here.
Well, I don't know, but we have some more winners there. Hriday, Juneja, Vivek Mins, Parth, Pawan Singh, and Subha Mali. If I'm butchering that name, I'm really sorry about that, but we do have 5 more names coming in on our screens.
Let me at him. Let's see if I can get this right, because although you did do a good job over here, we're going to wait and see if your name pops up. And again, is this the next page? No, it isn't. We still are down with the same one. So wait a second. We're going to hold on. Again, we're not going to be giving away too many merchandises to the same people, but looks like I think we're done for now.
Yes, we're
done. I think 10 is going to be all right for the night, because we still have a lot of winners. But you know what? We love the suspense. We love the drama. We're going to let you know tomorrow if you're going to be walking away, or if you are in fact going to be getting some BGMI merch, which means you will have to come back and see us.
Well, again, they can win a lot. They can even win iQOO 9 series devices. If they all they have to do is go to their website, click on Notify Me button, and they would be in the giveaway section, and they might just get lucky.
Floki did not mention anything about that.
No.
He did not, so we could actually do that. And speaking of iQOO, let's have a look and see who the iQOO MVP was from this last game, because, well, it is popping up on your screens right about now. And let's see if your favorite player made the cut, because it is going to go to Sultan, the Sultan of Swing from Old Hood Esports.
Hat-trick it is for him. It's for the 3rd time he's here now. And let's talk about the top 5 players of this game. We got SG Pokar with the damage of 1,115, it seems, but only 4 finishes.
Oh my goodness, now have a look at number 5. Although he has 3 finishes, 12 hundo, Sparrow.
That's Jonathan for you. That is Jonathan for you.
We did see he almost wiped out Skylights Gaming itself, because Destro went in the car, almost got knocked out. The other man went in a car, I do believe it was Gamla Boy, almost got knocked out, but Mother Nature was the only thing that could stop Jonathan in his wake. Now let's have a look and see a couple of more facts and figures as the match summary is popping up on our screens. And well, the question is, if we had 106 grenades being used, how many of them ended up finishing people? Well, the short answer is 6.
Well, I have to say that, when I see 100 nowadays, it's okay. It's normal.
It's normal now, right?
We have seen 142 as well, so it's normal. It's okay. That's okay. ठीक है.
We've been desensitized to this now.
Yeah, they played well. They played well. Let's give it to them. They played really well. But it's time to see the FD performance graph. And I would love to see if Jonathan is going to give 1200 damage. I would love to see how much total Godlike has given.
Interesting. Although total godlike damage is going to be at 2581. I like the fact that a lot of other teams here, Sparrow, they had some fun. They got the taste of blood because Team XO, the winners, have 1766. Skylights Gaming, the team that came in second, have 1898. And of course, all the finishes were pretty much distributed, well, pretty evenly amongst all the big boys. OR getting a big chunk of that, OH getting a big chunk of that as well, and of course, Team XO with 7 in the lead.
Well, I can see 100 there. I mean, Team Celsius, they would be seriously disappointed. They didn't even, had a chance to shoot anyone.
With the 00, looks like they froze over.
Well, I mean, you can say that. They need to turn up the heat in the next day, and they will get 4 more games. They need to do something. They need to step up. They need to get those really, really important points.
As does every single other team in the semi-finals, because again, although 16 are going to be going forth through the grand finals, in my mind, in my opinion, these 24 teams that have made it through the thousands and thousands of teams, Pharaoh, are still the best that our country has to offer. And even though I say that, there are still some diamonds in the rough who just might come up in the not so distant future. But before that, let's have a look and see what happens when we put 2 players against one another, because, well, the player face-off is coming up, and this time it is going to be between Jonathan, I'm sure you're going to be happy, and Pokar from Skylights Gaming.
I mean, both of these players, look at the damage that they have done. One guy, we are talking about Pokar, he got 4 finishes. We are talking about Jonathan, he got 3 finishes. Jonathan got 1200 damage. Pokar got 1115 damage. Brilliant performance coming in from both these champions. And you know what? This is going to be so interesting. Tomorrow, when these teams will come up, these players will come in. I want to see a battle between Godlike and Skylights Gaming.
Well, speaking of that, let's actually do one thing. Let's put a few squads against one another, as the squad face-up is now coming up. Let's see if it's going to be the 2. It is going to be the 2, because Skylights Gaming, of course, are going to be pitted against Godlike Esports. Again, the damage disparity is going to be on your screens to see, with Godlike just inching forward with that 1 extra finish.
Oh boy, I want to see it more now. I mean, 4v4, a genuine battle between these 2 teams would be just amazing. But look at the assists there. They got 7 assists, the team Skylights Gaming, and 2 headshots as well. They survived for a longer period of time. They got decent finishes as well. So I think today it is Skylights Gaming who got more points.
I will say one thing, Sparrow. You are in luck because A, we have 2 more days of semi-final action in store, and B, chances are, I'm going to call it out, chances are both these teams might make it to the finals as well. So let me rephrase what I said last. You now have 6 more days to witness some action between these 2 teams, and those 6 days will have 6 games each, 36 chances, and boy oh boy, that is quite a lot.
That is quite a lot, and yes, we are looking forward to it. But there are a lot of teams, right? There are not only 2 teams. There are EXO who played really well.
I see how you did that right now. Of course.
You know what I want to have now? I want to see.
He set me up for that one. I mean, he was like all about, I want to see this. I thought, I'll just give him a nice little prop, but then now he's going to shoot me down again. Sparrow, I like it. And, of course I like it. Come on, man. That's what it's all about. But yes, of course, Team XO is going to be the name that we are going to be chanting right now, because they did get the chicken dinner. A much needed and much deserved chicken dinner.
You know what? Now I want to see overall point standing, and I want to see which 16 teams after day 2 are in top 16. I mean, again, this is going to be so important. Let's have a look at point standing. You want to say something, XP?
I was saying before the overalls, let's have a look and see how the teams did. You just called it. The point standings is popping up on our screens, and, all the chicken dinner winner is going to be on top, and the answer is yes, because of that chicken dinner, because Skylights Gaming, they are going to be tied with 22 with 10 finishes to their names.
Number 3, we got a team Godlike with 11 finishes to their name. They got a total of 17 points. Number 4, we got TSG, the Supari Gang. This is unusual for TSG. I mean, they are used to have a lot of finishes, but not position points.
You know what I've noticed over the last 2, maybe 3 games? Only the top 4 teams are doing well, because everyone else except, Old Hood Esports in this case, the total points have always been in single digits.
Absolutely. I mean, number 6 we got OR Esports who got 9 total points, and I still can't forget that moment like Aditya falling down and finishing off for Team OR. But I'm so happy for RIP Mizo.
Now this is the moment Sparrow has been waiting for, I guess a little bit more than all the viewers at home, because now the overall standings are going to be there at the end of day 2, and there you have it with 1 points. Skylights Gaming still in the lead with 2 chicken dinners to their name.
Well, 111 is their total points and number 1 is their position. Number 2 we got Team Exo who got a total of 102 points. Number 3 we got OR Esports, they got 89 points. Number 4 we got Godlike Esports with 88 total points. But right now let's address the elephant in the house. Before today, after day 1, they were in the last slide. They were in bottom 8, but now they are in top 5, it seems.
Are we talking about the serpent if you cut one head off its sprouts? Of course we're talking about the Hyderabad Hydras. What a jump. Oh, so you're a secret member, eh? Alright, I'm going to keep that in mind. I'm going to let the captain know about that. But of course, our esports in 6, TSM in 7, the Safari Gang in 8. Again, jumping to the first page. Now, let's have a look and see who is going to make it to the top 16. And well, a few teams are going to be happy, a few players are going to be happy, and of course, a few fans are going to be happy, because there you have it. Team X-Spark is in the 15th position. Team Soul is in the 14th position, and both these teams are tied with 52.
Team Reckoning Esports, Team Enigma Gaming, they managed to come into top 16 as well. So that's a wonderful thing coming in from all these teams. And we always say that, XP, you just need one good day to be in top 16.
Again, have a look at from 10th position to the 16th, only 10 points separate all these teams. So, again, with 12 games coming up, which of course means that each team is going to play 8 by
games,
the way. So, 8 games in hand for each these teams. Anything can still happen, because, ladies and gentlemen, we have just hit the midway mark of the semifinals now. Oh boy, this is where you don't want to be. But you know what? If you have a look, except 23 and 24, 42 is still not bad, and they are still in, the distance just to make it. And they can still cross the finish line. They can still make the top 16, Sparrow. Why is it so close?
I mean, the competition is so high. It's just amazing. I mean, look at that. Teams like 7C Esports, teams like RIP Mizo, teams like Orgless 5, they are. Teams like Revenant Esports, X-Lions, Only Glitch, they are in bottom 8 right now. And, I can tell you one thing. After tomorrow, this table is going to topple a lot.
Oh, of course, because, this time yesterday, we had Seoul. We had Team X-Spark.
Hyderabad Hydras.
We had Hyderabad Hydras.
Reckoning Esports.
We had Reckoning. We had CO Rip Mizo. And now they are going to be climbing up a bit higher. So now I think it's time for 247 Gaming, for Chicken Rushes, for the Orgless 5 to make that little jump as well. And, talking about Rip Mizo, they are still on this page. However, they have jumped again. They are just in heading distance of that top 16, and anything can happen.
What a day it was for Hyderabad
Loved
Hydras.
it.
I have to bring it again. From bottom of the table, from last 8 to top 5, what a journey. I think they're yet to find Captain America who can stop them.
Well, looks like a few Captain Americas might be running around, because, again, talking about these drastic jumps, we did see Team X-Spark. Now, let me just paint the picture. At the end of day 1, they had 1-digit points. I think they did have 7 or something.
They have 5, I think.
Oh, I'm going to have to check my notes. They did have 4 points. There you have
4
it.
points,
They did have 4 points. And, the thing is, look at them now, right?
Yep.
So anything can happen. And this, of course, is this massive stage, this massive pedestal that has been put in for all these unknowns, for all these lesser-known teams now to, come in and shine in the spotlight. And all of this was possible due to these two bad boys in our hands. And of course, these are the iQOO 9 series, that being the 9 and this being the 9 Pro.
Absolutely brilliant devices. I mean, I'm in love with this one. I want to take it home. Thank you. Take a good picture of it. Take a good picture of me. But let's have a look at some specs. I mean, these bad boys are just amazing, right? They got Snapdragon 8 Generation 1 chipset, which is eventually India's fastest chipset.
Now, the thing is, when you have a monster inside in the previous Legend, I know what you're talking about. How do you top that? Well, you get the Snapdragon 8 Gen 1, as you mentioned. And what else do? You take the 66 watts, put it to 120, which means you go from 0 to 100 in 18 minutes. And, well, that is just a little bit quicker. The Flash is going to be a bit disappointed about this.
Well, I have to say, I mean, if you can charge your device to 50% in 6 minutes, that's just ridiculous. When they told me for the first time, I didn't believe it.
Well,
I had to check it out.
Let me see how...
You know what? I checked it out. It works.
I want to see how quick the processing is, because you said 50% in
6 minutes.
In 6 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh boy, okay, that is pretty fast. Alrighty, looks like it all checks out. And of course, if you want to get the best gaming experience, if you want to feed that monster gamer inside you, well, this is the device just for you. Now, of course, with all of this, we have come to an end of all the action here on day 2 of the semifinals of the BGIS 2021. And you know what? We are going to be going home pretty satisfied.
You know what? The players would be so happy.
Would they now?
Well, they would be because they are going to play
I'm happy.
finals. They are going to play finals on iQOO devices.
Oh, they are. Of course, this news did break out earlier because, again, when you have these games, I mean, if they're so good now, what's going to happen then?
Well, they are going to be unbeatable.
Well, if we have 16 teams that are unbeatable, oh my goodness, may the best man win because it is going to be pretty much a drastic, momental task to basically cost them. But again, we are up for that task. Now, again, before we do bid all our lovely viewers a good night, again, a few massive mistakes, a few questions are still lurking in my head. I'm going to go back to Sanhok, something that happened yesterday. I mean, we saw some ups, we saw some downs, but overall, it was a great day for some BGMI action.
Well, I have to say, it was just perfect. The teams that did well yesterday were not able to do that well today, apart from Scarlet's Gaming, apart from OR Esports. But the team that were distort yesterday, the bottom feeders last day, were playing eventually so great today.
So what I've seen is, all right, let's break it down. So on day 1, the first few teams that did good, well, of course they did good, and then the bottom table was like, hey, if they can do it, so can we.
Yep.
And that is what they did. So day 3, now whoever is at the bottom will be like, wait a second. We were above them and now we're behind them. If they can do it, we can do it. And, you did just mention one team moments ago. You did mention Skylight's Gaming. And, let's do one thing. Let's actually have a look and see how the squad did as a whole because, well, we are going to have a look at their performance. And, well, Sparrow, I'm going to let you do all the talking here.
Well, here you go. Look at their stats. They are consistent. Look at them go. At first, we have 10 finishes from them. Then they managed to get in match 11, they got 1 finish. In match 9, they got 0. In match 8, they got 7 finishes. In match 6, they got 11 finishes. In match 4, they got 1 finishes. And in the end, after day 2, they are number 1 with 1 points on the table.
Numero uno, and let's see if they are going to be increasing that because, well, that is what champions are made of. And when you do spread your wings, the thing is, you can fly high.
Well, you can fly high, but let's have a look at iQOO, how they are coping up with the pressure because they are at number 2 in the points table.
And have a look at that. Oh my goodness, the amount of damage they've been dishing out. But the thing is, you can't just be dishing out damage because, Sparrow, we don't have points for that yet.
We don't have, but we do have points for finishes, and they managed to get a lot of finishes. Team iQOO is a prime example of how a complete team should be. They're not over-aggressive, they're not over-passive, they are really good with their rotation, their splits are really good, and I feel that they are the perfect team. They could be the one if they win BGS.
Well, even if you don't win the tournament, well, I guess you do have to win something to be crowned the perfect team. But again, the perfect team is going to be someone that is going to be firing on all cylinders at all times. And, well, Team iQOO kind of did just do that today. Now, the thing is, day 2 has been done and dusted. We are now at the midway mark of the semifinals. And, well, as you have noticed in the overall standings, the competition is still so razor thin. And you know what? That means day 3 is going to be all that more exciting.
Day 3 is going to be so eventful for a lot of teams, but I think a lot of teams would be put under a lot of pressure after tomorrow. Those teams who would be in the bottom 8 are going to be distraught, but they still have day 4 to come back.
They still have 2 more days of action, and you know what? From Sparrow and I and everybody at the iQOO BGIS 2021, we are going to bid you adieu. Stay tuned because you better be coming back tomorrow, day 3 semifinals. See you then.